Pregnant by the Bratva Heir. Chapter 1. The Assassin's Kiss. Vera kissed the hidden heir 6 minutes before the Volkov estate went dark. Not because she wanted him. Not because he looked at her like every locked door in her body had become a question. Not because his mouth was beautiful in a ruined, dangerous way. She kissed him because the poison had been painted beneath her tongue. Because the cradle circle paid well. Because failure meant being returned to the White Room. Because Luka Volkov was supposed to die before he learned his own name. That was the contract. One kiss, one dead heir, one bloodline erased before the final map opened. Simple work. Vera mistrusted simple work. Simple work usually meant someone had removed the truth and left the corpse. She stood in the West Service corridor of the Volkov estate, dressed in a nurse's gray uniform, hair pinned under a cap, badge clipped to her chest, pulse steady. The badge said Irina, K, Night Medical Staff. Irina was unconscious in a laundry room 2 floors below, breathing evenly, wrists secured with silk medical tape, because Vera disliked wasting violence on women who were only doing their jobs. The estate smelled of antiseptic, gun oil, snowmelt, and rich people pretending stone walls could keep history out. History had entered anyway. It had entered as brides. Babies, twins, triplets, frozen embryos, false deaths, dead kings, and now, finally, a hidden heir. Luka Volkov. The name had arrived in her contract file 4 hours earlier. Not Luka at first. Only a code. Crown knife active. Then a photograph. Male, early 30s, dark hair, pale from sedation. Black mark across chest, long scar near lower ribs, left eye bruised. Hands restrained loosely because whoever restrained him either feared damage or expected obedience. Under the photograph, Luka Volkov, hidden heir/active. Status, poison resistant, bond incomplete, memory fractured. Directive, terminate before maternal registry alignment. That last line had made Vera pause. Maternal registry. Not paternal. Not crown. Maternal. The circle was changing language. That usually meant women had ruined something. Good for them. Bad for the circle. Bad for Vera, because desperate employers made messy contracts. She had read the kill instructions twice. Recommended method, mucosal toxin transfer. Delivery, oral contact. Response window, 30 to 90 seconds. Secondary failsafe. Cardiac disruptor injection if subject survives. Warning, subject may appear dead before neurological shutdown. Confirm termination. A kiss. A needle. A corpse. The circle enjoyed making murder intimate. Vera did not. She preferred distance, clean lines and exits. But the contract had included another file. One she was not meant to read. She had opened it anyway, because assassins who did not read forbidden files became dead girls in someone else's footnotes. The file contained 3 lines. If Luka Volkov survives first poison exposure, do not attempt second termination without command authorization. Subject survival may indicate full heir activation. If activation occurs, recover assassin if bonded. Bonded. Vera had stared at that word for a long time. Then she had laughed. Softly, alone. The circle had sent her to kill a man who might survive poison, wake as a weapon, and bond to the woman who tried to murder him. That was not a contract. That was a trap with lipstick. Still she came, because the circle had built Vera inside traps, and no one knew traps better than the thing raised in them. She reached the end of the service corridor and stopped beside the medical wing door. 2 female guards stood outside Sophia Belova's suite at the far end. Another pair guarded Alina Voss's room. Extra men patrolled the main hall. Too many heirs. Too many mothers. Too much fear. The estate had become an ark with guns. Vera's target was not in the main medical wing. Of course not. Luka Volkov was in the sealed lower recovery room beneath Nikolai Volkov's private wing, guarded by men who had been told only that the patient was dangerous, valuable, and not to be spoken to. Men loved instructions like that. They followed them poorly and with pride. Vera moved down the narrow stairwell before the next patrol turned. The lower level was colder, less polished. Here the Volkov estate stopped pretending to be a home and admitted it was a fortress. Steel doors, biometric locks, old stone, new cameras, emergency lighting, a carved wolf over the final arch. Vera paused beneath it. The wolf had emerald eyes. Ridiculous. Men decorated power, as if power needed help being noticed. She touched her borrowed badge to the scanner. Red. Access denied. She expected that. She opened the small silver compact in her pocket, pressed the false mirror against the scanner, and watched the device copy the last authorized palm heat signature from the guard who had touched the door 6 minutes ago. A soft click. Green. Access approved. The lock opened. Vera stepped in. Sighed. The first guard turned. Ahoo. She struck him in the throat with 2 fingers. Not hard enough to kill. Enough to stop sound. The second guard reached for his gun. Vera threw a syringe into his neck. He dropped before the gun cleared leather. The first guard fell to one knee, gasping. She caught his head and lowered him gently to the floor. Sleep, she said. He obeyed. Men were often better unconscious. The recovery room beyond was dim. 1 bed, 2 monitors, 3 locked medical cabinets. No windows. A prayer icon on the wall, turned face down. Interesting. Someone had either lost faith or feared being watched. Luka Volkov lay on the bed. Not asleep. Not fully awake. Restrained at wrists and ankles, but loosely enough to insult the concept. His shirt was open. Electrodes dotted his chest. The black mark from the photo cut across his skin from left shoulder to right ribs. A knife through a crown. Not tattooed. Burned. No, not burned. Grown beneath the skin like ink, had learned to scar. His head turned as Vera entered. His eyes opened. Vera stopped. She had expected sedation. Pain. Confusion. Maybe rage. She had not expected his eyes. One was dark brown. The other was nearly black, rimmed with a faint silver ring. Not natural. Cradle work. Beautiful in the way. A blade was beautiful before it entered flesh. He looked at her nurse uniform, then at the unconscious guards behind her, then at her face. His voice came rough from disuse. You are not Irina. No, Are you here to kill me? Good. Direct. Vera appreciated that. Yes. His mouth moved. Not quite a smile. More like pain, remembering humor. Polite of you. I try. He tested the restraints once. Lightly. The leather creaked. The monitor registered a spike. Not fear. Interest. Vera closed the door behind her and crossed the room. Luca watched every step. Not like prey. Not like patient. Like a man who had woken in chains, often enough to study the hands that approached. You have a name, he asked. Vera took the cardiac disruptor from her sleeve and placed it on the tray beside the bed. Many. Your favorite. Not relevant. Mind. Luka Volkov. His eyes changed. Only slightly. Enough. He had heard the name before. Maybe recently. Maybe through the intercom when the estate had erupted around him. Maybe from the circle while they carved him. But he did not own it yet. Names did not belong to a person just because someone else printed them on a file. Vera knew that better than most. Volkov, he repeated. Yes. Is that supposed to mean something? To other people, everything. And to you. She leaned over the monitor and checked his vitals. Too strong for a man supposedly sedated. Heart rate controlled. Blood pressure elevated but stable. Oxygen perfect. Poison resistant, the file said. Maybe more than resistant. Means you are expensive, she said. His almost smile returned. Disappointing, I hoped for tragic. You are in a locked basement with a murder nurse. Tragedy is implied. This time, the almost smile became real. Small. Dangerous. Unexpected. Vera did not like it. The poison beneath her tongue tingled. 30 seconds after oral transfer, his system should seize. 90 seconds, death, if not injection. Simple. She stepped closer. Luca's gaze dropped to her mouth. Not like men usually looked. Not hungry. Suspicious. Good. He had instincts. The circle hated instincts, unless it engineered them. Poison, he asked. Vera paused. Excuse me. You are here to kill me. You brought an injection, but did not use it first. You keep your mouth closed carefully. Your pulse changed when I looked at your lips. His gaze lifted to hers. Poison. Vera tilted her head. You are observant for a chained man. I have been chained a lot. There was no drama in the answer. That made it worse. Vera looked at the restraints. By whom? He stared at the ceiling. Doctors, priests, women with soft voices, men with old blood names, one grandmother-shaped monster. Maybe mine, maybe someone else's. Octavia. The name moved through Vera's memory like a cold finger. Old Volkov matriarch. Cradle collaborator. Known for smiling while signatures bled. Vera had never met her face to face. She had seen the woman through glass once. That had been enough. Luca looked back at Vera. What did they pay you? Enough. To kiss me. The word entered the room. Kiss. Not kill. Not poison. Kiss. Vera kept her face blank. Efficient method. Intimate one. That is the circle's taste, not mine. His eyes sharpened. You know the circle. I know many employers. That was not an answer. It was not meant to be. He looked at her again, too carefully, as if reading the places she had erased. You do not like them. I do not need to like clients. You hate them. Vera's fingers tightened once around the edge of the tray. Once, too small. He saw it. Damn him. Careful, she said. Why, you came to kill me. I can make it less polite. His gaze dropped to the cardiac disrupt. Or, then back to her. I believe you. Good. He should. Vera leaned closer. The poison tingled again, stronger now. She had applied it under her tongue before entering. A custom neurotoxin designed to pass through mucosa, bind fast, mimic cardiac collapse, then stop the brain. No taste, no smell, no antidote listed. There was always an antidote. The circle lied about that often. Luca watched her approach. No panic, no pleading. That annoyed her. Men usually did one of three things before death: bargain, curse, or pretend not to be afraid. Luca did none. He looked at her like he wanted to understand the weapon before it struck. Will it hurt? He asked. Yes. Good. Vera stopped. Good. If it hurts, I will know when it begins. Strange man. Poorly raised, clearly. She leaned close enough that her breath touched his mouth. His eyes darkened. Not with desire, with recognition. Something in the room shifted. Vera felt it before she understood it. A pressure under her skin. Low, cold, then hot. The mark on Luca's chest pulsed black. Once, the monitor spiked. Vera froze. No bond. No activation. No trap. Not before contact. Luca's eyes locked on hers. He felt it too. His voice changed. Rougher. What are you? Temporary. Then she kissed him. Not softly. Not romantically. Not like a woman kissing a man. Like an assassin sealing an envelope. Her mouth pressed to his. The poison moved. His breath caught. His body went rigid beneath the restraints. The monitor screamed. Vera pulled back. Luca's eyes were black now. Fully, the silver ring in one iris burned brighter. His lips parted. He inhaled once, twice, then his back arched off the bed. The restraints snapped tight. The leather strained. The poison hit. Good. Vera stepped back and started counting. 1. Luca's jaw clenched. 2. His fingers curled against the straps. 3. The monitor showed heart rhythm distortion. 4. Sweat broke across his brow. 5. His eyes found hers. Still conscious. Bad. 6. He smiled. Worse. 7. You taste like winter, he said. Vera stared. That is not a normal poison response. Not a normal man. 8. His heart rate dropped. 9. Then stopped. The monitor flatlined. The sound filled the room. A clean, endless tone. Vera waited. 10 seconds. 15. 20. No breath. No pulse visible. No movement. His eyes had closed. The black mark on his chest faded to a dull gray. Dead. No. Possibly dead. The file had warned her. Subject may appear dead before neurological shutdown. Confirm termination. She picked up the cardiac disruptor. Her hand hovered over his chest. She should use it. Secondary failsafe. Confirm termination. Contract complete. Then leave through the west stairwell before the estate blackout began. Simple. Her wrist comm vibrated. A message appeared. Do not inject if bond response observed. Recover assassin if bonded. Vera stared at the words. Recover assassin. Not recover subject. Recover her. The room went cold. They had expected this. The kiss had not been only poison. It had been a test. Of him. Of her. Of the final not bond. Vera looked at Luca's still face. Then at the disruptor. Then at the unconscious guards. Then at the message. No. She had survived the circle by completing contracts. She would not survive this by obeying one. She threw the disruptor into the sink and crushed it under her heel. The monitor continued flatlining. Luca remained still. Vera checked his throat. No pulse. She checked his wrist. Nothing. She leaned close to his mouth. No breath. Something in her chest tightened. Ridiculous. He was a target. A file. A contract. A man who had smiled at poison and asked if death would hurt. Not her problem. Then the black mark on his chest pulsed once. Vera pulled back. The monitor snapped from flatline to violent rhythm. Luca's eyes opened. Black. Alive. The restraints tore. Not loosened. Tore. The leather snapped like paper. Vera reached for her blade. Luca caught her wrist before steel cleared the sheath. He moved faster than any poisoned man had a right to move. Faster than any living man. His grip was brutal for 1 second. Then he saw her face and loosened it. Not enough to release. Enough not to break. Interesting. Dangerous. His voice came low. You killed me. Briefly. His mouth curved. Blood appeared at the corner. Rude. You were supposed to stay dead. I disappoint many people. Clearly. The room lights flickered. Once. Twice. The scheduled blackout had started. Good. Bad. Both. Luca's gaze stayed locked on her. You poisoned me with a kiss. Yes. And destroyed the second weapon. Vera said nothing. His grip tightened slightly. Why? Because the circle sent a message to recover me. Because they expected something from the kiss. Because I do not walk into cages, I can see. Because you asked if it would hurt. Because you smiled at death like you knew her. Vera gave the only safe answer. Professional curiosity. Luca stared at her. Then laughed. It came out rough and most silent. Blood stained his teeth. Bad liar. She drove her knee toward his wound. He caught that too. Annoying. Then his body betrayed him. The poison had not killed him, but it had not vanished either. His muscles seized. His grip faltered. Vera twisted free, grabbed a sedative from the tray, and drove it into his neck. He looked offended, then furious, then amused. You keep putting things in me. Stop surviving them. His eyes rolled back. He collapsed onto the bed. The monitor spiked, steadied, then fell into a deep, slow rhythm. Alive. Not dead. Not fully conscious. Vera exhaled once. The estate went completely dark. Emergency alarms did not trigger. She had paid well for that. From above, the first shout sounded. Then gunfire. Book 4's war had reached its epilogue, and Vera had just failed to kill the man who stood at the center of Book 5. Excellent. Terrible. She opened the hidden service panel behind the bed, accessed the old maintenance lift, and started moving Luka Volkov out of the Volkov estate. Dragging an unkillable heir through a blackout was inelegant work. Vera preferred elegance. Unfortunately, unconscious men were heavy, and Luka Volkov had been built like the Circle expected him to break doors with his shoulders. The maintenance lift groaned under his weight. She had secured his wrists with medical restraint cable rather than leather. Triple weave, steel core, rated for violent patients and underfunded prison systems. Probably insufficient. She added a second loop, then a third. Luka remained unconscious, head turned against the floor of the lift, dark hair falling over his brow. In the dim red emergency glow from Vera's pocket torch, he looked younger. Not young, just less weapon. That irritated her. Weapons should look like weapons. It made disposal easier. The lift descended behind the wall, bypassing the main medical wing, the lower corridor, and the armed response moving above. Vera had mapped the estate 3 times before entering. Volkov architecture relied on strength. Old stone, reinforced doors, multiple interior rings. Excellent against siege. Less excellent against a woman who knew how servants moved laundry, medicine, and bodies. No one wanted logged. The lift stopped near the sub-basement tunnel. Vera opened the gate. Cold air breathed in. The old tunnel ran beneath the estate gardens, toward a disused carriage house outside the second wall. Her exit, her safe vehicle waited there. So did a clean license plate, 2 blood packs, false medical transfer papers, and enough explosives to make pursuit inconvenient. She pulled Luka onto a collapsible transport sling and dragged him into the tunnel. Halfway through, he spoke. Your safe house is not safe. Vera stopped. He was still strapped down. Eyes closed. Voice rough. How are you awake? Poorly. You are sedated. Also poorly. She tightened her grip on the sling. I can add more. You could. His eyes opened halfway. But then you do not learn why they wanted you recovered. Vera's pulse did not change. She made sure. Luka smiled faintly. There, stillness. You do that when something matters. She resumed, dragging him. You talk too much for a corpse. You kiss too lethally for a nurse. Not a nurse. Not a corpse. Yet. Optimist. The tunnel lights flickered. Not a state power. Her battery line. Someone had entered the tunnel behind them. Vera heard nothing, but one small motion sensor went dark. Then the next. Pursuit. Fast. She looked at Luka. He looked back, far too aware for a man bound, poisoned, sedated, and being dragged through a tunnel. Your people, she asked. I don't have people. Everyone has people. Then mine are late. Another sensor died. Vera cursed under her breath and pulled the sling faster. Luka's gaze stayed on her face. They are not Volkov. You know that how? Volkov men swear louder. Despite herself, Vera nearly smiled. Terrible. Unprofessional. The third sensor died. Then a voice echoed down the tunnel. Female. Cold. Familiar. Vera. Vera stopped. Every muscle went still. Not fear. Old training. The kind beaten into children, until survival and obedience wore the same face. Luca saw the change. His expression sharpened. Who is that? Vera did not answer. The voice came again. Bring him back. You were told to terminate, not improvise. Mercy. Not Mara. Not exactly. Mara used theatrical cruelty. Mercy used surgical quiet. She had been one of Vera's trainers before the circle promoted her into handler work. Older than Vera. Younger than Galena. Soft hands, dead eyes. Famous for teaching 12-year-old girls how to smile before stabbing. Vera drew her gun. Luca watched. You know her? Yes. Afraid? No. Bad liar. She shot the tunnel light above him. Darkness swallowed them. Then she moved. Mercy's first shot hit the stone where Vera's head had been. Vera fired back twice. One scream answered from behind Mercy. Assistant down. Good. Vera kicked the transport sling release, dropping Luca flat, then rolled behind a stone support pillar. Luca laughed softly from the floor. You abandoned me. I lowered your profile. Thoughtful. Quiet. Mercy's voice drifted through the dark. You always did dislike instructions. Vera aimed toward the voice. You always gave bad ones. Kill the air, Vera. No. A pause. That no had cost more than she expected. Not because she cared about Luca. No. Because refusing Mercy was older than refusing the contract. Mercy sighed. Then the bond took. Luca's head turned toward Vera. Even in the dark, she felt his attention sharpen. Bond. There it was. Named by someone else. Vera fired toward Mercy's voice. Mercy moved. The bullet sparked against stone. Temper, Mercy called. That was never your strength. No, accuracy was. Vera fired again. This time Mercy cursed. Hit, maybe grazed. Good enough. Luca twisted against the restraints. The cable creaked. Unlock me. No. They are here for both of us. Mostly you. She said, recover assassin. Vera went still. Luca smiled in the dark. I woke before the message disappeared. Damn him. He had seen it. Unlock me, he repeated. You will kill her. Maybe. I need her alive. For answers. For debt. Those are different. Not always. More footsteps entered the tunnel behind Mercy. Too many. Vera assessed quickly. 3, no. 5, maybe 6. Circle retrieval team. She could kill 2, maybe 3. While protecting an immobilized man she did not want to protect, and certainly did not want to think of as hers. Unacceptable odds. Luca's voice came softer. Vera. She hated her name in his mouth. It sounded like he had found it instead of heard it. What? Unlock me. No. Then leave me. She looked toward him. He lay on the cold tunnel floor. Bound, poisoned, sedated, black mark faintly pulsing beneath his open shirt. He meant it. That was the irritating part. Not manipulation. Not command. He had calculated survival and removed himself from the equation. Vera knew that trick. She used it often. It looked worse on someone else. Mercy's team advanced. Vera exhaled, then crossed to Luca under cover of darkness, sliced the wrist cables, and stepped back before his hands fully came free. "Do not touch me." He sat up slowly. His eyes glowed, faintly silver-black in the dark. "I will try." Bad answer. Honest answer. The circle team reached the final curve. Vera threw a flash charge. White light exploded. Men shouted. Luca moved. No. He unfolded. That was the only word for it. 1 second on the floor. The next, he hit the first retrieval guard with enough force to crack armor. He took the man's weapon, fired twice, dropped another, then twisted when the poison caught him mid-motion. Vera covered him, shooting the third in the knee and the fourth in the throat. Mercy appeared behind the smoke, gun raised. Vera aimed. Mercy aimed at Luca. Luca aimed at nothing, because his body had seized again. Damn. Vera fired first. Mercy jerked sideways. Blood sprayed from her shoulder. She fell back but did not drop. Still sentimental, Mercy hissed. "I aimed to hurt. Then you failed to learn." Mercy vanished through the smoke. Retreating. Alive. Good. Annoying. The remaining guards were down. Luca stood in the tunnel, one hand braced against the wall, breathing hard. Blood ran from his mouth again. The black mark across his chest pulsed. Vera kept her gun trained on him. "Do not move." He looked at the gun, then at her. "You freed me. Temporary correction. You saved me. I protected my evidence." His mouth curved. "Bad liar." She shot the wall beside his head. He did not flinch. "You should stop saying that. You should stop proving it." The tunnel behind them rumbled. Mercy's last gift. Explosives. Vera swore. "Move." Luca's brows lifted. "Command." Observation. The tunnel is about to become enthusiastic rubble. They ran. Not gracefully. Luca staggered twice. Vera caught him once by reflex and released immediately as heat shocked up her arm. The bond flared. Both froze for half a second. Then the first explosion hit behind them. Stone cracked. Dust surged. No time. Vera grabbed his wrist. Choice or stupidity? Both. They ran through the collapse. The carriage house burned behind them as Vera drove the stolen medical van into the black line of trees beyond the Volkov estate. She had blown it herself. Not fully. Enough to erase the transfer trail, destroy the backup car, and make everyone assume the escape route had ended badly. Luca sat in the passenger seat with a gun on his lap and a chain around one wrist. The chain connected to the reinforced grab bar beside the door. He had noticed. "Of course. You chain me again." "Yes. After freeing me, I contain multitudes." He looked at the chain, then at the road, then at her. "You know I can break that. I know you think you can." His mouth curved faintly. The poison had left him pale and sweating. His pupils still shifted wrong in the passing darkness. The black mark on his chest had faded beneath the shirt she had thrown at him. He had put it on without comment. That bothered her. Most men complained when wounded, drugged, shot at, chained, or dressed by women who had poisoned them. Luca accepted facts too calmly. That usually meant he had survived worse. The van's radio remained off. The estate blackout behind them had lasted exactly 9 minutes. Long enough for Vera to remove the target. Not long enough for Volkov systems to stay blind. By now, Nikolai Volkov would know the hidden heir was gone. Anya would know. Roman, Dmitri, Casimir, Sophia, Elena, Mila, Levina, Zoya, Galina, all of them would know. Excellent. She had kidnapped the most important man in Russia from a house full of paranoid Bratva kings and armed women who had just declared war on a fertility cult. Her career was becoming unpleasantly theatrical. Luca looked out the windshield. Where are we going? Safe house. Yours? Yes. You trust it? No. Good. She glanced at him. He was watching the road, but the corner of his mouth had moved. You are enjoying this, she said. I was dead an hour ago. Standards are low. You were not dead. I was clinically persuasive. You are irritating. You poisoned me. That was work. Irritation is personal. Develop another hobby. He turned his head toward her. Even pale, even chained, even half poisoned, the look had weight. A strange, dangerous focus. As if the world kept reducing itself to whatever stood in front of him. Right now, that was her. Unacceptable. Vera kept her gaze on the road. Stop looking at me. Why? Because I drive better without being studied. No, you don't. You have known me for 1 hour. I know you brake before curves, but accelerate into danger. You check mirrors in 3s. You favor your left side because there is an old injury near your right ribs. You do not kill women if avoidable. You knew my handler's voice. And you destroyed the second weapon when you realized the circle wanted you recovered. Vera said nothing. Luca continued. You are not circle loyal. I am alive. That is not the same. It is often close enough. He leaned back, breathing through pain. They raised you. Her hands tightened around the wheel. Who says I was raised? Your eyes when Mercy spoke. Vera laughed once. It came out flat. Do not become sentimental, because I didn't let her drag you back. I don't have sentiment. They cut most of it out. The answer was too calm. The road seemed to narrow. Vera did not look at him. What did they leave? Rage, reflex, pain tolerance, memory fragments, a need to survive things that should kill me. He paused. And now, apparently you. The van swerved slightly. Vera corrected instantly. Luca's mouth curved. There. She lifted the gun from her lap and pointed it at his thigh without looking away from the road. Say something like that again, and I test your pain tolerance. I was not flirting. No, worse. You were being accurate in a threatening way. Is accuracy threatening? Usually. He looked at the gun, then out the window. I woke when you kissed me. You woke before. No, his voice lowered. I was conscious, not awake. That pulled her attention, despite herself. She looked at him. Mistake. His eyes had gone darker. The silver ring in one iris flickered faintly. The kiss changed something, he said. That was poison. Yes. Poison changes things. It killed me. Briefly. And woke something else. The bond, the final not bond. Vera's stomach tightened. She refused to let the word into the van. Cradle language, she said. Cradle damage. Same file drawer. No. His voice sharpened. She glanced at him again. His face had hardened. I am not what they call me. Good answer. Inconvenient. No, she said. You are the man I have chained to a van. Also true. I prefer that category. It is temporary. You keep saying optimistic things. He lifted the chained wrist. The metal creaked once. Vera kept driving. Break it and I crash the van. Would you? Yes. Bad liar. This time, she did not shoot near him. She smiled. Small. Cold. Try me. The chain remained intact. Good. Luca was learning too. Or waiting. Waiting was worse. They drove in silence for 7 minutes. Then his breathing changed. Vera heard it immediately. Too shallow. Too controlled. She looked over. His hand had gone to his chest, fingers spread over the black mark beneath the shirt. Sweat darkened his hairline. Poison rebound. No. Lie worse. Bond response. I said lie worse, not invent worse. His jaw clenched. Your safe house is too far from the estate. And the others, the heirs, I can feel them pulling away. Vera went cold. You can feel the other heirs. His eyes closed. Not like people, like doors closing. The bloodline map. The final key. The circle had made Luca into something that sensed the whole network. No wonder they wanted him dead or recovered. Vera's safe house suddenly felt insufficient. Every location felt insufficient. What happens when all doors close? She asked. His voice came rough. I don't know. Guess. He opened his eyes. They were black again. I either find the closest anchor. Vera's hands tightened. Or become one. The van's interior seemed to shrink. Closest anchor. The kiss. The poison. The bond. Her. Absolutely not. Vera reached into the center console and pulled out a small injection. Luca looked at it. What is that? Stabilizer. Yours or circle? Yes. Bad answer. Accurate answer. She pulled over hard onto a side service road and stopped beneath a dead street lamp. Snow drifted across the windshield. The world outside was empty industrial dark. She turned in her seat. Show me the mark. Luca lifted one brow. You said stop looking at you. Now you want me undressed. Medical interest. Keep your charm sedated. He opened 2 buttons of the shirt. The black mark had changed. The knife through crown symbol now had fine red lines extending from it, branching outward like roots. One toward his throat, one toward his heart, one down toward the old scar near his ribs. Vera's pulse stayed steady only because she ordered it to. Did it look like that before? No. Pain. Yes. Scale. Compared to poison or fire. She paused. Wrong question. Compared to now. His mouth almost moved. Manageable. Men love useless answers. Assassins love invasive questions. She uncapped the stabilizer. Luca watched her hand. Will that help? Possibly. Will it kill me? Possibly. You inspire confidence. I killed you once and still extracted you. Respect the range. This time he did smile. Brief, bloody, beautiful in a way she should have found irrelevant. She injected the stabilizer into his arm. Before that became a thought worth examining. Luca hissed. The mark pulsed, then settled. The red lines did not vanish, but they stopped spreading. Vera exhaled. Quietly, not quiet enough. Luca noticed. Relieved. Data point stabilized. Bad liar. She pressed the empty syringe against his throat. His pulse beat beneath the plastic. Strong. Too strong. Careful air. His gaze dropped to the syringe, then to her face. What do you want from me, assassin? The question was too direct. Too close. Too badly timed. She threw the syringe aside and started the van again. Answers. To what? Who made you unkillable? Why the circle wanted me recovered if you survived? What the final map does? And why Mercy said the bond took before either of us agreed to anything? Luca leaned back. Those are many answers. You have many chains. He looked at the wrist restraint, then at her. I only see one. You haven't reached the safe house. His mouth curved. There she is. Vera drove. The safe house waited 6 kilometers ahead, beneath an abandoned textile factory that once belonged to a beloved shell company. Then an Orlov shell. Then a dead Sokolov accountant. Then Vera through 3 false names and a bribed municipal clerk. It had medical restraints, signal dampeners, 3 exits, old stone drainage tunnels, and 1 locked room Vera had sworn never to use again. She would use it tonight, because Luka Volkov had survived poison, because the hidden heir was active, because the circle wanted her recovered, because something in his blood had answered her kiss, and something in hers had not yet stopped listening. When the factory appeared through the snow, Luca looked at it and smiled faintly. Charming. You prefer mansions. I prefer no chains. Everyone needs aspirations. She drove through the broken loading bay and down the ramp into the underground garage. The steel gate closed behind them with a hydraulic groan. Luca looked up at the cameras. Safe house. Yes. Prison. For you. And for you. Vera turned off the engine. Silence settled. Heavy. She looked at him. For me, it depends how useful you are. His eyes held hers. The bond pulsed once. A quiet, ugly, intimate thing. Then he lifted the chained wrist. Then ask your questions. Vera got out, came around, opened his door, and aimed her gun at his chest. Move slowly. He did. Too slowly. On purpose. Annoying man. When his feet touched the concrete, the mark on his chest pulsed black-red again. The safe house lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied. Luca looked up. Vera did too. No system breach. No power failure. The lights had reacted to him. Wonderful. She pressed the gun harder against his chest. What are you? Luca looked down at her. At the gun. At her mouth. At the place where the poison had been. His voice came low. I was hoping you knew. The safe house alarm sounded. Not perimeter. Not motion. Internal medical scanner. Impossible. The scanner screen near the elevator activated by itself. Text appeared in red. Hidden heir detected. Assassin anchor detected. Final bond sequence initiated. Vera stared. No. Luca's eyes darkened. The chain between them tightened as he lifted his wrist. Not breaking it. Showing her. A second line of text appeared. SAFEHOUSE ownership. Circle legacy site. Welcome home, Vera. The floor seemed to drop. Vera had bought this safe house under 3 dead names. She had built it herself, secured it herself, bled in its walls herself. But the circle had owned it before she ever ran. A legacy site. Another room. Always another room. Luca watched her face. This time, he did not say bad liar. Good. She might have shot him. The lights flickered again. A final message appeared. Stage 1 complete. The assassin's kiss. Then every lock in the safe house sealed. Vera and Luca stood in the underground garage, chained together by one wrist, surrounded by walls that knew her name. Luca looked at the locked elevator, then the sealed gate, then Vera. You said this was your safe house. It was. And now, Vera lifted her gun toward the nearest camera. Her mouth curved without warmth. Now it is evidence. She fired. The camera exploded. Above them, hidden systems woke one by one. Behind them, the medical elevator opened. Inside waited a white room. A bed, restraints, monitors, and on the wall, painted in black, Chapter 2, CHANED and the SAFEHOUSE. Luca looked at the words, then at Vera. For the first time since she had kissed him dead, the hidden heir looked genuinely amused. Subtle employers. Vera shot the sign. Shut up. But the safe house had already answered. Every screen turned on. Every lock sealed. And somewhere deep in the walls, Mercy's recorded voice whispered, Welcome back, little assassin. End of Chapter 1. Pregnant by the Bratva Heir. Chapter 2. Chained in the safe house. The safe house knew Vera's name. That was the first unforgivable thing. Not the locked doors. Not the medical elevator, opening with its white-lit mouth. Not Mercy's recorded voice whispering from hidden speakers. Welcome back, little assassin. No. The worst part was the word back. Back meant return. Back meant ownership. Back meant the circle had been waiting inside a place Vera thought she had built for herself. She stood in the underground garage with Luka Volkov chained to one wrist, a gun in her other hand, and the bitter taste of failure sitting beneath her tongue where the poison had been. The camera she had shot sparked above them. Another rotated from the corner. Vera shot that one too. The recoil snapped through her arm. Luka watched the pieces fall. Feel better. No. Then you are wasting bullets. She turned the gun toward him. He lifted his chained wrist slightly. The chain between them tightened. I am offering operational feedback. Offer silence. I tried, you poisoned me awake. Still deciding whether to apologize. Take your time. The lights flickered. The safe house did not like them talking. Interesting. Or maybe it liked it too much. Every screen in the garage turned on at once. Small monitors above the workbench. A cracked tablet mounted near the elevator. The vehicle diagnostic display inside the stolen medical van. All of them showed the same message. Hidden heir detected. Assassin anchor detected. Final bond sequence initiated. Vera raised the gun again. Luca said, "You cannot shoot every screen." She fired into the nearest one. Glass burst outward. "I can try." His mouth curved faintly. "Optimist." She turned on him. "Do not become charming in a circle trap." "I was being realistic." "That is worse." The medical elevator chimed. Soft, polite, obscene. Inside, the white room waited. A bed with restraints, monitors, surgical lights, a wall painted with the words she had already shot once. Chapter 2, CHAINED and the SAFEHOSC. The bullet hole sat through the word CHAINED. Good. Weak victory. Still victory. Mercy's voice returned through the walls. Not live. Recorded. Vera knew the difference. Live Mercy breathed between words, as if listening for pain. Recorded Mercy was smoother, deadlier in a different way. Subject Luka Volkov has survived first poison exposure. Assassin anchor has deviated from termination directive. Legacy protocol will now proceed. Luka looked toward the speaker. Legacy protocol. His voice was flat. Vera looked at him. You recognize that term? No. Lie worse. His gaze shifted to her. I recognize how it feels. A lock clicked above. Then another. Then another. The safe house sealed itself layer by layer. Garage gate. Service hatch. Drainage tunnel. Backstairs. Medical lift access. Outer freight door. Every exit Vera had installed. Every exit she had paid for. Every exit she had tested monthly. Gone. The safe house had let her believe in escape until she brought Luka inside. Then it closed its hand. The chain between their wrists felt suddenly heavier. Vera looked at the cuff around him, then at hers. She had locked only his wrist in the van. The second cuff, the one now around her, had closed when the garage systems activated. A hidden magnet claw. MP had snapped from the wall and caught her before she moved. Cradle hardware, older than her modifications, hidden beneath newer metal. Waiting. Luka saw her studying it. Can you open it? Yes. Truth. No. There she is. She lifted the gun again. Finish that phrase and I remove something non-essential. His faint smile stayed. Everything feels essential tonight. The safe house speakers crackled. Proceed to examination room. Vera looked at the elevator. No. The overhead lights dimmed. The garage temperature dropped 5 degrees in as many seconds. Luka inhaled sharply. Not from cold. Pain. His hand went to his chest. The black mark beneath his shirt pulsed. Knife through crown. Red lines spreading. Vera saw the pattern move under fabric. She hated that she noticed his pain before he said it. She hated worse that her body answered. A low pressure tightened beneath her ribs. Not fear. Not illness. Recognition. The final bond sequence. No. She rejected the phrase so violently her hand tightened on the gun. Luka braced one palm against the van. His face remained composed. Too composed. Only the sweat at his temple betrayed him. Poison rebound, she asked. No. Respond. His mouth tightened. Yes. Circle word. Still pain. The lights dimmed further. Mercy's voice returned. Proceed to examination room. Failure to comply will increase subject distress. Vera smiled without warmth. Mercy always did love polite torture. Luca's gaze sharpened. Tell me about her. No. She trained you. Many people trained me. She scared you. Vera moved before thought. She caught his throat with the gun barrel and pressed him back against the van door. The chains snapped tight between them. Luca did not resist. That was a mistake. If he had fought, she could have called it strategy. He only looked at her. Black eyes, silver rim, blood still dried at one corner of his mouth from the poison he had survived. His voice came low. She still does. Vera pressed the barrel harder. You know nothing. I know cages. That landed. Clean. Cruel. True enough to irritate. The safe house temperature dropped again. Luca's body went rigid. The mark under his shirt pulsed harder. Vera felt the answering pressure in her own blood. Mercy's voice remained gentle. Assassin anchor discomfort recognized. Proceed to examination room. Vera looked at the elevator. The white room waited. A circle room. A room built to make her remember. A room designed to make him worse if she refused. That was the point. Mercy had always said the most efficient lock was a second person's pain. Vera pulled the gun away from Luca's throat. This is not obedience. No, this is repositioning. He looked at the elevator. Strategic. Do not mock me while dying. I'm trying not to die. You are doing it badly. Better than most. Unfortunately true. Vera kept the gun in one hand, the chain in the other, and moved toward the elevator. Luca followed, not because he was obedient, because the cuff gave him two options, move or drag her. He chose move. Good, useful, potentially deceptive. They stepped into the medical elevator. The doors closed. The elevator rose. Not far. One level. Maybe two. The white room opened around them. The examination room was exactly wrong. Not sterile. Not old. Not new. A careful imitation of every medical room Vera had ever survived. White walls. Rounded corners. Drain in the floor. Restraint bed. Glass cabinets. Monitor bank. A chair bolted to the floor opposite the bed. A mirror on one wall that was absolutely not a mirror. Observation glass. The circle loved watching. Vera looked at the mirror and raised her gun. Luca said, "If you shoot it, will gas release." She stopped. Slowly. Her jaw tightened. He looked at the ceiling vents. Then the floor drain. Then the cabinet seams. I would put gas there and there. Did I ask? No. Then stop being useful out loud. He gave her that almost smile again. Wrong place. Wrong man. Wrong everything. She hated that her pulse reacted. The speakers chimed. Subject positioning required. Metal restraints on the bed opened by themselves. 4 for arms and legs. 1 across chest. 1 across neck. Vera's skin went cold. Not from fear. Memory. A smaller body on a white bed. A girl told not to scream because screaming altered test results. Mercy's hand smoothing her hair. Good girls survive longer when they learn what pain is for. Vera blinked once. The room returned. Luca was watching her. Too closely. Do not, she said. His expression did not change. Do not what? Look like you understand. I do. You understand your own chains, not mine. Fair. That single word, spoken without argument, made something in her chest go still. Damn him. Fair was more dangerous than sympathy. The safe house lights flickered. Luca's mark pulsed again. His knees nearly buckled. Vera caught him by reflex. Her hand closed around his forearm. Heat snapped to. Rough the contact. Not desire. Not only. A harsh biological surge, like her blood had been struck with flint. The chain between their wrists vibrated. Luca's breath caught. His eyes turned black all the way through. The monitor bank lit up. Anchor contact detected. Subject distress decreasing. Bond receptivity elevated. Vera released him instantly. Luca hit one knee. The distress alarm screamed. Contact lost. Subject instability rising. Vera shot the nearest monitor. The alarm continued from another. Luca's hand pressed to the floor. His fingers dug into the white tile. He was fighting something inside himself. No, not something. A system. A design. A machine made of blood, pain, poison, and her mouth. Vera crouched several feet away. Not touching. What do you need? His eyes lifted. The question surprised him. Good. It surprised her too. He breathed through his teeth. Distance. You are on the floor because I let go. I know. You said distance. His mouth tightened. I need contact. I want distance. There. An honest answer. Horrible. Useful. Vera looked at the open restraints. Then at the chain. Then at the room. You are going on the bed. No. Yes. His eyes sharpened. The mark on his chest pulsed black-red. Vera lifted one hand. Not for them, for me. If whatever is inside you takes control, I need leverage. I will not hurt you. Everyone says that before restraints become relevant. His face changed. Pain. Not physical. She saw it before he hit it. I will not hurt you, he repeated. Softer. Worse. Vera hated that she believed him partially. Partial belief was a liability. She pulled the chain, forcing him to rise. He did. Slowly. The poison still had him unsteady. The sedative still weighed his movements. The bond still made the air between them feel electrically wrong. He sat on the edge of the restraint bed. Vera took a pair of manual cuffs from her belt and attached his free wrist to the bed rail. Then his chained wrist. Then she unlocked her own cuff from the chain, with the emergency pick hidden under her thumbnail. Luca watched. You could have opened it. Eventually. You lied. I delayed truth. That is a lie. Semantics are for men not cuffed to beds. His mouth curved faintly. She secured his ankles. Not too tight. Damn it. She noticed that too. The circle restraints remained open. She refused to use them. Her own cuffs were bad enough. Hers meant she had chosen the metal. Theirs meant the room had. She stepped back. Luca sat restrained on the bed, shirt half open, black mark visible. Eyes tracking her every movement. He should have looked diminished. He did not. Some men needed thrones to appear dangerous. Luka Volkov managed it chained to a medical bed, with poison in his blood. Annoying. Vera opened the nearest cabinet. Inside were vials. Some old, some new, all labeled in cradle shorthand. She recognized too many. Pain accelerants, memory surfacing agents, bond stabilizers, fertility primers, neural disruptors, obedience tests. Her hand paused on one small vial. A13/assassin, anchor receptivity. Her blood went cold. Luca saw. What? Nothing. Bad liar. She turned, vial in hand, and threw it against the wall. Glass shattered. Clear liquid ran down white paint. That looked like something. It is now nothing. The speaker crackled. Unauthorized destruction of asset materials noted. Vera looked at the ceiling. Note this. She shot the speaker. The room went silent for 3 seconds. Then Mercy's voice returned through a different vent. You always mistook defiance for freedom. Vera froze. Not recorded. Live. Luca's head turned toward the ceiling. There she is. Vera's grip tightened around the gun. Mercy. A soft laugh. Little knife. Luca's eyes shifted to Vera. Little knife. The old name struck the room and left blood behind without touching skin. Mercy continued. You were always sentimental about rooms you thought you owned. This place is mine. Of course, we let you buy it. Vera's jaw clenched. Why? To see where you ran when given the illusion of running. Luca's expression darkened. Vera smiled slowly. You waited years for that line. Mercy was silent for half a second. Good. Hit. Then she sighed. I missed your mouth. Luca went very still. The bond reacted to the phrase. Not jealousy. Something more primitive. Threat recognition. Vera noticed. So did Mercy. Oh, Mercy whispered. He hears that. Vera aimed at another speaker. Mercy laughed. Shoot if you like. The room has more voices than you have bullets. Then I'll use a knife. That is my girl. Vera's skin went cold. Not from fear. From rage so old it had no heat left. Luca's voice came low from the bed. She is not yours. The room stopped. Vera turned slowly. Luca's eyes were black. The mark across his chest pulsed violently. Mercy made a pleased sound. There he is, crown knife response active, protective claim forming. Vera crossed to Luca in 3 steps and pressed 2 fingers agi. NSD his sternum, directly over the mark. Not affection. Control. Pain flashed through her hand. His entire body went rigid. Do not, she said. His eyes locked on hers. Vera. The sound of her name in his voice did something brutal to the room. The monitors flared. Anchor contact detected. Protective response moderated. Final bond sequence progressing. Vera pulled her hand back. Luca exhaled hard. Mercy laughed softly. Beautiful, he responds to your correction. You respond to his pain. Efficient pairing. Vera lifted the gun toward the mirror. Mercy. Yes. Keep talking. I'm tracing the delay. Mercy went silent. There. Too easy. Vera smiled. You are not in the safe house. No answer. You are routing through old lines. Hospital network, maybe, or the orphan corridor. Luca's head turned sharply. Orphan corridor. That phrase hit him. Vera saw it. Stored it. Mercy's voice returned, flatter now. You have no exit. I have 3. No, you have 3 paths we wrote for you. Then I will make a 4th. You always say that before needing help. Vera's mouth curved. And yet you keep sending men after me instead of coming yourself. Silence. Longer this time. Good. Mercy was not close. Mercy was watching. Commanding. Maybe injured from the tunnel. Maybe bleeding. Good. Vera turned back to Luca. Who made you unkillable? His eyes lifted. He had followed every word. Every silence. I don't know. Lie worse. I know pieces. Then start. Mercy's voice snapped from the ceiling. Do not answer. Luca looked up, then back at Vera. His mouth curved. A small, dangerous thing. I dislike her. Common reaction. Mercy's tone sharpened. Luka Volkov, Crown Knife Asset Designation Dagger 1, you will remain silent. Luka went still. Not by choice. His body reacted to the command. Shoulders locking. Jaw tightening. Eyes fixed forward. Vera saw it immediately. Obedience trigger. Old. Deep. Tied to designation. Dagger 1. Not Luka. Not Volkov. Asset code. Mercy continued. Do not disclose origin. Do not disclose conditioning site. Do not disclose maternal registry. Luca's hands curled against the cuffs. Metal creaked. His body shook with restraint. Not the bed's. His own. He was trying to speak. Could not. Vera moved fast. She grabbed a scalpel from the tray and cut a shallow line across his forearm. Luca sucked in air. The obedience hold snapped. His eyes found hers. What was that? Pain override. You cut me. Briefly. His mouth almost moved. That is my line. You were unconscious. I borrowed it. Mercy's voice chilled. Little knife. Vera looked toward the ceiling. Every trigger has a counter-trigger. You taught me. I taught you obedience too. You were worse at that. She turned back to Luca. Designation Dagger 1. Does that mean anything? He swallowed. Pain. Memory. White corridor. Black doors. Children in numbered rooms. Mercy's voice hardened. Stop. Vera cut another shallow line across his forearm before the command could root. Luca breathed through it. Keep going, Vera said. His eyes stayed on hers. Cold floor, training mats, silver instruments, a woman with rings. She called me heir before she called me boy. Vera's pulse kicked. Name. His jaw locked. Obedience trigger again. She reached for the scalpel. Luca said through gritted teeth, Octavia. The room went silent. Even Mercy. There. A name with weight. Octavia Volkov. Nikolai's grandmother-shaped monster. The one who had told him his son was dead. Vera looked at Luca. She raised you. His laugh was short and ugly. No one raised me. That answer did not belong to Chapter 2. It belonged to the wound underneath Chapter 3. Still, the room heard it. Luca's voice roughened. They trained me, fed me, cut me, tested me, named me when they needed compliance, and erased me when I remembered wrong. The monitor beside him flickered. A new file opened. Unauthorized memory disclosure detected. SAFEHOSI lockdown escalating. The restraints on the cradle bed activated. Not Vera's cuffs. The bed's built-in system. Metal bands snapped upward toward Luca's chest and throat. Vera lunged. She jammed the scalpel into the mechanism before the neck band closed. The band stopped 1 inch from his throat. Luca tore against the manual cuffs. The bed vibrated. A gas vent opened near the floor. White vapor hissed into the room. Vera swore. Hold breath. Luca looked at her. I am chained to a gas room. Then inhale strategically. She shot the vent. Gas flow shifted, but did not stop. She grabbed a surgical mask from the cabinet, slapped it over Luca's mouth and nose, then another over her own. The gas burned her eyes. Memory gas. Not lethal. Worse. Mercy's voice came soft through the room. Let him remember, then. Let both of you. Vera staggered. The white walls blurred. The examination room stretched. The floor became colder. The lights became brighter. Luca's voice cut through, strained. Vera. She blinked. No. She was not small. Not T12. Not strapped to the training chair. Not Mercy's hand in her hair. Not the needle under her jaw. But the room insisted. Memory came anyway. Vera was 13 when Mercy taught her how to kiss a man. Not for pleasure. Never that. For proximity. For access. For pulse reading. For poison delivery. Mercy stood behind her in the mirror room and adjusted her chin with 2 fingers. Do not look afraid, Mercy said. I'm not. No, you look angry. Men notice anger when it costs them something. Learn softness. It hides the knife. Across from Vera sat a training dummy shaped like a man's torso. Beside it sat a photograph. A boy. Dark hair. One eye with a strange silver ring. Younger than Vera by maybe a year. Under the photo, crown knife / future contact risk. Vera stared at the boy. Who is he? Mercy smiled. Someone you may need to kiss one day. Why? To end a war before it starts. Vera looked at the photo again. The boy's face was expressionless, but his eyes were not. His eyes looked like he had already learned not to ask for help. Vera said, he looks dead. Mercy's smile widened. Not yet. The memory shattered. Vera came back to the safe house floor on her knees. Gas still hissed. Her mask had slipped. Her eyes burned. Luca was half upright on the bed. One cuff broken, one still holding, chest band pinned open by a jammed mechanism. His mask remained on because apparently even while hallucinating, Vera had secured his before hers. Irritating. Useful. Human. She hated the evidence. He ripped the final cuff from the bed rail and staggered off the mattress. The bond hit hard when he reached her. Not touch. Nearness. He crouched in front of her. Did not touch. Vera. She lifted her gun by instinct. Her hand shook. Damn. His eyes dropped to the tremor, then back to her face. I saw you. She froze. What? The memory His voice was rough. Mercy, the mirror, my photograph. Vera's mouth went dry. Shared hallucination. No. Shared memory access. The safe house gas was not only making them remember. It was cross-linking. Final bond sequence. She forced herself upright. Do not make that meaningful. It already is. She hated that answer. She hated more that he sounded sorry. The gas thickened. Luca grabbed the broken chest band from the bed and tore it free. Then he smashed it into the vent panel until the metal bent inward. Vera crawled to the cabinet, pulled out an oxygen canister, and threw it to him. He caught it. Of course. They worked without speaking. That was worse. Too efficient. Too natural. He crushed the vent intake. She cut the gas line. He sealed it with a metal tray. She found the emergency purge. He broke the locked cover. She hit the switch. The room roared as ventilation reversed. White gas sucked into the ceiling. Fresh air blasted through. The monitors flickered. Mercy's voice returned, distorted now. Teamwork, how touching. Vera shot the last visible speaker. This time, silence held longer. Luca leaned against the bed, breathing hard. Blood ran from the cuts on his forearm and the corner of his mouth. His shirt hung open. The mark on his chest looked darker now, edged with red. Vera stood near the cabinet, gun in one hand, scalpel in the other. Both of them looked like survivors. Neither looked safe. Good. Safe was not on the table. Luca spoke first. You saw me before tonight. In a file. In a memory. Also a file. His mouth tightened. You were trained for me. I was trained for many people. Vera. She looked at him. The sound of her name no longer felt like discovery. It felt like recall. That was worse. What? You were a child. So were you. He looked away. Silence expanded. Not soft. Not clean. Shared damage never was. The monitor nearest the bed flickered, despite the bullet damage. A message appeared in broken red letters. Bond memory, exchange successful. Anchor resistance high. Air compliance unstable. Vera laughed. Sharp. Cold. They sound disappointed. Luca's mouth curved faintly. Good. The screen changed again. Proceed to SAFEHOSE Stage 2. Restraint and disclosure. A wall panel opened. Behind it was another room. Smaller. Darker. Not white. Concrete. Steel table. 2 chairs. A drain. Shelves of files. Manual chains bolted into the walls. Vera stared. She had used the room for weapons storage. Or thought she had. The wall she had built there had been false. Behind her safe house was their room. Inside their room were her old files. And Luca's. 2 folders lay on the steel table. One labeled VERA/little knife/assassin anchor. The other LUKAVOLKOV/dagger1 hidden heir. Luca saw the second folder. His face went still. Vera saw the first. Every part of her became quiet. Mercy's voice returned, faint, from somewhere deeper in the safe house. No one leaves until the heir remembers what he is, and the assassin remembers who trained her to love the blade. Vera lifted the G. No target. Only walls. Luca stepped beside her. Not in front, not behind, beside. The bond recognized the position and warmed dangerously. Vera ignored it. Mostly. Luca looked at the two folders, then at the chains, then at Vera. You wanted answers. Yes. There. Yes. Neither moved. For one strange second, the question was not whether to open the files. It was who had to do it first. Vera walked into the concrete room. Luca followed. The lights came on above them. Harsh, industrial, honest, better than white. Vera picked up Luca's file and threw it at his chest. He caught it. She picked up hers and placed it under one arm without opening it. Luca noticed. Not reading. Later. Afraid. Yes. The answer came out before she could sharpen it. Luca went still. She hated that too. He said only, fair. There it was again. That word. Too useful. Too dangerous. Vera pointed to the chair opposite hers. Sit. He looked at the chains. Do I get restrained again? Yes. By you or the room? Me. He sat. Good. She chained one of his wrists to the table. Then, after a pause, chained her own opposite wrist to the table too. Luca looked at the cuff, then at her. Why? Because if the bond surges, neither of us gets to make unilateral decisions. His gaze held hers. Respect moved through his face. Not admiration, not softness. Respect. It was harder to bear than flirtation. Good terms, he said. Do not sound impressed. I am. Stop. No. The bond warmed. Vera looked away first. Bad. Very bad. She nodded at his folder. Open it. Luca looked down at the file. His chained hand rested on the cover. Dagger 1. Hidden Heir. Volkov. He traced the letters once. Not emotionally. Like he wanted to see if they cut. Then he opened the folder. The first page held a birth record. Most of it was blacked out, but some lines remained. Male infant. Volkov paternal marker confirmed. Maternal name sealed. Declared status stillborn. Transfer authorized by OV. Luca stared. OV, Vera said. Octavia Volkov. His voice had no expression. That made it worse. He turned the page. A photograph. A newborn. Tiny. Red-faced. Screaming. A black ink stamp across the image. Do not name. Vera's throat tightened before she could stop it. Do not name. The circle loved that. Nameless children became easier to move. Luca did not breathe for a long moment. Then he said, I thought I began in the corridor. Vera looked at him. What? The first thing I remembered before tonight was a corridor. White floor, black doors. I thought that was where I started. He touched the baby photograph. But there was before. Vera said nothing. There was nothing useful. He turned another page. Training logs. Pain response. Poison trials. Sedation resistance. Memory fracture. Combat conditioning. Language conditioning. Bloodline recognition. Obedience triggers. Bond suppression. Not bond restriction. Vera read upside down. One line caught her eye. Subject body engineered to survive termination attempts. If assassin anchor saliva transfer contains active catalyst. She went cold. Stop. Luca looked at her. She pulled the file toward herself as far as the chain allowed. Read the line fully. Assassin anchor catalyst stored through long-term oral toxin conditioning. Activation requires mucosal transfer. Subject survival after poison exposure confirms bond pairing viability. The room stopped. Vera's mouth went dry. The poison had not been only poison. It had carried catalyst, stored in her, through long-term conditioning. Mercy had not trained her to kiss Luca one day. Mercy had made her body part of the key. Luca understood at the same time. His eyes lifted to her mouth, then immediately away. Good. Vera could not breathe. She had thought she chose the poison. She had chosen method, target, timing, escape. But the circle had prepared her body long before tonight. Maybe since 13. Maybe before. No. She stood too fast. The chain snapped tight, pulling her back. The cuff bit into her wrist. Luca rose too. Vera, do not. He stopped. She pulled against the chain once. Hard. Pain cleared the room slightly. Good. She needed pain. Her owned. Chosen. She pulled again. The cuff cut skin. Luca's eyes went black. Stop. Her head snapped up. The command hit badly. Very badly. His face changed immediately. I am sorry. Do not command me. I know. No, you do not know. You know cages. You know chains. You do not know what it is to find out your mouth has been a storage vial since childhood. The words shook. She hated that. Luca's jaw tightened. He sat down slowly. Not because she told him. Because he realized standing made the room worse. You are right, he said. Damn him again. He kept giving the right answer at inconvenient times. Vera sat. Not gracefully. The chair scraped. Blood ran from beneath her wrist cuff. Luca looked at it. Did not move. Good. She opened her own folder. The first page showed a photograph of Vera at 11. Hair cut short. Face blank. Standing in a white corridor with 3 other girls. All wearing gray. All barefoot. At the top, Assassin Anchor Program, female candidates. Female candidates. Not girls. Never girls. She flipped pages fast. Training scores. Poison tolerance. Seduction conditioning. Pain compliance. Kill accuracy. Emotional suppression. Oral toxin storage trials. Her stomach turned. Then she stopped. A page marked. Primary match, Dagger 1. Beside it were 2 childhood photographs. Luca at 12. Vera at 13. A line connected them. Anchor candidate shows high aggression regulation potential in Dagger 1 simulations. Future contact recommended if air activation required. Vera looked at Luca. He looked at the page. Both silent. Not fate. Not romance. Not destiny. A lab pairing. She hated that the bond warmed anyway. As if the body recognized what the mind rejected. She slapped the file shut. No. Luca's voice was low. No. Good. Same word. Same refusal. Mercy's voice returned through the floor speaker. Do you understand now? Vera aimed the gun at the speaker. Did not fire. Not yet. Mercy continued. You were not sent to kill him because we believed you would succeed. You were sent because your poison would wake what death could not. Vera's fingers tightened around the gun. Luca's chained hand curled into a fist. Mercy's voice softened. You are welcome, little knife. You finally have a purpose worthy of your training. Vera shot the speaker. Silence. Then another screen activated on the far wall. Mercy appeared. Live this time. Pale from blood loss. Shoulder bandaged badly. Still smiling. Temper. Vera aimed at the screen. Where are you? Mercy smiled, close enough. Luca's voice came cold. You wanted the kiss to wake me. Yes. Why kill order? To make her commit fully. Half-hearted poison produces poor results. Vera's face went still. Mercy looked at her with something that might have passed for affection in a darker species. You never do anything halfway. I spared you in the tunnel. Yes, disappointing, but useful. Why? Because you needed to believe Mercy was still yours. Vera laughed once. Empty. You named yourself Mercy. I named myself after what I removed from others. Luca's eyes went black. Vera felt the bond surge. She looked at him. No. He stopped. Mercy's smile widened. Beautiful, already correcting him. Vera looked back at the screen. If you wanted him awake, why not wake him yourself? Mercy tilted her head. Because Dagger One kills handlers upon activation. Luca's mouth curved without humor. Smart man. Mercy ignored him. But assassin anchor contact produces orientation. Vera went cold. Orientation. He wakes angry, fractured, unclaimed. Your kiss gives him a direction. Luca's gaze shifted to Vera. He looked as horrified as she felt. Good. Direction toward what? Vera asked. Mercy's eyes glittered. The final registry. The wall screen split. A map appeared. Not geography. Bloodlines. Volkov cradle. Sokolov canister. Orlov twins. Dragonov triplets. The knife through crown. Lines converged at Luca's symbol. Then extended outward. Toward dozens of names. Women. Children. Embryos. Dead files. Hidden houses. Future pairings. The full air registry. Mercy said, the triplets opened the map. Luca can read it. You can anchor him while he does. Vera looked at the map. Names flickered. Too many. The circle had not built one hidden heir. It had built an empire of possible heirs. Bodies waiting to be activated, stolen, matched, killed, sold. The map pulsed. Luca's mark pulsed with it. His face went pale. He could feel it. All of it. Doors opening. Names calling. Bloodlines pulling. Vera saw the pain hit him. She hated that she saw. Mercy continued. You will bring him back. Together, you will unlock the registry. Then we will end this inefficient war before more women improvise law in churches. Vera smiled faintly. Mercy stopped. She knew that smile. Good. Vera lifted her bleeding, cuffed wrist. You forgot something. What? You chained me to him in a room full of your files. Mercy's eyes narrowed. And you taught me what to do with rooms. Vera slammed the metal file corner into the table's underside, striking the manual lock she had noticed when sitting down. Old mechanism, not circle. Hers. Installed years ago in case she was ever restrained at her own table. The cuff on her wrist snapped open. Mercy's face changed. Vera unlocked Luca's cuff next. Luca looked at her. Temporary. Earn it. He stood. Mercy reached off screen. Alarms blared. The concrete room doors began to close. Vera grabbed her folder. Luca grabbed his, and they moved. Not toward the elevator. Toward the drain. Luca saw. Fourth exit. Drainage shaft. You said you had 3 exits. I lied. Good liar. Finally, she kicked open the drain grate. Too small for a normal man. Luca looked at it. Then at her. You first. You will not fit. I will make myself unpleasantly narrow. That is not how shoulders work. He tore a steel shelf from the wall and used it to widen the opening with brute force. Concrete cracked. The safe house screamed alarms. Mercy shouted something from the screen. Vera dropped into the shaft first. Cold water hit her boots. Luca followed badly, painfully, but he followed. Above them, the concrete room door sealed. Gas flooded behind it. Too late. They moved through the drainage tunnel in darkness. Files under one arm, guns in hand. No chains between them now, except the invisible one the circle had built, and both of them intended to cut. Behind them, Mercy's voice echoed through the safe house speakers. You cannot run from what you were made for. Vera looked back once, then at Luca. He was breathing hard, blood on his mouth, mark pulsing through his shirt, eyes still his. For now, she said, we are not running. Luca's mouth curved. No. Vera turned toward the tunnel ahead. We are stealing your registry. Above them, the safe house locks began opening one by one. Not because Mercy allowed it, because Luca's mark had turned black silver, and every buried system suddenly recognized him as higher authority. Hidden heir. Active. Unkillable. A key made of a stolen son. He looked at the opening doors, then at Vera. For the first time, she saw fear under the amusement. What am I? Vera thought of the newborn photograph, stamped, do not name. Of the boy in the corridor. Of the man who survived her kiss. Of the folder under his arm. Chapter 3 waited in the dark with teeth. She answered with the only truth she had. That is what we find out next. The drainage tunnel opened into the old city storm line. Beyond it, Moscow waited. Behind them, the Circle safe house burned its own records. Vera clutched her file. Luca clutched his. And somewhere inside him, the final registry had begun to wake. End of Chapter 2. Pregnant by the Bratva Heir. Chapter 3. The Heir They Stole. Moscow's storm drains had not been designed for stolen heirs and runaway assassins. Vera considered that an oversight. Cold water dragged at her boots as she moved through the old tunnel beneath the city. One hand on the slick concrete wall, the other wrapped around her gun. The file marked VERA/Little Knife Assassin Anchor was tucked under her jacket against her ribs. It felt heavier than paper. Behind her, Luka Volkov moved too quietly for a man who had been poisoned. Sedated, restrained, gassed, and dragged through a collapsing safe house within the same night. That irritated her. Wounded men should make more noise. Noise made distance easier. Luca made none. Only once every few meters, when the black mark beneath his shirt pulsed, his breath caught. Barely. A controlled sound. The kind of sound made by someone trained not to give pain witnesses. Vera knew that training. She hated recognizing it in him. The drainage tunnel curved left. Rusted service lights flickered overhead, most dead, a few buzzing weakly enough to make the dark worse instead of better. Somewhere far above, Moscow moved toward dawn. Black cars, private guards, old families waking to threat alerts, women checking locks, men pretending command was the same as control. Behind them, the safe house burned. Not completely. Vera had set fail-safes before leaving, but the circle systems had fought back. Some records would survive. Some had probably already been copied. Mercy would not have risked a legacy site without redundancies. Mercy never spent one knife when she could bury 3. Luca's voice came from behind her. "You are bleeding." Vera did not turn. "So are you." "More." "Then compete quietly." "You first." She stopped. So did he. The tunnel water moved around their boots. Vera looked over her shoulder. Luca stood several feet behind her, one hand braced against the tunnel wall, his other gripping the file marked LUKA-VOLKOV/-1 Hidden Heir. His face was pale beneath the grime and blood. The silver ring around one iris caught the weak service light and made his gaze look less human. Not inhuman. Made. There was a difference. She pointed the guns slightly downward, not aimed at him, not away either. "Are you flirting through blood loss?" His mouth curved faintly. "I was trying concern." "Try silence, less dangerous." "You are bad at receiving concern." "I was trained by people who used it as bait." The faint curve vanished. "Good." No charm. No almost smile. No expression that made the bond under Vera's skin respond, like something waking in a dark room. Luca looked toward the tunnel ahead. "Where does this go?" "Storm outlet near the old textile district. From there, a car." "Yours?" "Not anymore." Because the safe house was theirs. Vera resumed walking. Everything is theirs until proven otherwise. "And us." She almost laughed. "Almost. Especially us." The tunnel narrowed. Luca ducked beneath a low pipe, then stopped so suddenly Vera heard the water shift. She turned. His hand had gone to the wall. Not for B. A lance now. For orientation. His eyes were unfocused. The mark beneath his shirt pulsed black-silver. Vera moved back one step despite herself. "Luca." His name came out too fast. Too natural. "Wronged." His eyes snapped to hers. "Say that again." "No. Please." That was worse. She lifted the gun. "Do not make it sentimental." His jaw tightened. "I am not asking because it feels sentimental." "Then why?" "Because when you said it, the doors stopped." Vera went still. "What doors?" His gaze shifted past her, toward something she could not see. "The registry." The tunnel seemed to close around them. Vera lowered the gun by 1 inch. "You can feel it now." "Yes." "Describe it." His laugh was rough and humorless. "You will hate the answer." I hate most answers. He pressed his palm harder to the wall. It feels like rooms, hundreds, maybe thousands, some open, some sealed, some burning, some empty but not empty. His eyes flicked to hers. Names behind doors, blood behind names. Women, children, frozen things, dead things that are not dead. Vera's fingers tightened around her file. Cradle registry. Yes. And saying your name stopped it. No, you saying my name stopped it. The water moved around them. Vera felt the statement enter her body and lodge somewhere unpleasant. Anchor. The circle word. Assassin anchor. She rejected it instantly. Coincidence. No. You are unstable from poison. Yes. Sedative. Yes. Blood loss. Yes. Then coincidence remains available. His mouth almost moved. Not quite. You argue like survival depends on it. It often does. The mark pulsed again. Luca's knees nearly gave. Vera moved before deciding to. She caught his forearm. Heat snapped between them. Not gentle, not romantic. A hard electrical bite that climbed from palm to shoulder and struck behind her ribs. The tunnel lights flickered. Luca's hand closed over hers for half a second, not gripping, not holding, just reacting. Both froze. The registry pressure in him seemed to settle. His breathing slowed. Vera S. did not. She released him. Immediately. He let her. Also immediately. Good. Very good. Not enough. Do not read meaning into that, she said. Luca's voice was low, too late. She raised the gun again. His mouth curved. Not romantic meaning. Clarify quickly. It means the circle was not guessing. The gun did not waver. Bad clarification. He looked at her hand, then at her face. They made you to anchor whatever they made me to become. No. His gaze held hers. No, he agreed, but they tried. That was different. Better. Still awful. Vera turned and kept walking. Move. He followed. After 30 meters, he said, Vera. Her back tightened. Use another word. I do not know another one for you. Assassin. No. Little knife. His voice darkened. Never. The answer came so fast it stopped her. She did not turn this time. If she looked, something would shift. Maybe in him. Maybe in her. Maybe in the part of the bond that kept taking notes. So she kept moving. Then be quiet. This time he was. The storm outlet opened beneath an abandoned overpass east of the textile district. Dawn had not fully arrived, but the sky had begun turning from black to gunmetal. Snowmelt ran in dirty lines along the curb. The city smelled like exhaust, wet concrete, and secrets thawing badly. Vera climbed out first. She scanned left. Empty. Right. Also empty. Rooftops. 2 possible sniper positions. No immediate movement. A stray dog watched from beneath a burned delivery truck, decided both humans were trouble, and vanished. Good dog. Luca emerged from the outlet behind her, moving stiffly now. His shirt clung wetly to his chest. Blood had dried near his mouth. The file under his arm was damp at the edges, but intact. Vera looked down the alley. The car should have been parked behind the old loading dock. It was. Black sedan. False plates. Cold engine. No obvious tampering. That meant nothing. She crossed to it, crouched, checked undercarriage, wheel wells, door seams, exhaust, fuel line, trunk. Luca leaned against the loading dock and watched. You do this for every car. Yes. Tiring. Less tiring than exploding. Fair. She glanced at him sharply. He looked back. That word again. Too calm. Too useful. The car was clean. Probably. Vera unlocked it manually, opened the driver's door, then paused. There was an envelope on the seat. White. Of course. Her jaw tightened. Luca straightened. Circle. No. The paper was too rough. The fold too practical. No cradle mark. No perfume. No theatrical flourish. Vera opened it with a knife tip. Inside was a burner phone and a note written in black marker. Little knife. If you are alive, stop using exits you paid for. They sold those to you on purpose. Use the red garage on Killick Street. Ask for Aunt Nadia. Do not trust the man with the gold tooth. And if the air is breathing, do not let him sleep before he remembers the orchard. N. O signature. None needed. Vera closed her eyes once. Luca came closer. Who? She handed him the note. He read it. His expression changed at the final word. Orchard. You remember. He did not answer. His eyes unfocused again, but not from the registry this time. Memory. Different pain. Older. The mark on his chest did not pulse. His hand tightened around the note. Apple trees, he said. Vera went very still. In Moscow. No. Where? I don't know. He looked down at the note again. The ground was black, wet. There were white buildings beyond the trees. Children were not allowed past the fence. Vera's mouth dried. The orphan corridor. His gaze lifted. No, before the corridor. Before. A word that had nearly broken him in the safe house. A newborn photo stamped, do not name. A birth record signed by Octavia. A boy who thought he began in a white hallway, discovering he had once seen trees. Vera took the note back. Galina sent this. Luca's eyes sharpened. The old nurse. You know her. I know her voice. From where? His jaw clenched. Memory pushed. He resisted. Not intentionally, maybe. His body had been trained not to open certain doors. Vera recognized that too. Do not force it, she said. He looked at her. That seemed to surprise him. She hated that. I need useful memories, not broken ones. There she is. Finish that sentence and walk. He smiled faintly. Bad threat, I can walk. Can you? His smile faded. Good. He was swaying slightly. The poison, sedation, gas, bond surge, and registry wake were catching up. Vera took the burner phone from the envelope and checked it. One number saved. No name. She called. The line connected after one ring. A woman answered. Finally, Galina. Smoke in human form. Vera leaned against the car, one eye on the alley. You left a note. You used the obvious car. It was not obvious. Little knife, if you paid for it, they touched it. Vera looked at the sedan. Her skin went cold. Tracking. Worse, memory trigger in the seat. Vera stepped back from the open door. Luca looked at her. She shook her head once. Do not enter. He did not. Good. Galina continued. Bring him to Killick Street. No. Good, suspicion intact. Why Orchard? Silence. Then Galina exhaled. You found his file. Part of it. Did he see the baby photo? Vera looked at Luca. Luca watched her face. Yes. Galina cursed softly. Not theatrically. Not for effect. The curse of someone grieving an old failure. He needs the Orchard memory before Mercy closes it again. Vera's spine tightened. Mercy can close memories remotely. Not close, collapse. If he sleeps before the first memory anchor stabilizes, he may wake as Dagger One, not Luca. Luca heard his designation through the phone. His face went blank. Vera hated that. What is the Orchard? She asked. Galina's voice lowered. The place they kept stolen heirs before they were old enough for corridors. Location. Killick Street first. No. Do not waste time proving you are feral. Do not waste mine proving you know my training file. Galina laughed once. Dry. Approving, maybe. The Orchard was outside Tver. Old Estate Hospital. Officially burned 17 years ago. Unofficially moved underground. Luca looked away. 17 years. He would have been a child. Maybe old enough to remember apples. Maybe old enough to watch the trees disappear. Vera asked, why does he need it? Because the circle built him around a lie. Dagger One begins in the corridor. Luca begins before it. Vera looked at him. He stood by the loading dock, pale, wet, bleeding, holding a file that told him he had been born and stolen before he was ever named. Luca begins before it. Useful. Dangerous. Galina continued. If he cannot remember before, the registry will use the code name as root identity. Then Mercy can call him through the final map. Can I stop it? You. Yes. No. Vera almost smiled. At least Galina respected accuracy. Can he? With you anchoring him, maybe. No. That was not moral commentary. It was mechanism. I reject the mechanism. Good, reject it while using it or die in principle. Vera's jaw tightened. Galina's voice softened by 1 degree. Little knife. They put catalyst in you. They put registry in him. The first thing you do with a weapon is decide where not to point it. Vera hated that. Because it was good advice. Because Mercy had said something similar once, only uglier. Because Galina's version left room for choice. Who else knows about Killick Street? Vera asked. Everyone by now, if you keep talking beside a rigged car. Vera looked at the sedan. A small red light blinked once beneath the dashboard. Damn. She grabbed Luca's sleeve. Move. He moved. She pressed the phone to her ear. Galina. What? If this is another circle room, I will burn you with it. Galina laughed. There she is. Vera ended the call. Luca looked at her. I thought you hated that phrase. From you. Jealousy. She drew her gun. Try. Again. He almost smiled. Then the sedan exploded. The blast threw both of them into the loading dock wall. Vera hit shoulder first. Pain cracked white through her vision. Luca hit beside her and twisted mid-fall, putting his body between her and the second wave of shrapnel. Stupid, useful, infuriating. Metal screamed across concrete. The car fire punched heat into the alley. Glass rained down. Somewhere, an alarm began wailing in a nearby building. Vera shoved Luca off her. "Do not shield me." He grimaced, blood fresh at his temple. "I was shielding the file." Bad liar. His mouth curved despite pain. "There she is." She hit his chest with the back of her hand. "Not hard. Enough." He winced anyway. She saw the mark flare under his shirt. Guilt hit. Unwelcome. She buried it. A black van turned into the alley. Then a second. Mercy's retrieval team. Or Cradle. Or Volkov. No. Vera saw the white armband through the windshield. "Circle. Can you run?" she asked. Luca looked at her. "Truth. Preferably." "No. Walk. Badly. Fight." His eyes went black. "Always." Wrong answer, but useful. The first van door opened. Vera shot the driver before his foot reached the ground. Luca grabbed a strip of twisted metal from the exploded sedan and hurled it through the second van's windshield. The vehicle swerved and slammed into a pillar. Good. Dramatic. Irritatingly effective. Vera pulled Luca toward the side street. He stumbled once. This time, she did not catch him by the arm. She grabbed the back of his shirt. Less skin. Less bond. Still enough. The bond warmed. "Not now. Not now." "Stay functional," she snapped. "I am trying. Try better." They cut through an old market passage, past shuttered stalls and frozen piles of discarded cabbage. Gunfire followed. Vera fired backward twice without slowing. One man dropped. Another cursed. Luca breathed harder. The mark pulsed. The registry was pulling. The memory was unstable. He could not sleep. He could not run. He could barely remain Luca. Excellent morning. Vera shoved open a red metal garage door on Killick Street. Inside, an old woman in a flowered housecoat stood behind a counter, holding a shotgun. "Aunt Nadia?" Vera asked. The old woman spat into a cup. "Depends who wants to know. Galina sent us." "Galina sends trouble and never money." "Accurate." Nadia looked at Luca. Her face changed. Only slightly. Then she stepped aside. "Back room, quickly." Vera did not move. "Gold tooth." Nadia lifted her upper lip. "No gold." "Boris had the gold tooth. I buried him under the lift." Vera considered. "Recently. 3 years. Acceptable." They entered. Nadia slammed the garage door behind them and dropped 3 locks. The front room looked like a mechanic's shop. The back room was an armory. Vera approved despite herself. Nadia pointed to a metal chair. "Sit him." Luca looked at the chair. Then at Vera. "Again. You prefer the floor. I prefer no restraints. You keep having unrealistic preferences." He sat. Vera did not restrain him this time. He noticed. So did Nadia. The old woman looked between them, then said, "Ah." Vera aimed the gun at her. "Do not ah." Nadia held up both hands. "No ah." Luca leaned back in the chair. His eyes closed. Vera crossed the room immediately and kicked the chair leg. His eyes opened. Do not sleep. I heard Galena. Then act like it. I am awake. Barely. Nadia opened a refrigerator hidden behind a tool wall and removed 3 syringes, 2 blood packs, and a bottle of clear liquor. Vera pointed at the liquor. For him. For me if this gets worse. I like you. You will not later. Nadia took Luca's wrist and checked his pulse. He let her. That bothered Vera too. How bad? Vera asked. Nadia looked at her. You care. I need him alive. No, you need him awake. Alive is easier. Then, Nadia's face grew serious. His body is cycling poison, sedative, registry activation, and bond stress. If he sleeps now, the circle can pull him through code triggers. If he stays awake too long, he collapses, and they pull him anyway. Solution. First memory anchor. The orchard. Yes. How? Nadia looked at Luca. He remembers it, or someone helps him remember. Luca's eyes focused slowly. How would she help? Nadia's gaze went to Vera. With contact. No, Vera said. Luca said the same. Good. Same refusal. Nadia snorted. I did not say naked in a ritual circle. Hands, forehead, voice. Enough to keep him in the right memory if he starts falling into the corridor. Vera looked at Luca. He looked back. Both hated it. Both understood the trap. Contact stabilized. Contact advanced the bond. Distance destabilized. Distance risked dagger one. The circle had made every door ugly. Nadia pulled out 2 chairs and set them facing each other. No chains unless he turns black-eyed and starts speaking in code. Luca lifted one brow, comforting. You are the one with the chest mark. Vera almost smiled. Almost. Adia handed Vera a syringe. If he starts reciting designation commands, use this. What is it? Pain override with stimulant. Side effects. Yes. Specific. Pain. Obviously. Then obviously enough. Vera took it. Luca watched the exchange. Do I get a weapon? No, Vera and Nadia said together. His mouth almost moved. Vera sat opposite him. The distance was careful. Too much for bond comfort. Close enough to intervene. The file lay between them on the work table. Nadia dimmed the lights. Luca's hand tightened on the chair arm. Vera noticed. White room. No. Then what? Dark before white. Nadia's face softened, then hardened again. Good start before white. Vera looked at Luca. Orchard. His eyes shifted. The mark pulsed. Say what you see. Black ground. Wet. Yes. Trees. Apple. How many? His brows drew together. Rose. Fence. Yes. What kind? Wire high, but trees hide it if you are small. Vera leaned forward by 1 inch. Were you small? Yes. The word came differently. Less Luca. More child. Vera's fingers tightened around the stimulant syringe. Alone? No. Who was with you? His breathing changed. Faster. The mark pulsed red. Children. How many? Too many. Names. No names. Codes. His jaw locked. Designation trigger. Vera spoke sharply. Not codes, faces. His eyes flickered. Good. Faces, he repeated. Yes, start with one. A girl with yellow ribbon. She bit a nurse. Vera almost smiled. Useful girl. She disappeared. The room went cold. Next, a boy who sang without sound, mouth moving, no voice. Why no voice? They said he cried too loud. Nadia muttered a curse. Vera held Luca's gaze. Next, his breath hitched. A baby. Vera's hand tightened. Yours? No, small, sick. They put him in a blue blanket because he was always cold. Luca's eyes darkened. The baby had a name. Vera leaned closer. What name? I wasn't supposed to know. No, anyway. Lev. The room stopped. Nadia went pale. Vera's mouth dried. Lev. Sokolov baby. Mila's son. Roman's heir. The circle had moved children through the same orchard. Luca's eyes unfocused. They took him before the corridor. Where? I don't know. Stay in the orchard, not corridor. His hands gripped the chair arms. Wood creaked. The woman with rings came. Octavia. Yes. What did she do? She counted us. Vera felt something cold move through her. How? Not numbers, bloodlines. His voice changed. A child repeating adult words. Volkov, Sokolov, Orlov reserve. Dragunov sample failed, Belova future. Voss delayed. The entire series, in a child's orchard. Vera forced her voice steady. What did she call you? His jaw locked. Do not name. The file stamp. The newborn photo. Vera leaned forward. Not the code, before the code. His breathing went rough. There was no before. There was. No. There was. The mark flashed black. Nadia grabbed the shotgun. Vera lifted one hand. Wait. Luca's eyes turned fully black. His voice came flat. Dagger 1 active. Vera's stomach chilled. Nadia whispered, now. Vera uncapped the syringe. But she did not inject him yet. Instead, she stood and stepped into his space. Dangerous. Necessary. Luca. No response. Dagger 1 active, he repeated. His hand shot out. Fast. He caught her wrist before she reached his neck. The syringe trembled between them. Nadia lifted the shotgun. Vera's voice went cold. Do not shoot him. He is not him. Vera looked into Luca's black eyes. No, he is behind it. The grip on her wrist tightened. Pain flared. Her bones protested. She did not flinch. Listen to me, she said. The corridor is not the start. Dagger 1 active. The white room is not the start. Awaiting directive. The circle is not the start. His grip trembled. Good. There. A crack. Vera leaned closer. The bond surged. Every instinct screamed not to put her face near his while he was in code state. She did it anyway. Not a kiss. Not poison. Voice. Breath. Choice. Luka Volkov. His pupils flickered. Luka, she repeated. The grip loosened by a fraction. Before Dagger 1, there was a boy in an orchard. He knew a girl with a yellow ribbon. He knew a silent singer. He knew a cold baby named Lev. He saw Octavia count children like coins. He remembers black ground and apple trees. His breathing changed. The black in his eyes cracked at the edges. Vera's wrist hurt badly now. She ignored it. What was your name before they told you not to have one? A sound tore from his throat. Not word, not scream, something between. The mark across his chest flared black silver, then red. Nadia whispered, careful. Vera did not look away. What was your name? Luca's lips parted. Nothing. Then, Luca. His voice broke on it. Not the man's voice. Not the code. The child. The name rooted. The grip on her wrist released. Vera immediately injected the stimulant into his shoulder. He shouted. Pain override hit. His body arched in the chair. Then he collapsed forward. RD. Vera caught him by both shoulders. Skin contact. Bond impact. The whole room flickered. Nadia swore. The lights popped. A monitor on the wall activated despite no one touching it. First memory anchor restored. Dagger 1 override weakened. Assassin anchor confirmed. Vera turned her head toward the screen. I am getting tired of screens. Luca's forehead dropped against her shoulder. He was breathing. Awake. Not code. His voice came rough against her jacket. My name is Luca. Vera went still. Her hands remained on his shoulders. Not holding. Not releasing. The bond settled around them like a dark animal, choosing not to bite. For now. Yes, she said. Say it. No. Please. Damn him. Damn that word. She closed her eyes once. Luca. His breath shook. Not dramatically. Barely. That made it worse. Nadia lowered the shotgun. Good, very touching. Now separate before the room gets ideas. Vera released him instantly. Luca sat back, pale and shaking. She stepped away, pulse too high, wrist bruised from his grip. He saw the marks. His face changed. I hurt you. Briefly. That is your line. I am using it correctly. His jaw tightened. I am sorry. Be useful instead. He swallowed, then nodded. Good. They could work with useful. Nadia handed Vera a bandage for her wrist. Vera ignored it. Nadia slapped it against her chest. Use it or bleed on my floor. Vera bandaged the wrist. Luca watched like guilt had teeth. She hated that. Stop looking punished, she said. I was. Yes, by them, not by me. His eyes lifted. You are bleeding because of my hand. I have bled for worse reasons. That does not improve this one. Fair. Annoying. She looked away first. Nadia poured clear liquor into 3 metal cups. Vera looked at her. Is now the time? No, that is why I am drinking all 3. She did. Excellent woman. Then the burner phone rang. Everyone stopped. Vera answered on speaker. Galina. Did he remember? Vera looked at Luca. Yes. Name. He said Luca. Galina exhaled. Good. Not relief exactly. Something older. Then Dagger 1 is weakened. Not gone. Nothing useful is gone in one night. Luca leaned forward. Galina. The line went silent. Then the old nurse said, "Luca." He closed his eyes. The name in Galina's voice hit differently. Vera heard it. He did too. "You knew me," he said. "I knew of you." "Liar," Vera said. Galina sighed. "Fine, I held you once." Luca went still. Vera did too. "When?" "Orchard, you were 5, maybe 6. Fever. Octavia ordered no names, so you asked me mine instead." Luca's hand curled. "What did you tell me?" "That old women have too many names, and none of them are free." His mouth moved. "Not smile. Memory. I called you Smoke." Galina laughed softly. "You were an impolite child. You gave me an apple." "Yes. I thought I invented that." "No, boy. You were fed once by someone who hated the room." Luca's face closed. The kind of closed that meant if it stayed open 1 second longer, something would break. Vera looked away. Some moments did not need witnesses. Galina continued, voice rougher now. "Listen carefully. The circle will send the registry pull again. Mercy cannot code lock you as easily if Luca stays rooted before Dagger 1. But she will try." "What does she need?" Vera asked. "You." "No." "Yes, she needs your voice, your contact, your resistance. The anchor is not romantic nonsense. It is neurological leverage they built through both of you." "I reject it." "Good, reject ownership. Use mechanism." Everyone keeps giving me that advice. Because you keep surviving engineered rooms and pretending principles are doors. Vera's jaw tightened. Luca's mouth almost moved. She glared. He stopped. Galina said, "Get to Volkov Estate." "No." "Little knife. They will put him in a room." "Yes, a room with doctors who ask before cutting and women who shoot men for saying carrier." Vera paused. "Valid. Unpleasantly valid. Nikolai will want him," she said. "Nikolai will want answers. Anya will make him ask correctly." Luca looked up. His face was unreadable. "Nikolai. Father. Maybe." Chapter 6 waited far away with that truth. "Not yet. Not here." Vera asked, "And if Luca is his son?" Galina was silent. Then the circle stole, more than a child. Luca looked at the floor. Vera watched him. Raised as a weapon. Not a son. That was the chapter's wound, open now. She turned back to the phone. "We need more before we go in." "Then read page 7 of his file," Galina said. Vera found the file on the table and flipped. 1, 2, 3, 7. She stopped. Luca leaned closer. The page title read, "Air Design Purpose, Dagger 1." Vera read aloud. "Primary objective. Create crown line compatible air without house loyalty." The room went cold. She continued. "Secondary objective. Survival through poison, torture, memory fracture, and bond suppression." Luca's face emptied. Tertiary objective. Final registry access through living bloodline resonance. Nadia crossed Herschel. F with the liquor cup. Vera kept reading. Subject must not form paternal attachment. Subject must not retain maternal memory. Subject must not be named by blood family. Subject must be raised by circle doctrine as executable weapon. She stopped. Executable weapon. Luca was very still. Not blank. Worse. Listening to the architecture of his life, spoken in clinical lines. Vera forced herself to finish. If subject develops self-identity before final activation, terminate or force assassin anchor bond to redirect loyalty. Silence. Then Luca laughed once. It was not humor. It was the sound of a man finding the final lock on a door he had been clawing at since childhood. They did not raise me as an heir, he said. His voice was calm. Too calm. They raised me to kill heirs. Galina's voice on the phone softened. Yes. Vera looked at the page again. Crown line compatible heir without house loyalty. Living bloodline resonance. Executable weapon. The hidden heir was not hidden to inherit. He was hidden to end inheritance. Luca's eyes lifted to Vera. Black at the edges, but still Luca. They made me to open the registry and execute whatever threatens it. Or whoever the circle labels as threat, Vera said. He nodded once. The triplets. The word entered the room. Sophia's 3 heartbeats. The threat card. Kill the triplets, or every heir dies. Now the mechanism showed teeth. If Luca was activated as Dagger 1, he could be turned against every heir, beginning with the triplets. Vera's blood cooled. You are the threat behind the threat. Yes. And Mercy needs me to direct you. Yes. Vera looked at the file, then at Luca, then at the phone. Galina said quietly, Now you understand why you cannot disappear with him. Vera hated that. Because she did. Luca stood slowly. No one stopped him. His gaze stayed on the page. I am not going back to Volkov as a son. Vera watched him carefully. No. No, his voice hardened. Sons get mourned. Weapons get stored. I need to know which one they want before I stand in their house. Galina said, Nikolai does not know you. Then he cannot want me. That landed. Badly. Vera saw it hit him too late. He turned away. The bond tightened in response to his pain. Vera did not move closer. Not yet, she said, then we do not go as family. Luca looked back. What? We go as evidence. His mouth almost moved. That sounds familiar. I am told women are improving Mafia law. Nadia snorted. Galina laughed through the phone. Vera continued, You are not returning as son, heir, weapon, or asset. You return with files, testimony, registry access, and conditions. Luca's eyes held hers. Terms? Yes. What terms? Vera looked at the file, then at the bloodline map on the wall screen, still frozen from the safe house copy she had transferred to Nadia's system. First, no restraints unless you ask or lose yourself. Luca went still. Second, no one uses Dagger 1. His throat moved once. Third, no paternal claim until you ask for one. His eyes darkened. Not black. Something else. Fourth, he asked. Vera looked at him. Fourth, if mercy triggers you, I anchor by voice first. Contact only if I choose it. He nodded. Yes. Fifth, if you become a threat to the triplets. Luca's face closed. Kill me. No. He stared. No. No, Vera's voice sharpened. That is their binary. Kill triplets or kill heir. Lazy architecture. Then what? Then I hurt you enough to bring Luca back. His mouth almost moved. Romantic. Functional. I prefer functional. Good, Galina said. Bring him in. Nikolai is ready. Vera looked at the phone. Is he? No. At least honest. Is Anya? Yes. That mattered more than expected. Vera ended the call. Nadia was already opening a weapons locker. You will need another car. I know. Take the green one. It has flowers painted on the side. Exactly. No one expects assassins and stolen heirs in a florist van. Luca looked at Vera. Florist van. Your masculinity will survive. I was concerned about stealth. Nadia is right. It is ugly enough to become invisible. Nadia looked offended. Those flowers are hand-painted. I apologized to the flowers. Nadia handed Vera a bag of supplies, then handed Luca a dark coat. He took it. Thank you. The old woman looked surprised, then grunted. Do not die in it. I'll try. Try better. Vera almost smiled. Almost. They left through the back exit into a narrow courtyard where the green florist van waited under a torn tarp. Painted pink lilies curled along the sides. Horrible. Perfect. Before they got in, Luca stopped. Vera looked at him. What? He held up his file. I need to say it once before that house tries to say it for me. Vera waited. Snow began falling again. Light this time. Not mountain snow. City snow. Dirty before it touched the ground. Luca looked at the file, then at Vera. I was born. The words were simple. They hit harder than expected. I was stolen, declared dead, kept unnamed, raise. D by the cradle circle as dagger one. Trained to kill the heirs I should have known. Engineered to survive poison and open their registry. I was not raised as a son. His hand tightened on the file. I was raised as a weapon. Vera held his gaze. No softness. No pity. A clean witness. And now, his eyes darkened. Now I decide who I am pointed at. Good answer. Very good. Dangerous answer. Vera opened the van door. Then get in, Luca. The name steadied him. She saw it. He got in. As Vera started the florist van, the dashboard radio crackled despite being off. Mercy's voice filled the cab. Identity restoration noted. Touching, inefficient. Vera's hand froze on the wheel. Luca's mark pulsed beneath his coat. Mercy continued. Dagger One was not made to need a father. He was made to replace one. Vera looked at Luca. Luca looked at the radio. Mercy's voice softened. Ask Nikolai Volkov what happens when a hidden heir challenges a living king. The radio cut. For 1 second, neither spoke. Then Luca reached down and ripped the radio from the dashboard. Wires sparked. The van went silent. Vera looked at the smoking hole. That was rude to Nadia's van. I'll apologize to the flowers. Despite everything, Vera almost laughed. Then the bond pulsed. Not violent. Not warm. Alert. Ahead, the road to the Volkov estate opened under gray snow. Behind them, Mercy had planted the next knife. Hidden heir. Living king. Stolen son. Replacement. Luca looked at Vera. Still think they will not put me in a room. Yes, she said. He blinked. She shifted the van into gear. Because if they try, I will put them in one first. His mouth curved. Real. Brief. Alive. The florist van rolled toward the estate carrying the heir they stole, the assassin they trained, and 2 files that could either complete the Cradle Circle's final map or burn it from the inside. End of Chapter 3. Pregnant by the Bratva Heir. Chapter 4. The Final Not Bond. The florist van reached the Volkov estate at dawn, with pink lilies painted on both sides, and a hidden heir bleeding in the passenger seat. Vera hated the van. She hated the flowers. She hated the way Luka Volkov kept looking at the estate gates like he was trying to decide whether he was coming home or entering another laboratory. Mostly, she hated that she understood the difference mattered. The estate rose beyond the outer wall, all dark stone, iron, snow, and old money, pretending it had never heard of cages. Guards moved along the perimeter. Rifles tracked the van from 3 different angles before it reached the first checkpoint. Luka looked at the painted lilies. Subtle. Nadia has opinions about camouflage. She should not. She buried a man with a gold tooth under a hydraulic lift. I am not correcting her taste. His mouth moved, almost a smile. The Bond noticed. Vera did not, or tried not to. The mark beneath Luka's borrowed coat had been quiet for 6 minutes. That was the longest silence since the safe house. The black-red lines across his chest still spread under the skin in faint branches, but the violent pulsing had stopped after he remembered the orchard. Not fully. Nothing tonight had been full. Only enough. Enough memory to weaken Dagger One. Enough evidence to return to Volkov as something other than a weapon. Enough connection between them to make Vera deeply uncomfortable every time he breathed differently. At the gate, a Volkov guard lifted one hand. Stop. Vera stopped. 3 rifles pointed at the windshield. 2 at the tires. 1 at Luka. Good. They were learning priorities. The guard approached the driver's side, weapon raised. Identify. Vera. His eyes sharpened. That name had traveled ahead. Of course it had. His gaze moved to Luka. The rifle lifted another inch. Hands visible. Luka lifted both hands slowly. Unarmed. Vera snorted. The guard glanced at her. She said he is never unarmed, but he has no gun. Luka looked at her. That sounded complimentary. It was diagnostic. The guard's radio crackled. A woman's voice came through. Let them through the first gate. Weapons trained. No one touches either of them. Anya Volkov. Vera had never met her. She liked the voice. The gate opened. The van rolled through. Luka's breathing changed as soon as they crossed the first perimeter. Vera heard it. Too shallow. Too controlled. The estate recognized him. Or he recognized it. Either answer was bad. Luka. His eyes stayed on the house. I hear doors again. Vera's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. How many? More than before. Registry. Yes. Dagger One. A pause. No. Truth. His jaw flexed. Not yet. Excellent. Terrible. The second gate opened slower. Inside the courtyard, the Volkov estate had become a military hospital with expensive landscaping. Black SUVs lined the drive. Medical staff moved between entrances. Armed women guarded the east wing. Men in dark coats stood in disciplined clusters, all pretending not to stare at the florist V. And near the main steps, Nikolai Volkov waited. Vera knew him from files. Everyone knew Nikolai Volkov from files. Bratva King, cold strategist, Volkov bloodline head, husband to Anya, father to... No, that truth waited for chapter 6. Not now, not yet. Beside him stood Anya Volkov in a dark coat, one hand resting near her weapon, the other open at her side. Roman Sokolov stood to the left with Mila Arden. Dmitry Orlov stood farther back with Alina Voss. Kazimir Dragunov leaned against a cane like a man who hated both injury and furniture. Sofia Belova beside him under a heavy coat, one hand resting protectively near her abdomen. Bride, baby, twins, triplets, heir. The map had gathered in one courtyard. Luka went still beside Vera. Not from fear, from pressure. His hand closed around the file in his lap. The doors are here, he said. Vera shifted the van into park. Stay, Luka. His eyes moved to hers. The command was not a command. Not exactly. Aligned. A reminder. A name. He nodded once. I am trying. Try visibly. His mouth almost moved. Then the mark under his coat pulsed. The van's dashboard lights flickered. Outside, every guard lifted their weapon. Vera looked through the windshield at Nikolai. Wonderful welcome. Luka's voice lowered. They are afraid of what I am. So am I. That made him look at her. Good. Honesty had uses. Vera opened her door. Do not move until I say. He lifted one brow. She corrected request. Better. Stay still, please. His mouth did move this time. Small. Brief. Dangerous. Yes. Vera got out with both hands visible. Not empty. Visible. There was a difference. The guards noticed. Nikolai did too. His face gave nothing away, but his eyes moved once over her sleeves, boots, throat, wrist, hairline. Cataloging weapons. Good. She cataloged his. Obvious pistol. Hidden blade. 2 guards angled close enough to die for him. Anya close enough to stop him from needing them. Vera stopped 10 feet from the steps. Before anyone says custody, asset, carrier, bloodline, or heir retrieval. Understand I have slept poorly and recently escaped a legacy safe house. Mila looked at Roman. She opens well. Roman's mouth twitched. Nikolai did not. Where is Luka? In the van. Alive. Against several people's intentions. Wounded. Yes. Dangerous. Constantly. Anya stepped down one stair. Is he here by force? Vera looked at her. Correct question. Good woman. No. Can he answer that himself? Vera turned toward the van. Luka. The passenger door opened slowly. Every rifle rose. Luka stepped out. He held his file in one hand, the other lifted palm out. He looked pale in the gray morning, coat hanging open enough to show the edge of the black mark at his throat. Blood had dried near his temple. His mouth was cut. His eyes were wrong and steady. He looked at the guns. Then Nikolai. Then the house. Then Anya. Not Vera. Good. He was standing on his own. For now, I am here by choice, Luca said. His voice was rough but clear. Under terms. Nikolai's eyes sharpened. Vera almost smiled. Almost. Terms had become a language across these people. Good. Nikolai stepped forward. What terms? Luca looked at him. The courtyard seemed to tighten. The resemblance was not obvious at first. Not like a portrait. Not sentimental. But it was there. The angle of the jaw. The stillness under pressure. The habit of making silence uncomfortable for everyone else. Nikolai saw it. He gave no visible reaction. That made the reaction worse. Luca's voice stayed level. No restraints unless I request them or become Dagger One. Every guard shifted at the designation. Nikolai's face hardened. Luca continued. No one calls me Dagger One. Anya's expression changed. Sophia's eyes sharpened from beside Casimir. Alina looked at Vera, then Luca, with a recognition too clean to be pity. Luca held up the file. No paternal claim, no bloodline claim, no son claim, not until I ask for one. The courtyard went silent. Nikolai did not move. Not 1 inch. But something in his face went colder than strategy. Not anger. Pain under ice. Anya stepped closer to him. Not touching. Near. Vera noticed. Luca did too. His jaw tightened. The registry pressure pushed at him. Vera saw the mark pulse at his throat. Not yet. Stay, Luca. She did not say it aloud. He looked at her anyway. Damn bond. She lifted 2 fingers. Breathe. He did. Once. Twice. The mark dimmed. Nikolai saw that too. His gaze shifted to Vera. You anchor him. I interrupt him. Different. Yes. How? By refusing the premise loudly. Mila murmured, that technique has worked surprisingly often. Luca's mouth almost moved. Nikolai's did not. What else? Nikolai asked. Luca looked back at him. If mercy triggers me, Vera anchors by voice first. Contact only by her choice. Dimitri's eyes sharpened. Casimir looked toward Sophia. Sophia's hand tightened near her stomach. This room of people, new body traps too well. Good. Let them understand quickly. Luca's F. Inalterm came quieter. If I become a threat to the triplets, or the twins, or any heir in this house, no one kills me before Vera tries to bring Luca back. Vera's head turned sharply. That had not been the exact term. He had changed it. Not hurt me enough. Bring Luca back. She should have objected. She did not. Sophia looked at him for a long moment, then said, accepted by the triplets, witness. Alina said, accepted by the twins, witness. Mila glanced at Roman, then nodded. Accepted by Lev's mother. Anya looked at Nikolai. Nikolai's jaw worked once. Then he said, accepted by Volkov. The estate breathed. Not safely. Never safely. But the rifles lowered by a fraction. That was when the first attack came. Not from outside. From Luca. His body folded in half like someone had driven a hook through his spine. Vera saw it before anyone else understood. The mark across his chest flared black-silver under his coat. The veins at his throat darkened. His eyes went fully black. Not Luca. Not yet, Dagger One. Between. The worst place. Every guard raised their weapon again. Vera moved. Do not shoot him. Luca's hands went to his head. His file dropped into the snow. He made no sound. That was worse than screaming. The estate lights flickered. Every window on the east wing flashed red once. Inside, alarms began. Mila shouted, "Lev's monitors." Alina's hand went to her stomach. Sophia gasped and gripped Casimir's arm. The registry had found the heirs. Or the heirs had found Luca. A door opened inside him and tried to make him answer. Nikolai stepped forward. Anya caught his sleeve. Nikolai, no. He is in pain. He is also a trigger. Nikolai stopped. Barely. Good woman. Vera reached Luca first. She did not touch him. She crouched in front of him, gun holstered, hands visible. Luca. His head snapped toward her. Black eyes. No recognition. Dagger 1 active. Every weapon clicked. Vera lifted one hand without looking away from him. Everyone who values oxygen will keep their fingers still. Casimir's voice came from behind her. Hold fire. Nikolai echoed, hold. Luca stared at Vera. Directive pending. No, she said. The word cut through the courtyard. No directive. His body trembled. Registry pull active. I know. Primary targets detected. Vera's stomach went cold. Sophia. Elena. Mila's son. Anya. Maybe others. Name them, Vera said. Mila whispered, is that wise? No, Vera said, but it is specific. Luca's mouth opened. A different voice came out. Flat. Coded. Volkov Queen Line. Sokolov Infant Line. Orlov Split Line. Dragonov Triple Line. Hidden Crown Line Anchor compromised. Vera leaned closer by 1 inch. Who are they? Targets? No. His jaw clenched. Targets? No names. His eyes flickered. The black cracked at the edge. Good. Names, Vera repeated. His hands shook. Anya. Nikolai went still. Mila. Roman's face changed. Elena. Dmitri's eyes went black. Sophia. Casimir's grip tightened on his cane. Luca's breath shuddered. Luca. Vera's throat tightened. He had named himself as target. Good. Horrible. Again, she said. His voice broke. Anya, Mila, Elena, Sophia, Luca. People, Vera said. People, he repeated. The estate alarm slowed. Not stopped. Slowed. The black in his eyes receded by 1 degree. Then Mercy's voice came over the courtyard speakers. Very good, little knife. You named the targets for him. Every guard turned toward the speakers. Vera went cold. Mercy continued, smooth and delighted. Now he knows where to cut. Luca's body locked. The black returned. Violently, he lunged toward Sophia. Casimir moved first. Too injured. Too slow. Vera moved faster. She threw herself into Luca's path and slammed both palms against his chest. Contact. The final knot bond ignited. The world went white. Not visually. Internally. Vera's body reacted as if every nerve had been struck at once. Heat, pain, recognition, rage, poison memory, childhood mirrors, Luca's orchard, Mercy's voice. The newborn photo, the corridor, the kiss, the flatline, the safe house, the registry doors, all of it collided inside her blood. Luca caught her shoulders, not attacking, holding on because the bond had grabbed both of them and dropped every exit. The courtyard vanished. The mark beneath his shirt burned through fabric, hot against her palms. Vera gasped. So did he. The speakers screamed with feedback. Every window in the east wing shattered outward. Guards shouted. Someone fired into the air by accident. Nikolai roared an order. Anya shouted for everyone to stand down. Vera heard none of it clearly. She was inside the bond. And it was wrong. Not because it was false, because it had been engineered from real things. That was the worst cruelty. The circle had taken pain, memory, refusal, name, survival, contact, and made a machine out of them. Now the machine tried to close. Around Luca. Around her. One bond. Final bond. Only once. Vera understood that, Biff. Or any doctor said it. This was not like the other bonds. Not Volkov. Not Sokolov. Not Orlov. Not Dragunov. Luca's body had been built with one lock. One anchor. One chance. If the bond closed under Mercy's command, he would belong to the registry forever. If it closed under fear, he would be a weapon pointed by panic. If it closed under her without choice, Vera would become his leash and his cage at once. No, absolutely not. Luca's eyes were black inches from hers. His hands trembled on her shoulders. Directive. No. Primary target. No. Anchor. My name is Vera. His breath hitched. The black flickered. Vera. Yes. The mark under her palms pulsed. The force of it nearly dropped her. His body leaned toward hers. The bond wanted completion. The room wanted compliance. Mercy wanted orientation. Every hidden system in the estate screamed for a final command. Vera gave it one. Do not bond to me because they made you. Luca froze. The bond recoiled. Pain tore through him. He staggered. Vera held on. Her palms burned. His voice cracked. If I do not, I lose the doors. Then lose them. I become Dagger One. Then I bring you back. What if you can't? She swallowed. The honest answer was unacceptable. So she gave him the useful one. Then I try louder. His mouth almost moved. In the middle of a neurological seizure, black-eyed and half-weapon, Luka Volkov almost smiled. Ridiculous man. Mercy's voice sharpened through the speakers. Final not bond requires acceptance. Assassin anchor, issue stabilizing claim. Vera looked up at the nearest camera. No. The courtyard went silent. Even the alarms seemed to pause. Mercy's voice hardened. Without claim, he destabilizes. Then he destabilizes unowned. Luca made a broken sound. Vera looked back at him. He was fighting harder now. Against Mercy. Against Dagger One. Against the bond. Against the part of him that needed anything solid enough to survive. Vera, he said. Not code. Not command. Not target. Him. She kept her hands on his chest. My choice, she said. His eyes focused. Barely. What? If I anchor, it is my choice. Not Mercy's. not the circles, not your survival forcing it from me. His breathing shook. And mine. Yes, she said, yours too. The bond flared again. This time different. Less like a lock, more like an open wound, choosing whether to heal crooked. Luca's hands loosened on her shoulders. He could have pulled her closer. He did not. Good. Very good. He looked at her like the entire registry had become background noise. I choose Luca. The words hit the courtyard. Small, not dramatic. Enough. Vera's throat tightened. Good. I choose not to be Dagger One. The black in his eyes cracked. Mercy shouted from the speakers. Invalid acceptance. Luca's jaw clenched. I choose not to target Anya. Mila, Alina, Sophia, Lev, the twins, the triplets, any child, any woman named in the registry. The estate alarms dropped another level. The mark beneath Vera's hands shifted from black-red to black-silver. Vera felt the change move through him, a root reassigning itself, not to her, to his own name. Good, beautiful, dangerous. And, she whispered. His eyes held hers. I choose the anchor only if she chooses the bond. There it was. The last door. Not closed. Waiting. Every person in the courtyard seemed to understand enough to stop breathing. Vera's hands remained on his chest. The bond wanted yes. Her body wanted yes. That offended her. Her mind did not know. That mattered. I do not choose forever in a courtyard, she said. The bond shuddered. Mercy laughed sharply. Then he dies. Luca smiled. Not at Mercy. At Vera. I also reject dying for dramatic pressure. Against every rule of timing, Vera almost laughed. The bond warmed. Not completing. Holding. Luca lowered his hands from her shoulders. Slowly, deliberately, then placed them at his sides. No grip. No claim. No force. Then choose now, he said, only what you can. That answer nearly undid her. It was too correct. Too clean. Too much like every woman in this cursed saga had taught dangerous men how to say the one sentence that kept the room from becoming a cage. Vera inhaled. One choice. Not forever. Not ownership. Not romance. Mechanism used without surrendering meaning. A weapon pointed away from the people it was built to harm. I choose to anchor Luca, she said. Not Dagger One, not the hidden heir, not the weapon, Luca. The bond struck, but it did not close like chains. It knotted. That was the only word. A hard, living knot pulled tight between them, and then locked open at the center, leaving room where the circle had designed obedience. Vera felt the registry slam against it and fail to get through. Luca cried out. Vera did too. The mark on his chest burned black-silver, then split down the center. The knife-through crown symbol cracked. Not vanished. Cracked. Across Vera's own wrist, a thin line appeared. Not a cradle mark. Not a circle. A small black slash, like a cut that chose to become ink. She stared at it. Luca saw. His face changed. Horror first, then fury. They marked you. No, Vera's voice was rough. I marked the mechanism. Vera, do not make this guilt about you. His mouth shut. Good. Learning under neurological duress. Promising. The estate lights stabilized. The alarm stopped. Every shattered window glittered in the snow. Mercy's voice returned. Very quiet now. Partial bond is unstable. Vera looked at the camera, then learned to fear unstable women. Luca's mouth curved. Real. Brief. Mercy's feed cut. The courtyard stayed silent. Then Levina's voice came from the steps. Everyone who had a mystical event medical wing. Now. Mila added, that means both of you. Vera released Luca's chest. The absence hurt. Not severely. Enough. She ignored it. Luca swayed. This time, she did not catch him. Nikolai did. Everyone froze. Nikolai Volkov caught Luca by the arm before he fell. Not as father. Not yet. As man preventing another from hitting the snow. Luca's entire body went rigid. The registry flickered in his eyes. Nikolai released him immediately. Your choice, Nikolai said. Luca stared at him. The words landed. Wrong man. Right sentence. Anya watched both of them, face unreadable, but eyes bright with old, controlled pain. Luca stood on his own. Barely. I can walk, Vera said poorly. He looked at her. You too. I was not poisoned. You were bonded. She lifted one brow. Partially. His mouth almost moved. Important distinction. Yes. Levina pointed toward the house. Inside before I start sedating people according to proximity. No one argued. Not even Casimir. That indicated the seriousness of the medical tone. The Volkov medical wing had been rearranged since Vera last infiltrated it. Fewer blind corners. More female guards. No visible restraints. Doors open unless the patient requested closure. Every doctor announced before touching. Every monitor had manual disconnects. Every screen faced away from the bed until consent was given. Women had been busy. Vera approved silently. She would rather bleed than say so. Levina put Luca in one exam room and Vera in the next. The bond disliked the wall. Not violently. Persistently. A pull behind Vera's ribs. She sat on the exam table, boots still on. Gun placed within reach because Mila had looked at her and said, You will not relax without it. Correct. Annoying. A portable monitor showed Luca's vitals through audio only, not image. Consent compromise. His heartbeat was slow. Too slow. Alive. Useful. Vera's own pulse was high. Levina noticed. Bond response. Recent explosions. Both. Then why ask? To see if you lie. I do. Badly when tired. Vera looked at her. Levina did not blink. Good doctor. Mila entered with a tablet and a black data drive. You cracked his mark. Vera looked at her wrist. The small black slash stayed there. Not spreading. Not burning. Just existing. Partial bond. Mila nodded. The system called it unstable. The system was upset. Elaborate. I anchored Luca, not the registry code. He chose himself before choosing any bond. I chose a temporary anchor function, not permanent claim. Mila's eyes sharpened. You created a consent loop instead of a command loop. Is that good? It is brilliant if it holds. And if not, Levina said, then it becomes tomorrow's emergency. Vera almost smiled. She disliked doctors less than expected. From the next room, Luca's voice came through the open channel. I can hear you discussing my loop. Vera looked at the monitor speaker. Then contribute something useful. I am alive. Bare minimum. Dagger 1 is quiet. Mila went still. Levina moved closer to the speaker. How quiet? Luca was silent for 1 second. Like a door locked from my side. Vera's chest tightened. Good. Very good. Dangerous hope. Mila typed quickly. And registry. Still there, behind more doors. Can you open it? No. A pause. Not without Vera. Vera's jaw tightened. Luca added, I am stating mechanism, not request. Correcting before she could. Good. Infuriating. Mila looked between the speaker and Vera. The final not bond was designed as a master access key. The circle expected you to complete it under stress, and then use Vera as orientation. Because you both refused full claim, the key broke but did not disappear. Vera looked at her wrist again. Can they still use it? They can try. Can we use it? Mila's mouth tightened. Yes. Vera hated that answer. Luca's voice came through the speaker. To find the registry. Mila nodded even though he could not see. Possibly. Then we use it. No, Vera said. Silence. Then Luca, no. You do not decide that from a bed, because you feel guilty for existing. His breath shifted through the speaker. Mila looked down to hide a tiny smile. Levina did not bother hiding approval. Vera continued, we use it only if we understand the risks. To you, to me, to T. He women in the registry, to the heirs, to the triplets, to everyone. Luca was quiet. Then he said, terms. Yes. Good. The word moved through her like heat. Unacceptable. She stood. Levina pointed at the table. Sit. No. Sit voluntarily or medically. Vera sat. Luca laughed once through the speaker. She turned toward the monitor. I can still shoot near you through a wall. I believe you. Good. At least he was learning. The door opened. Anya entered first. Not Nikolai. Important. Vera noticed immediately. Anya carried no weapon visible, which meant she had one hidden better than most. Her face was calm in the way women learned when standing beside men who could turn grief into command. May I come in? Anya asked. Vera studied her. Yes. Anya entered and stopped several feet away. Not too close. Not performatively far. Good instincts. Nikolai wants to speak with Luca. Vera looked at the speaker. Luca said nothing. Anya continued. He will not enter unless Luca agrees. From the next room, silence. Then Luca's voice. What does he want? Anya answered, to see you. That is not an answer. No, Anya said. It is the truth under the answer. Vera looked at her. Better and better. Luca's voice came rough. And the official answer. To ask what you remember about Octavia, the orchard, Mercy, and the registry. Unofficial. Anya inhaled once. To learn whether the child he was told died has been breathing all this time. The medical wing went silent. Even Vera did not sharpen it. Some truths did not need knives. Luca's vitals changed on the monitor. Not much. Enough. Vera stood before Levina could object. I'll go in. Anya looked at her. Does he need you? Vera hated the question. Because it was correct. Because it asked instead of assuming. Because the answer was yes and no. He may need the anchor, Vera said. Do you choose to be there? Another correct question. This house was becoming irritating. Yes. Anya nodded. Then Nikolai will wait until you are inside. Vera walked into Luca's exam room with her gun on her hip and the file under her arm. Luca sat on the edge of the medical bed, shirt open, bandages across his ribs, and throat, broken black-silver mark visible on his chest. He looked tired enough to collapse and dangerous enough to make collapsing a tactical event. His eyes went to her wrist. The black slash. Then her face. Does it hurt? No. Truth. She paused. Not physically. His face changed. He nodded once. No apology. Good. Not now. She took a chair near the wall. Terms. Luca looked toward the door. No touch, no sun claim, no dagger one, no Octavia commands. If registry poll starts, you speak first. Accepted. Too fast. I already knew mine. His eyes held hers. The partial bond warmed. Not painfully. Quietly. Like a live wire learning, not to spark unless touched. Fine, he said. Vera turned to Anya, who stood in the doorway. He can come. Anya left. A moment later, Nikolai Volkov entered the room. Alone. No guards. No visible weapon. That was either trust or arrogance. Probably both. Luca went still. Nikolai stopped at the door. The resemblance became worse in a closed room. Not obvious enough for romance. Too obvious for denial. Vera watched Nikolai see it again. The jaw. The eyes. The stillness. The damage. Nikolai's face remained controlled. His voice did not. Not fully. Luca. Luca's hand tightened on the edge of the bed. My name is not yours to test. Nikolai absorbed that like a bullet. Then nodded once. No. Good answer. Vera did not relax. Nikolai looked at the black mark on Luca's chest. Does it hurt? Luca's mouth curved without humor. Everyone asks that. Because it looks like it should. It does. Nikolai's jaw tightened. Not guilt. No. Too early. Something worse. Recognition of a wound he had not been there to prevent, and no right yet to mourn. Anya stepped into the doorway, but did not enter. Nikolai glanced once at her, then back at Luca. I was told there was a child, Nikolai said. Before my marriage, before Anya. I was told he was stillborn. Luca said nothing. Vera watched his hand. The fingers curled. Not code. Pain. Nikolai continued, each word carefully placed. I did not see the body. I did not ask enough questions. Octavia handled the burial. The lights flickered once. Luca's mark pulsed. Vera spoke immediately. Luca. His eyes snapped to hers. Stay before the corridor. He breathed. Once. Twice. The mark quieted. Nikolai looked at Vera. She did not explain. Luca's voice came flat. I have a birth record. Nikolai's face changed. Only 1 degree. May I see it? Luca looked at Vera, not asking permission, checking his anchor. She nodded once. His choice. Luca handed Nikolai the file. Nikolai took it carefully, very carefully, like paper could bleed. He read the birth record, then the newborn photograph stamped, "Do not name." For the first time since Vera had seen him, Nikolai Volkov lost color. Anya moved 1 step into the room. Not touching. There, if needed. Nikolai's hand tightened on the page. Luca's voice came cold. Do you recognize me? Nikolai looked up. No. Good. Horrible. Honest. I recognize what was done. I recognize Octavia's authorization code. I recognize the Volkov seal. I do not recognize you as memory. Luca's face closed. Vera felt the bond pull. Not toward her, toward emptiness. She spoke before the registry could. He said truth, do not punish accuracy. Luca's eyes cut to her. Anger first, then comprehension, then the smallest nod. Nikolai looked at Vera. She held his gaze. This room survives if everyone stays precise. Nikolai accepted that too. Interesting man. He turned back to Luca. I cannot claim what I did not know. Luca's mouth tightened. No, but I can answer for the house that let you be taken. Silence. That landed. Not as father. As king. Maybe that was the only safe shape for now. Nikolai placed the file on the bed between them. I am sorry. Luca stared at him. Vera watched. The apology did not fix. It did not claim. It did not perform. It stood in the room, insufficient and necessary. Luca said nothing. Nikolai did not ask him to. Good. Then the room's lights turned red. Every monitor activated. Mercy's face appeared on all of them. Vera was already standing before the first screen fully lit. Mercy smiled. Bandaged shoulder. Pale face. Dead eyes. Family reunion, how efficient. Nikolai drew his gun. Vera said, do not shoot the monitor. He looked at her. She lifted one brow. I learned. Mercy's smile widened. Little knife advising restraint. The world does change. Luca's mark pulsed violently. Mercy looked at him. Dagger 1. Vera snapped, Luca. The 2 names hit at the same time. Luca's body went rigid. The partial bond flared. The black slash on Vera's wrist burned for the first time. She hissed. Luca saw. His eyes went black. Mercy whispered, there, still unfinished, still unstable, still mine to shape. Nikolai moved toward Luca. Anya said, Nikolai. He stopped. Barely. Mercy watched with pleasure. You are learning how tedious. Vera stepped between Luca and the screen. Say what you want. Mercy's eyes moved over her. I want the final not completed. No. You do not even understand what you refused. I understand enough. No, Mercy said softly. You do not. The monitors split. Data appeared beside her face. Medical scans. Bond diagrams. Luca's mark. Vera's catalyst profile. A single red line at the bottom. Subject body permits only one final not bond. Vera went still. Luca did too. Nikolai's eyes sharpened. Mercy smiled. There it is, the truth you would have found eventually. Vera looked at Luka. His face had gone blank. Too blank. Mercy continued. Luka Volkov was engineered for one irreversible anchor. One, not many, not replaceable, not correctable. The final knot bond determines whether he becomes registry weapon, house heir, or something uselessly self-directed. Useless sounds promising, Vera said. Mercy ignored her. If he completes the bond with you under refusal, he may remain partly himself. If he completes it under command, he becomes ours. If he fails to complete it, the registry pull will continue until his body burns out or Dagger One takes root permanently. Luka's breathing changed. The room tightened. Vera hated that the words had the shape of truth. Not whole truth. Never from Mercy. But enough. Nikolai looked at Luka. Is that why the mark cracked? Mercy answered before Luka could. Because the assassin improvised. She anchored his name instead of his designation. Clever, incomplete, painful. Luka's gaze went to Vera's wrist. The black slash. Then away. He looked like the mark had cut him. Good. Let it hurt. Not because she wanted him guilty. Because guilt meant he understood consequence. Mercy leaned closer. He can only bond once, Vera. If you refuse, he dies or becomes a weapon. If you accept, you become the only door he can always find. The sentence entered the room and changed its pressure. Only door. Vera's skin went cold. No. She had spent her life cutting doors into walls. She would not become one. Luka spoke first. No. Mercy's expression sharpened. He looked at the screen. No. Dagger One. My name is Luka. The lights flickered. Mercy's mouth tightened. Luka's voice roughened. I will not let survival make her adore. The bond flared. Vera's wrist burned. His mark burned. Both hit it badly. Mercy laughed quietly. Beautiful principle. Let us test its endurance. The monitors changed again. Live feeds. Sophia in the East Medical Suite. Alina in the adjacent room. Mila with Lev. Anya in the doorway. Katerina sitting near a window. All visible through hacked interior cameras. Nikolai's face went lethal. Mercy said, registry pull resumes in 5 minutes. Dagger One will either lock to Vera fully and block my access, or I will use the open line to locate every heartbeat in this house. Vera's throat tightened. There, the CI, Arkley's favorite room. Choose one cage to prevent another. Luka stood. His eyes blackened. Not code. Raid. Vera stepped closer. Do not. He looked at her. They are using me. Yes. Against children. Yes. Against you. Yes. His jaw clenched. Then complete it. The words struck harder than command. Because they were request. Because they were desperate. Because he hated them. Vera stared at him. No. Vera. No. If the bond closes, Mercy loses the registry line. Maybe. Mila can verify. Mila's voice came from the doorway. She is trying. Vera turned. Mila stood with a tablet, Levina behind her, Roman beside them. They had entered silently during Mercy's broadcast. Alina and Sophia were not there. Good. Protected. Mila's face was pale but focused. The data suggests a completed self-directed bond could firewall him from remote designation control. Could, Vera said. Yes. Cost. Mila looked at her wrist, then Luca's chest. Unknown. Vera laughed once. Of course. Mila did not flinch. But Mercy is hiding one thing, she said. Mercy's face hardened on the screen. Good. Mila continued. The circle describes one final bond as irreversible, but it does not say the bond must be romantic, sexual, or ownership-based. They assume those roots because that is how they designed coercive bonding. Vera's pulse steadied by one fraction. Mila looked at Luca. If your partial bond formed around name choice, the final bond may be completed around mutual terms. Vera looked at Luca. Luca looked back. Mercy snapped theory. Mila smiled coldly. Women improvise law in churches and neurology in mansions now. Keep up. Roman looked proud. Appropriately silent. Levina stepped in. Medically, forcing full bond under panic is dangerous. But allowing a controlled completion under stated conditions may stabilize the registry pull. May, Vera said. Yes. That word remains disgusting. Correct. The monitors showed a countdown. 0412. Mercy's smile returned. Discuss quickly. Nikolai looked at Luca. Then Vera. This is not my choice. Good. Vera looked at him. Say that again when chapter 6 arrives. His face changed. He understood enough. Not all. Enough. This is not my choice, he repeated. Luca's gaze stayed on Vera. He did not ask again. Good. She needed him not to. She needed her answer, not to be pulled from his pain, like wire from a wound. She looked at the countdown. 0348. Then at Mercy. Then at the hacked feeds of women and children. Then at Luca's mark. Then her own wrist. One final bond. Only once. The circle had made scarcity into a trap. One chance. One anchor. One door. Fine. They would use better architecture. Terms, Vera said. Luca exhaled once. Yes. Not mate. Yes. Not owner. Yes. Not leash. Yes. Not door. His mouth tightened. Yes. If the bond completes, it serves one purpose tonight. Blocking Mercy from using you. Yes. After tonight, we reassess. Yes. You do not use the bond to find me without consent. His jaw clenched. Yes. I do not use the bond to command you. Yes. If the registry tries to root through me, I cut the line. You do not sacrifice yourself dramatically. A pause. Luca. Yes. Mila whispered, good. Vera ignored her. If one of us says stop, we stop. If stopping hurts, we stop. If Mercy says completion requires more than we choose, we make her wrong. That answer hit. Hard. Correct. Vera looked at him. You are becoming inconvenient. His mouth curved. Learned from you. 0231. Mercy's face had gone cold. Touching speeches do not alter biology. Vera looked at the screen. Watch. She held out her hand. Not her mouth. Not her body. Her hand. Luca looked at it, then at her. He did not take it immediately. Good, he asked. May I? The room stilled. The hidden heir, engineered to survive poison, open registries, kill bloodlines, and bond once, asked before touching her hand. Vera's throat tightened. She hated that. Yes. He took her hand, palm to palm. Her black wrist slash aligned with the cracked mark extending from his chest down his arm. The moment their skin met, the countdown froze. The lights went dark, then silver. The bond rose, not as heat this time, as structure, a brutal living architecture forming from names, refusals, files, memories, terms, scars, poison, and choices spoken aloud. Vera saw the orchard. Black ground, apple trees, children without names. Luca saw the mirror room. Mercy's hand in Vera's hair. The photograph of a boy she might one day be ordered to kiss. They saw the safe house, the white room, the concrete table, the baby photo, the newborn stamp. Do not name. They saw the florist van, the courtyard, his near attack, her palms on his chest. His choice, I choose Luca. Her choice, I choose to anchor Luca. The bond tried to pull deeper, toward ownership, toward dependency, toward the old cradle channels. Vera stopped it, not physically, conceptually. No, the word became a wall. Luca added his own. No, the bond shifted around the wall, sought another route, found the terms, built there, hand to hand, name to name. No leash, no owner, no door, no command. Anchor by choice, break by choice, return by name. The black slash on Vera's wrist burned. Luca's cracked crown knife mark burned silver. He did not tighten his grip. She did not pull away. The monitors screamed. Final not bond attempt detected. Command loop blocked. Registry access rerouting. Anchor TRMS invalid. Anchor TRMS invalid. Anchor TRMS invalid. Vera smiled through pain. Validate this. The room shook. Luca's hand trembled in hers. His voice was rough. Vera, say it. My name is Luca. Again, my name is Luca Volkov. The bond tightened once. Hard, a knot pulling closed. Vera gasped. Luca almost released her. Do not, she said. His eyes locked on hers. Stop. No, do not decide for me. Pain crossed his face. He held. The knot closed, but not around her throat, not around his, around the registry line. A hard silver-black seal slammed into place inside him. The remote pull snapped. Mercy's countdown vanished. The hacked feeds to the heirs went black one by one. Sophia's feed. Alina S. Mila and Lev S. Anya's. Katerina's. Gone. Protected. The monitors flashed once. Final not bond complete. Command loop failure. Dagger 1 access, DNIED. LUKA access active. Then every screen shattered. Glass burst inward. Vera did not flinch. Luca did. Not from glass. From the word on the screen. Luca, recognized by the system. Not dagger one. Luca. Their hands remained clasped. The pain faded. Not completely. Enough. The black slash on Vera's wrist settled into a thin, dark line. The mark on Luca's chest remained cracked, silver threading through the broken knife and crown. One final bond. Used once, not to make him hers, to make him unreachable by them. For now, Luca looked at their joined hands, then released her, before she had to ask. The absence hurt, also mattered. Vera flexed her fingers. You released quickly. His voice was quiet. Terms. Damn him. The room returned slowly. Mila exhaled. Levina muttered something that sounded like impossible, reckless, useful. Roman said, that means good. It means testable, Levina snapped. Nikolai looked at Luca. Not son. Not yet. But something in his face had changed. Respect, maybe. Fear. Both. Anya's eyes were wet. She blinked it away before anyone stupid commented. Vera respected her for that. Mercy's voice came through one final surviving speaker. Not smooth now. Not amused. You think you freed him. Vera looked at the speaker. No. Luca stepped beside her. Not in front. Beside. Vera continued. We made him harder to use. Mercy was silent. Then she laughed. Soft. Ugly. Good, then you will hate the next part. A printer near the monitor bank turned on. One page emerged. Mila snatched it before anyone else could. Read. Her face changed. Roman stepped toward her. What? Mila looked at Luca. Then Vera. Then Nikolai. It is a pregnancy assay. Vera went still. No. Mila's mouth tightened. Not yours. Air returned to Vera's lungs. Wrong relief. Temporary. Mila continued. It is a projected code. The final knot bond unlocked a file marked pregnancy code. Vera's pulse slowed, then stopped behaving. That was chapter 5. Waiting. Hungry. Mila read the header. If assassin anchor pregnancy occurs, fetal marker will carry all major Bratva bloodline signatures. The room went silent. Luca's face went pale. Vera's hand went very still at her side. No, not now. Not yet. Not because of a file. Not because the circle loved prediction. But the word had entered the room. Pregnancy. Anchor. All bloodlines. Final empire war. Mercy's voice whispered through the dying speaker. The bond completed. The code is open. Now ask yourselves what happens when the assassin carries the empire. Vera shot the speaker. This time it stayed dead. No one moved. Then Vera turned to Luca. He looked as horrified as she felt. Good. If he had looked pleased, she would have shot him too. This file is hypothetical, she said. Luca nodded immediately. Yes. Predictive. Yes. Cradle manipulation. Yes. Not truth until proven. Yes. Not fate. His eyes held hers. Not fate. Good. The knot bond between them sat quiet but alive. Completed. Not soft. Not romantic. A line of chosen resistance. Dangerous because it worked, and dangerous because it could become something else if either of them stopped guarding it. Vera lifted her chin. Then we opened chapter 5 carefully. Luca's mouth almost moved. Terms. Always. Nikolai looked at the broken screens, then at the page in Mila's hand, then at Luca and Vera. His voice was cold. Mercy has lost remote access. For now, Vera said. For now, Nikolai agreed. Then we use that window. Luca picked up his file from the floor. Vera picked up hers. Their hands did not touch. The knot bond did not demand it. Good. Progress. The medical wing doors opened. Sophia stood there with Ka. Zimir, Alina, Anya, Katerina, Galina, and Zoya behind her. All women first. All armed in different ways. Sophia's gaze moved to Vera's wrist. Then Luca's chest. Completed. Vera answered before anyone else could. On our terms. Sophia nodded once. Good. Alina looked at the printed page in Mila's hand. Bad news. Mila gave a sharp laugh. Future bad news. Galina took the page and read it. Her mouth tightened. The pregnancy code. Vera looked at the old nurse. You know it. I feared it. Difference. Knowledge has documents. Fear has instincts. Zoya crossed herself once. Levina looked ready to murder every document in the room. Luca looked at Vera. What is the pregnancy code? Vera looked down at the black slash on her wrist, then at the shattered screens, then at the women in the doorway, all of them carrying some part of the circle's violence in their bodies, histories, files, or bloodlines. She answered honestly, I think it is why they made me. The knot bond pulsed once, not as command, as warning. Vera breathed through it. Outside the Volkov estate, the sun finally rose over Moscow. Inside, the hidden heir had chosen his name. The assassin had chosen the anchor. The final knot bond had closed against the circle instead of for it. And somewhere in the broken files, the next horror waited under one clean clinical title. The Pregnancy Code. End of Chapter 4. Pregnant by the Bratva Heir. Chapter 5. The Pregnancy Code. The page in Mila's hand should not have frightened Vera. Paper was not dangerous. Ink was not a blade. A file could be burned, shredded, drowned, copied, falsified, weaponized, or used to cut a man's throat if folded tightly enough. But this page did not feel like a page. It felt like a door. At the top, in clean cradle formatting, were 2 words. Pregnancy Code. Below them, if assassin anchor pregnancy occurs, fetal marker will carry all major Bratva bloodline signatures. The medical wing went silent around it. Not empty silent, loaded silent, the kind of silence that came after a gunshot, when everyone in the room was still deciding who had been hit. Vera stood near the broken monitors with a black slash burned into her wrist, Luka Volkov at her side, and half the Bratva's most dangerous families staring at one clinical sentence, as if it had just declared war. Maybe it had. Sophia Belova stood in the doorway, one hand resting near her abdomen, the open circle mark visible on her palm. Alina Voss stood beside Dmitri, her face still and pale. Mila held the printed page like it was contaminated. Anya looked at Luka first, then Vera, then Nikolai. Casimir Dragunov leaned on his cane, eyes cold enough to cut metal. Roman's hand hovered near Mila's back, but did not touch until she shifted closer by choice. Dmitri looked ready to kill a room that had already been shot apart. Nikolai Volkov said nothing. That was the dangerous part. The king said nothing, and the hidden heir watched him not say it. Vera hated every second. Luka broke the silence first. Hypothetical. His voice was rough. Controlled. Too controlled. Vera looked at him. Good. He had learned the word from her. He had needed it. She nodded once. Hypothetical. Mila did not look convinced. Levina did not look convinced either. Doctors were inconvenient because their skepticism had better posture than fear. Galina took the page from Mila, read it again, and exhaled smoke toward the cracked ceiling. Cradle does not print hypotheticals unless it has already tested the first 3 versions. Vera's hand closed into a fist. The black slash on her wrist warmed. Not burned. Warned. Luka saw. Pain. No. Truth. She turned her head slowly. Annoyance. His mouth almost moved. Almost. Not enough. Good. The last time he had smiled, a final knot bond had completed and broken half the medical wing. She preferred him solemn for another 12 minutes. Mila took the page back from Galina and laid it on the nearest stainless steel tray. This file unlocked after the final bond completed. That means the circle tied the pregnancy code to Luka's registry access. Vera looked at the dead monitors. Or Mercy wanted us to think that. Both can be true, Alina said. Everyone looked at her. Alina's expression did not change. The circle uses truth as bait. If this is bait, the hook is real. Sophia nodded. And the room is usually already closing by the time we see it. Vera looked between them. There it was again. The language of women who had survived cradle rooms. Not comfort. Pattern recognition. Useful. Disturbing. Vera folded her arms. Then nobody makes meaning from that page until there is proof. Levina lifted one brow. Proof requires examination. No. Luka's answer came before Vera's. Everyone turned toward him. He stood very still, one hand resting near the cracked mark on his chest. The silver-black lines under his skin had quieted since the bond completed, but they had not vanished. The knife-through-crown symbol remained SB, lit down the center, as if the system had recognized him and failed to own him in the same breath. Luka looked at Levina. No examination unless Vera requests it. Vera went still. The room did too. Levina's gaze moved to Vera. Correct. Vera hated that the word hit her harder than any command. No examination unless Vera requests it. No one had ever said that for her in a medical room. Not Mercy. Not the circle doctors. Not handlers. Not clients. Not men who called violence care when it served them. Luka said it, and then did the important thing. He stopped speaking. He did not look proud. He did not look possessive. He did not look at her like he had done something worthy of gratitude. Good. She would not have known what to do with that. Nikolai finally spoke. Is there reason to believe this could already be active? Vera looked at him sharply. Wrong phrasing. Nikolai's eyes moved to her. He accepted the correction without visible irritation. Is there reason to believe the circle may have already done something to Vera before tonight? Better. Still a knife. Vera could work with knives. Galina answered before Mila or Levina could. Yes. Vera turned toward her. The old nurse looked older suddenly. Not softer. Never that. Only heavier. Explain, Vera said. Galina tapped ash into a metal kidney dish. Assassin anchor candidates were not only trained, they were prepared. The room changed temperature. Luca's eyes darkened. Vera's wrist warmed again. Prepared. The same word had followed Sophia into a wedding. Medical preparation. Bride path preparation. Anchor preparation. The circle was obsessed with preparation because it made violation sound procedural. Vera stepped closer to Galina. Prepared how? Galina did not flinch. Good. Flinching would have insulted them both. Long-term toxin storage, catalyst conditioning, hormonal suppression, pain response programming, possible implantation trials. Vera stared at her. The final phrase landed like a silent bullet. Possible implantation trials. Possible. A disgusting word. It left too much room. Luca moved. Only half a step. Vera felt it before she saw it. The bond reacted to her body before he did. She lifted one hand. Stay. He stopped. Instantly. The room noticed. He noticed too. His jaw tightened, not with resentment. With effort. Good. She looked back at Galina. Was I implanted? I do not know. Bad answer. Honest answer. Try harder. Galina's mouth tightened. Mercy's unit handled assassin anchor reproductive conditioning off books. Even cradle files were compartmentalized. Vera smiled without warmth. You knew enough to leave me notes. I knew enough to keep you alive. Not enough to stop what they did before you learned to run. The answer hit. Not as apology. As wound. Vera did not want Galina's regret. Regret was a cheap currency, unless spent on action. Where are those records? Vera asked. Galina exhaled. If Mercy still has them, then they are in one of three places. Her mobile command, the Old Orchard Hospital, or Octavia's private archive. At Octavia's name, Luca went still. Nikolai did too. Anya noticed. So did Vera. Everyone noticed everything in this house. Exhausting. Mila picked up the printed page. The pregnancy code file may contain more than this header. The rest of the data did not print because the monitors shattered during bond completion. Convenient, Vera said. Unfortunate, Mila corrected. Same event, different optimism. Mila almost smiled. Almost. Then she looked toward the dead monitor bank. The file may still be recoverable from the broken system or from Luca's registry access. Vera's gaze moved to Luca. No. He looked at her. I did not offer. You were about to think usefully. His mouth moved this time. Brief. Dangerous. I apologize for my face. You should. Mila cleared her throat. There is a safer first step. Levina answered with professional grimness. Blood work. Vera's body went cold. Not visibly. She made sure. But Luca felt it. The bond gave her away. His head turned slightly. She hated that. Blood work. A needle. A vial. A label. A machine. A woman's body translated into data before she had a word for what was happening inside it. No. The answer rose fast. Automatic. Old. Not today. Not ever. But then she saw Sophia watching her from the doorway. Not pity. Not pressure. Recognition. Sophia had stood in a bridal preparation room under gold wolves and chosen to know. Alina had survived the circle-turning grief into twin-line data and still stood here. Mila had walked through frozen airs and medical lies and still held the page steady. Anya had become queen blood evidence and still asked the correct questions at gates. None of them looked like they wanted Vera on an exam table. They looked like they were willing to stand between her and anyone who did. That was worse than pressure. It made refusal less clean. Vera looked at Levina. What does blood work prove? Levina answered immediately. Pregnant. Psi markers. Cradle exposure markers. Catalyst levels. Implantation traces if the right proteins are present. It will not prove fetal bloodline signatures without additional testing. Additional testing meaning non-invasive first. No invasive fetal sampling unless medically necessary and requested. Vera heard the word. Requested. Good doctor. Still a doctor. What sample? Blood from your arm. One draw. You watch the labels. You control disposal. You can stop at any point. Luca's voice came low. I leave the room if you want. Vera looked at him. The partial final bond, whatever the hell they had made it, tightened once between them. He was not saying it for effect. He meant it. If his presence made the room harder, he would leave. If distance hurt him, he would leave. If the registry pulled, he would still leave. Because she asked, damn him. Damn correct men. I do not know what I want yet, she said. Then no one moves, he answered. The silence after that was not soft. It was structural. The room rearranged around the statement. Good. Terrifying. Useful. Vera looked at the printed page again. If assassin anchor pregnancy occurs. If that was still available. If she could live inside if for another few minutes. Then Galina spoke. Little knife. Vera turned. Do not what? Use that name as if it gives you rights. Galina nodded once. Fair. Vera, she corrected. There is one more thing. Of course there is. The circle rarely leaves anchor bodies empty before activation. The if shrank. Vera's fingers went numb. Luca's eyes went black at the edges. He did not move. Good. Very good. Vera's voice stayed calm because it had to. Say that in language that does not make me shoot someone. Galina crushed her cigarette in the kidney dish. They may have implanted you before you ever received the Luca contract. Possibly months ago. Possibly more recently. Why would I not know? Levina answered this time. Suppression agents, false cycles, hormonal masking, sedation, memory interference. Vera looked at her. You are listing options very comfortably. Levina's face hardened. I am listing crimes. Fair. Vera turned away. The medical wing felt too bright. Too many eyes. Too much information pressing against skin. Her file sat on the metal tray beside Luca's. Assassin anchor program. Female candidates. Oral toxin storage. Future contact. Possible pregnancy code. She had thought her body was a weapon because she had made it one. Because she trained it, honed it, starved it, strengthened it, used it, sold danger from it. The circle had made her body a storage site before she ever knew the word ownership. Luca's voice came from behind her. Vera. She did not turn. What? If there is a test, I do not need the answer before you do. Her throat tightened. Correct. Again. Stop being correct. She turned then. He stood exactly where she had told him to stay. Pale, injured, cracked mark visible beneath the open collar. Eyes steady now, not black, not code. Luca. Not Dagger One. Not Hidden Heir. Not replacement. Luca. The man she had killed for 30 seconds, and then dragged through tunnels. The man whose bond could only happen once, and had completed on terms instead of command. The man who might be genetically tied to whatever the circle had put inside her before she ever kissed him. No, not might, not meaning yet. Vera looked at Levina. One blood draw. Levina nodded. One. I watch. Yes. No restraints. Obviously. No men except Luca if I choose. Nikolai, Roman, Dmitri, and Casimir all began moving toward the door before she finished the sentence. Good. Training had spread. Luca did not move. He waited. Vera looked at him. You stay. His face did not change. But the bond warmed. Only once. Okay, he said. Not yes. Not command. Okay. Useful word. The other men left the room. Nikolai paused at the threshold. He looked at Luca once, then at Vera. No claim, he said. Then left. Luca's jaw tightened. Anya stayed. Sophia stayed. Alina stayed. Mila stayed. Galina stayed. Zoya stayed. Levina began preparing the kit. The medical wing became a women's room with one hidden heir, allowed by request. That made the needle easier to look at. Not easy. Easier. Vera sat on the exam chair. Not the bed. Never the bed. Levina did not argue. She cleaned Vera's arm and placed the empty vials in front of her. Read them. Vera did. Name field. Vera, self-identified. Good. Not little knife. Not assassin anchor. Not A13. Not asset. She looked up at Levina. The doctor's face gave nothing away. Good doctor. Vera watched the needle enter. Her body stayed still. Luca did not speak. That helped. His silence was better than comfort. Blood filled the first vial. Then the second. Then the third. Red. Simple. Hers. Levina withdrew the needle, bandaged the site, and placed the vials into a portable analyzer. Mila had already disconnected from the network. Offline, Vera asked. Mila nodded, air-gapped, manual export only. Could it still be compromised? Yes. Good, honest. Mila looked at her. We assume compromise and verify, output manually. Vera almost liked her. Dangerous morning. The analyzer began processing. 7 minutes. The longest 7 minutes in a room full of people trained not to look afraid. Anya gave Vera water. Vera did not drink at first. Then Anya said, "It is only water." Vera looked at her. That is what poisoners count on. Anya nodded, then drank from it herself, handed it back. No offense, no performance. Vera drank. Luca watched the act like it mattered. Maybe it did. Sophia sat across from Vera, moving carefully because the triplets made everyone around her clinically alert and politically insane. You do not have to know what you feel when the result comes, Sophia said. Vera looked at her. I know. No, Sophia said. You know as theory. It is different when the machine says something. The analyzer hummed. Vera's mouth tightened. Elena spoke next. Anger is allowed before grief, grief before attachment, attachment before anger, any order. Mila added, also numbness. Anya said, especially numbness. Galina muttered, and murder planning. Zoya nodded, healthy in moderation. Levina looked at all of them. I refuse to validate murder planning medically. Mila smiled faintly, but socially. Levina said nothing. That was answer enough. Vera almost laughed. The sound did not fully form. The analyzer beeped. Everyone stopped. Levina looked at the screen first. Her face changed. Not much. Enough. Vera's body went completely still. Luca took one step. Stopped. Terms. Good. Levina looked at Vera. Pregnancy marker positive. The room did not move. The words did. They entered Vera's ears and became something else before they reached her brain. Pregnancy marker positive. Not pregnant. Not baby. Not child. Marker. Positive. Clinical distance. Useful. Temporary. Vera nodded once. Cradle exposure. Levina looked back at the screen. High. Implantation traces. A pause. Too long. Yes. Vera closed her eyes. Only for 1 second. When she opened them, the room remained. Unfortunate. Luca's voice came low. Before tonight. Levina looked at Vera before answering. Vera nodded once. Likely before tonight, Levina said. The bond tightened. Not around Vera. Around Luca's rage. She felt it. He did not move. Did not speak. But something in the room darkened. Vera looked at him. Do not make this yours. His jaw clenched. It was done with my biology. We do not know that yet. He looked at the analyzer. His eyes were black at the edges. Do we not? Mila stepped forward. We need the next test. Vera's pulse stayed steady, only by force. Bloodline signatures. Yes. Non-invasive. Yes, your blood carries fetal fragments if the pregnancy is sufficiently active. Because cradle accelerates development, we may get a read earlier than normal. Vera looked down at her bandaged arm. A pregnancy already active enough to be read. Already carrying traces. Already inside the circle's timing. The room became small. For 1 second, she was back in the mirror room at 13. Mercy's fingers under her chin. The photograph of the boy with the silver-ringed eye on the table. Someone you may need to kiss one day. The kiss had not started this. It had unlocked it. Vera forced herself back. Run it. Levina hesitated. Vera. Run it. The doctor did. The analyzer took longer this time. 12 minutes. No one tried to fill the silence. Good. Vera would have shot small talk. Luca remained standing near the wall, exactly the distance they had learned was safest. The final knot bond sat quiet between them, but now that the pregnancy marker had been named, the bond felt different. Not stronger, more aware, as if the mechanism had heard the word and turned its head. Vera hated that. She kept her hands still in her lap, not over her abdomen. Not yet. Maybe not ever. No one looked there. Also good. When the analyzer beeped again, Mila read with Levina. Then Mila stopped breathing. That was worse than Levina's face. What? Vera asked. Mila looked at Levina. Levina looked at the screen, as if hating every number. Then she turned the screen toward Vera. A graph. Markers. Names. Color codes. Not one line. Many. Too many. At the top, fetal composite signature, active. Below, Volkov crown line marker, present. Sokolov paternal imprint marker, present. Orlov split line marker, present. Dragunov triple line resonance marker, present. Belova stabilization marker, present. Voss grief line carrier marker, present. Morozov dormant marker, present. Queen blood regulatory marker, present. The room became utterly silent. Every major Bratva bloodline. More than major. All of them. The unborn carried signatures from all the lines. The circle had spent 5 books engineering, stealing, pairing, splitting, freezing, activating, and weaponizing. Vera looked at the list until it became meaningless, then meaningful again, then worse. Luca's voice was barely S. Ound. No. The mark on his chest pulsed. The analyzer flickered. Vera looked up. Stay, Luca. His eyes snapped to hers. He breathed once, twice. The light steadied. He looked physically ill. Good. So did she. Mila spoke carefully. This does not mean natural parentage from all houses. It means engineered marker integration. Translation, Vera said. Levina answered. The pregnancy was designed as a composite key. A child, Anya said sharply. Levina looked at her. Yes, a child being used as a composite key. The correction mattered. The room absorbed it. Vera's hand twitched toward her abdomen. She stopped it. Too late. Luca saw. Everyone probably saw. No one commented. Good. Alina's voice was quiet. The circle made the hidden heir to read the registry. They made this pregnancy to open it. Mila nodded grimly. Or to control what opens after Luca reads it. Sophia's face had gone pale. The triplets opened the map. And this, Mila stopped herself. Good. Not this child. Not this fetus. Not asset. She corrected. This pregnancy may open the control layer. Vera laughed once. It sounded empty. So the triplets are the map key, and I am the control key. No, Luca said. The word cracked through the room. Everyone looked at him. His face was dark with rage, but his voice was controlled. She is Vera. The bond warmed. Vera hated that her throat tightened. Luca continued, looking at the screen. The pregnancy may have been engineered as the control key. She is not. Correct. Damn him. Correct again. Vera looked away. Useful distinction. Necessary one, Anya said. Mila leaned closer to the analyzer. There is another field. Vera's body went cold. Of course. Mila scrolled. Levena's face tightened further. A locked line appeared at the bottom. Primary paternal source. Encrypted. Unlock requires Volkov king line verification. Nikolai. The absent name entered the room without being spoken. Luka stared at the screen. His expression changed. Not fear. Understanding. Wrong, partial, devastating understanding. Me, he said. Mila looked at him. Likely. Encrypted because I am the hidden heir. Possibly. Vera heard the hesitation. So did Luka. What else? He asked. Mila did not answer fast enough. Vera stood. What else? Levena looked at the locked field. The wording is not standard for offspring of the tested male. It does not say hidden heir verification. It says Volkov king line verification. Anya's face changed. Galina closed her eyes. Luka went still. Vera's gaze moved from one woman to another. Meaning? Galina answered quietly. It may require Nikolai's blood to identify the paternal source. Luka's jaw tightened. Because the source is Volkov. Yes, I am Volkov. Galina opened her eyes. Boy. The word hit him. Not gently. Do not soften this, Luka said. Galina's mouth tightened. I am trying not to cut too deep before the right chapter. Vera's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? Galina looked at her. Then at Luka. Then at the door where Nikolai had gone. It means the circle still has one truth arranged behind another. Luka's mark pulsed. The registry stirred. Vera felt it. He was close to falling into code, not from command, but from uncertainty. Uncertainty was a room too. She crossed the distance, stopped before touching him. Luka. His eyes found hers. Breathed before the corridor. He inhaled. Rough. Again. Better. Good. His jaw clenched. I need to know. I know. Now. No. His eyes flashed. She lifted one hand. Not because you do not deserve it. Because Mercy timed this file to break you before Nikolai is in the room and before we verify. You do not hand her that. The words struck. His eyes flickered. The black receded. He nodded once. Hard. Good. Vera turned to Levena. Can you confirm without Nikolai? Not fully. Can you tell if this pregnancy was created from Luka's direct sample? Levena and Mila exchanged a look. Mila answered. There are markers consistent with Luka. But because Luka himself is engineered from Volkov king line material and altered by the circle, direct source and upstream source may overlap. Plain language. Levena said, the data may be designed to confuse father, son, source, and heir. The room recoiled from the sentence. Father, son, source, heir. Cradle's favorite crime, turning family words into lab categories. Luka looked toward the door. Nikolai was not there, but the weight of him was. Vera saw Luka's hand curl. She understood suddenly that he was not only afraid of being claimed, he was afraid of wanting to be. That was worse. Want made traps look like rooms with windows. Vera knew. She turned back to the screen. What does the pregnancy code do? Mila scrolled again. More lines appeared. Composite fetal marker, functions as universal registry stabilizer. If carried to viable stage under controlled bond environment, child may unify active bloodline maps. If terminated before stabilization, registry fractures and dormant heirs may destabilize or die. If removed from assassin anchor host, bond collapse likely. If host dies, final registry becomes volatile. Sophia whispered the threat card. Kill the triplets, or every heir dies. Vera read the lines again. The threat had evolved, or maybe it had always been layered. Triplets opened the map. Luca read the map. Vera's pregnancy stabilized the map. Every heir tied to the same system. Cradle had created a machine where killing one line could shatter another. A bloodline bomb. Inside women. Inside children. Inside grief. Inside names. Luca's voice came cold. They made the child a failsafe. Yes, Mila said. No, Vera said. Everyone looked at her. She turned from the screen. The pregnancy was engineered as a failsafe. The child is not. A beat. Then Anya nodded. Sophia too. Elena. Mila. Even Levina. Good. Language mattered. Words were first locks. Vera looked at the analyzer. What happens if I do nothing? Levina's face remained clinical. You remain pregnant under abnormal cradle acceleration. Unknown risks. High surveillance threat. Possible registry events. Need close monitoring. And if I choose not to remain pregnant? The room went still. Luca's face went utterly blank. Not judgment. Shock disciplined into silence. Good. He stayed silent. The women did not flinch either. Good. Levina answered carefully. Medically, that is your choice. Strategically, the registry may react. We do not yet know how to prevent cascade, but no one here has the right to use strategic risk to force you. Vera stared at her. That answer mattered. It did not solve anything, but it mattered. Luca's voice came rough. Correct. She looked at him. He looked pale, devastated. Still correct. Do not say it because you think you should, she said. I say it because if I do not, I am already what they made. The bond tightened. Vera's throat burned. This room was becoming intolerable. Too much respect. Too much horror. Too much possibility. She looked away first. If this pregnancy continues, she said, it continues under terms. Mila nodded, yes. Vera looked at Luca. No claim. Yes. No father language until proof, and until I decide whether that word belongs anywhere near this. His jaw flexed. Yes. No touching my abdomen. Vera. No. He nodded. Yes. No heroic guilt. His mouth tightened. That may be harder. I did not ask for difficulty rating. A faint curve touched his mouth, then vanished. Yes. She looked at the others. No one calls it the Empire Child, registry key, composite heir, universal stabilizer, or anything else that makes me want to sterilize the vocabulary with fire. Galena raised her hand slightly. May I suggest the problem? No. Fair. Sophia almost smiled. Elena looked at Vera with sharp approval. Anya said, what do you want it called for now? Vera froze. What do you want it called? Not what is it? Not what does the file call it. Not what does the system require. What do you want? The question arrived, like a blade placed handle first. Vera looked down at her abdomen. Still flat. Still silent. Still hers. A marker positive. A pregnancy. A possible child. A designed failsafe. A life she had not chosen, and now had to decide how to protect from the meaning forced onto it. Her hand moved. This time, she let it rest lightly below her ribs. Not tender. Not certain. A fact check by touch. The code, she said at first. Then hated it. No. That was Cradle's word. She inhaled. The unnamed. Luca's eyes changed. Do not name. The newborn photo. The orchard children. The stamp across his baby picture. Vera heard it too late. But the word had come honestly. The unnamed. Not as erasure. As protection until naming was chosen. Anya nodded. The unnamed. Mila typed it into her notes. Vera noticed. What are you writing? Temporary patient reference term, the unnamed, chosen by Vera. Vera swallowed. Damn her. Damn all of them. The system was learning her language. Good. Dangerous. Necessary. Then the lights flickered. Once, not from Luca. From the hall. A speaker crackled. Everyone turned. Mercy's voice did not come. Another voice did. Male. Young. Mechanical at the edges. Registry pulse detected. Alexei. External breach. Nikolai asked from somewhere over the estate channel. No, internal response from the pregnancy code file. Something unlocked when Vera named it. Vera's hand remained on her abdomen. The analyzer screen changed. The locked paternal field glowed. Temporary designation accepted. The unnamed. Maternal NA-MING right detected. Encrypted source field partially unsealed. Luca stepped closer, then stopped himself. Vera looked at the screen. The field decrypted by one line. Primary paternal source. Volkov King line derivative. Secondary activation source. Luca / Dagger 1 bond completion. Legal father assignment. Pending crown knife succession event. The room went cold. Legal father assignment. Pending. Not biological. Legal. Cradle intended to assign the father after successio. N. Vera laughed once. Flat. There it is. They can even make fatherhood paperwork violent. Luca's face was carved stone. Nikolai appeared in the doorway. He must have heard the alert. His eyes went to the screen. Read. Stopped. Anya came behind him. The room became too full. Vera did not tell them to leave. Not yet. Nikolai's gaze moved to Luca. Then to Vera. What does it mean? Vera looked at Luca. His eyes were black-hedged again, but stable. She answered before anyone else could turn it into a council matter. It means the pregnancy was engineered from Volkov King line material. Luca's bond activated it. The circle intends to assign legal fatherhood based on whichever crown knife succession event they trigger. Nikolai's jaw tightened. Succession event. Luca spoke then. Mercy said, I was made to replace a father. Nikolai went still. Anya's face sharpened. Vera watched the room reorganize around that sentence. Replacement. Hidden heir. Living king. Volkov source. Legal father pending. This was not only pregnancy data. This was succession architecture. If Luka bonded and claimed, he could become legal father. If Nikolai claimed Luka as son, the unborn could become linked to Volkov kingship. If the circle forced succession, the unborn became a bridge between every line and whatever king they installed. No wonder Mercy had wanted the bond completed under command. No wonder the file opened now. No wonder Chapter 6 waited with Nikolai's lost son. Luka looked at Nikolai. Did you have a son? Anya inhaled sharply. Nikolai's face did not change, but the room felt the impact. Vera's hand lowered from her abdomen. Here it was. Too soon. Still coming. Nikolai answered honestly. I was told I did. Luka's eyes held his. Told he died. Yes. Did you name him? Nikolai closed his eyes once. When he opened them, something in him had changed. No. Luka nodded. One sharp movement, as if the answer cut exactly where expected. Then do not name me now. Nikolai's jaw worked. I will not. Good. Horrible. Correct. Anya's hand found Nikolai's wrist. He allowed it. Vera watched Luka breathe through that. The registry did not trigger. Good. The bond held. Better. The analyzer beeped again. Everyone turned. New line. Crown knife succession event required 4 full source field disclosure. Mila muttered, it wants Chapter 6. Vera almost smiled despite everything. Then it can wait. The system disagreed. A countdown appeared. Source field disclosure window. 24:00:00. Then, if no succession verification occurs, pregnancy code will broadcast partial map to all active cradle cells. Vera stared. 24 hours. The circle had given them a clock. Of course. Rooms, doors, clocks. Mercy loved structure. Vera looked at Luka. He looked back. The final knot bond sat between them, quiet but awake. Nikolai looked at the countdown. Then at Luka. Then at Vera. No one decides in this room under a clock. Good answer. Anya glanced at him. Proud. Grim. Both. Mila said, we need to isolate the pregnancy code before broadcast. Alexei's voice came over the channel. Working. It is tied to Luka's registry access and Vera's sample data. I need the original code structure. Where? Roman asked. Galina answered before anyone else. Octavia's archive. Nikolai's face darkened. Anya's hand tightened on his wrist. Luka's mark pulsed. Vera saw it. Luka. He breathed. The pulse slowed. Good. Galina looked at Vera. Mercy used the pregnancy code, but Octavia stored the Volkov succession pieces. You want to stop the broadcast. You need both. Vera stared at the countdown. 24 hours before every cradle cell received enough data to hunt, claim, or manipulate the unnamed. The unborn. The key. The child. No. The unnamed. For now. Vera looked at Nikolai. Where is Octavia's archive? His voice was cold. Hidden. Helpful. No, but findable. Luka said, I can find doors. Everyone turned toward him. Vera's stomach tightened. No. He looked at her. The registry can identify linked sites, and pulling it opens you to mercy. Less now, not none. No, at least honest. He looked at the countdown. 24 hours. Vera stepped closer. Not touching. Do not offer yourself, because the file put pressure on the room. His gaze held hers. I am offering because the file put pressure on you. The bond warmed. She hated that answer. Because it was not wrong. Because it was not ownership. Because it was dangerous anyway. I am not a room you need to escape, she said. His voice lowered. No, you are the person in the room with me. That should not have hurt. It did. Vera looked away. Unhelpfully phrased. Accurate. Worse. Sophia stood slowly from her chair. Every eye turned toward her. She looked pale but steady, one hand near the open circle mark in her palm. The cradle circle keeps making us choose inside their sequence. Bride, baby, twins, triplets, heir, pregnancy code. Her gaze moved to Vera. The code wants Chapter 6 because Chapter 6 reveals the father-son truth, so we change the order. Vera narrowed her eyes. How? Sophia looked at Nikolai. Do not wait for the system to demand succession verification. Convene witness verification first. Raisa Dragonov's voice came from the doorway. I'd agree. Everyone turned. The old matron stood there like she had been carved into the estate wall by law itself. Casimir looked mildly alarmed. You should be resting. Raisa looked at him. I have outlived better advice. Fair. She entered with a black ledger under one arm. Widow-law is not only Dragonov. Volkov has mother-law too, older than its kings admit. If a child was declared dead without maternal body witness, the death can be challenged. Nikolai's face changed. Mother-law. Anya's voice was quiet. You have that. Raisa's mouth curled. All houses have useful laws men forgot because they did not write them. Galina lifted her unlit cigarette in salute. Raisa looked at Luca. Your death was declared without your father's witness. Perhaps without your mother S. Perhaps by Octavia alone. That declaration can be legally suspended before full paternity proof. Luca stared. What does that make me? Alive, Raisa said. The room went silent. Not son. Not heir. Not weapon. Alive. Vera felt the word hit him through the bond. Deep. Hard. The mark on his chest dimmed. Luca looked down as if the floor had shifted. Alive. A legal status so basic it became revolutionary in cradle architecture. Raisa continued. If Volkov suspends the death declaration, the system's succession event may trigger disclosure without assigning fatherhood. Mila's eyes sharpened because the code needs a status change. Exactly. Nikolai looked at Luca. This would not claim you as my son. Luca's face stayed guarded. No, it would only state that the death record may be false and requires inquiry. Luca's hand tightened. Another room, but maybe with windows. Vera looked at him. Terms. He breathed once, then nodded. Terms. Nikolai waited. Good. Luca spoke carefully. No son claim. Yes. No heir acceptance. Yes. No public reveal beyond necessary legal circle. Yes. No use of Dagger 1 designation. Yes, if Octavia's name appears, no one hides it because she is blood. Nikolai's face went stone. Yes, if the verification hurts Vera or triggers the pregnancy code. We stop, Nikolai said. Luca looked at him. Testing. Nikolai held. We stop, he repeated. Luca looked at Vera, not asking permission, checking if she saw another trap. She did. Several, but also a path. A third path. Those had saved them before. Vera nodded once. Proceed carefully. Raisa opened the black ledger. Then we need one Volkov authority, one external witness, one medical witness, one maternal law witness, and the person whose death is being challenged. Nikolai stepped forward. Volkov authority. Anya stepped beside him. Maternal law witness. Raisa nodded. Levina lifted a hand. Medical witness. Sophia said, external witness. Casimir began, you should. Sophia looked at him. He stopped. Improving. Raisa looked at Luca. And you. Luca was silent. Vera felt the bond tighten. This was not the final knot. Not exactly. But it rhymed. A name before law. A person before a system. Luca looked at the ledger. Then at Nikolai. Then at Vera. His voice was low. I am Luca. I challenge the record that says I was dead before I was named. The lights flickered. The pregnancy code countdown paused. The analyzer screen turned black. Then white. Then a single line appeared. Death declaration, challenge accepted. Source field partial disclosure, unlocked. Vera's pulse kicked. Mila rushed to the analyzer. The screen filled with encrypted lines, opening one by one. Primary paternal source, Volkov King line derivative. Original donor line, NV. Infant transfer, authorized by OV. Subject, Luca created from living Volkov infant. Status, falsified. Further disclosure requires Chapter 6 file. NIKOLAIS, lost son. The room stopped. NV. OV. Nikolai Volkov. Octavia Volkov. Living Volkov infant. Status falsified. No one spoke. Chapter 6 had arrived at the door and knocked with blood. Luca looked at the screen. His face had no expression. That was how Vera knew the words had hit too deep. Nikolai did not move. Anya's hand covered her mouth. Galina closed her eyes. Raisa lowered the ledger. Vera stepped closer to Luca. Not touching. Not yet. Luca. His eyes moved to her slowly. They made me from him. The voice was calm. Too calm. No, Vera said. His jaw clenched. Read the screen. I read it. Then, they stole you from a record before you had a chance to be a person. They may have used Nikolai's line. They may have used you, changed you, coded you, renamed you, made you survive poison, made you open doors. But they did not make you from him. Luca stared. She continued. You began before the corridor. The words struck him. Orchard. Apple trees. Galina's apple. The baby photogra. PH. Alive. His throat moved. The bond softened by one impossible degree. Nikolai's voice came from across the room. Luca. Luca did not look at him. Not yet. Nikolai did not force it. Good. His voice was rougher now. "I will not claim you in this room." Luca's eyes stayed on Vera. Nikolai continued, "But I will say this. If Octavia falsified a death, and the circle took a living child from Volkov blood, I will open every grave, archive, and throat required to prove it." Luca closed his eyes. Only for a second. Then opened them. "Do that for the record," he said. "Not father. Not son. Record. First step." Nikolai nodded. "For the record." The pregnancy code screen beeped again. Countdown reset. Source field disclosure window paused. OCTAVI archive. Required 4 full paternal and pregnancy code decoding. Then another line. Maternal source, SEALED. Vera's gaze snapped to it. Maternal source. Luca's mother. The unnamed mother. No. The file's layering was deliberately cruel. Mila read the metadata. This field refers to Luca. Chapter 6. Again, Luca looked at the sealed line. For the first time since she met him, Vera saw naked fear cross his face. Not fear of death, not fear of pain, fear of wanting another answer. Mother. Name. Before, the room had given him a life. Now it dangled origin. Mercy's voice did not come through the speakers. She did not need to. The file had learned to speak in her absence. Vera looked at the screen, then at Luca, then at her own abdomen. The unnamed. Composite marker. Pregnancy code. Legal father assignment pending. Luca's death record challenged. Nikolai's initials exposed. Octavia's authorization named. Maternal source sealed. Every answer opened another trap. Vera smiled. Small. Cold. Exhausted. Fine. Everyone looked at her. She picked up the printed pregnancy code page and folded it once. Then again. Then tucked it inside her jacket, beside her own file. We go to Octavia's archive. Nikolai's face hardened. Yes. Vera looked at him. Not as a family reunion. No. Not as succession theater. No. Not to name him before he chooses. Nikolai's jaw tightened. No. Luca looked at her. And you. Vera looked down at her abdomen. The unnamed existed now as marker, code, possible child, threat, leverage, and choice she had not finished making. Her hand hovered, then lowered. Not yet. I go because the circle put a clock inside my blood and called it a code. Her eyes lifted. I want the code. Luca's mouth almost moved. Alive. Preferably. Mercy. Also preferably for a while. Galena smiled. There she is. This time, Vera did not object. She looked at Luca. You can still stand. Yes. Truth. No. Then sit before you fall and make men emotional. Nikolai looked mildly offended. Casimir muttered, It happens. Sophia looked at him. He fell silent. Progress everywhere. Luca sat. Slowly. Not gracefully. Vera sat beside him, leaving exactly 1 chair's width between them. The bond accepted it. For now, Levina began issuing orders. Mila copied the decrypted fields offline. Raisa prepared a temporary legal challenge document. Anya took Nikolai aside, before grief could turn into strategy, without witnesses. Sophia, Alina, and Galina stayed near Vera without crowding. Zoya produced food from somewhere, because old women in war apparently manifested bread through spite. Vera took a piece, ate. The room was shocked. She ignored them. Luca almost smiled. She pointed the bread at him. "Do not." He looked at the bread. "Is that for me?" "No." "Then why threaten me with it?" Improvisation. His mouth curved anyway. Real. Small. Alive. The bond warmed. The analyzer screen stayed steady. The countdown paused. The pregnancy code had not been solved, but it had been interrupted. That was enough for one chapter. Then Alexei's voice came over the estate channel. "We have a location hit on Octavia's archive." Every head turned. Nikolai answered, "Where?" Alexei hesitated. Vera closed her eyes. Hesitation had become a genre. Under the Volkov family mausoleum. Nikolai went still. Anya's face hardened. Luca's eyes lifted. Alexei continued. "And there is a living biometric lock active inside." Roman's voice came through. "Whose?" Another pause. Then Alexei said, "Octavia Volkov." The room froze. Nikolai's face went dead. Galina whispered, "Of course." Vera looked at Luca. Luca looked at Nikolai. The dead grandmother was apparently not dead. No one in this world understood death. Outside, the estate bells began ringing again. Not alarm. Funeral. The Volkov family mausoleum had opened itself, and beneath it waited Octavia, the woman who had authorized a living infant's death record, sealed Luca's maternal source, and built the pregnancy code into Vera's blood. Luca stood despite Vera's warning look. His voice came quiet. Chapter 6. Vera rose beside him. Terms first. His eyes met hers. Always. End of Chapter 5. Pregnant by the Bratva Heir. Chapter 6. Nikolai's lost son. The Volkov E. State bells rang for a woman everyone had thought was dead. Octavia Volkov. Grandmother. Matriarch. Monster. Apparently alive beneath the family mausoleum. Her heartbeat wired into an archive that had hidden Luca's death, Vera's pregnancy code, and the final map of every stolen heir the cradle circle had ever touched. Vera stood in the medical wing with one hand near her gun, and the other closed around the folded pregnancy code page inside her jacket. The page felt hot. It was not. That was her body lying to her, or the bond, or the unnamed thing inside her blood that the circle had designed as a control key. She did not yet know which. She hated all options. Across the room, Luca sat on the edge of the examination bed while Levina finished wrapping fresh gauze around his forearm. He looked too pale, too still, and too composed for a man who had learned within the last hour that he had been stolen as an infant, declared dead, raised as a weapon, and possibly biologically tied to the king standing 10 feet away. Nikolai Volkov had not moved since Alexei's announcement. Octavia Volkov, living biometric lock active. He stood near the doorway with Anya beside him, his face stripped of expression. Not emotionless. Worse, contained. Vera had seen men look like that before pulling triggers, signing death orders, or burying everything that could make them human. until only function remained. Anya saw it too. She did not touch him. She only stood close enough that if he reached for something other than rage, she was there. Good, dangerous men should have women nearby who knew when not to comfort them. Galina lit another cigarette in the corner. Levina looked at her. This is a medical wing. Galina looked back. This is a dynasty emergency. Smoke outside. Dynasties smell worse. Zoya, who had entered with Raisa and a black leather satchel full of old Volkov law papers, snorted once. She is not wrong. Levina pointed at both of them. I am surrounded by respiratory crimes. Mila stood at the analyzer, copying the decrypted source field data onto 3 separate offline drives. Her face was tight with focus, but her fingers moved fast. Roman stood behind her, not touching. Learning. Still hovering. But learning. Dmitri and Alina had arrived from the adjacent wing. Alina's face was pale, but she walked without help because apparently every woman in this war considered medical advice negotiable after a certain degree of outrage. Sophia entered last, with Casimir and 2 female guards. Casimir looked as if walking was a personal insult. Sophia looked as if she would commit violence if anyone said the word rest. The room had become too crowded, too armed, too alive. Vera preferred empty rooms. Empty rooms gave fewer people the opportunity to say stupid things. Raisa Dragunov opened the black ledger she had carried in and set it on the table beside Luca's file. The mausoleum will be trapped. Nikolai spoke for the first time. Yes. His voice was cold enough to make the room still. Anya's gaze shifted to him. Vera watched Luca. He watched Nikolai. Not with longing. Not with hatred. Not cleanly. There was nothing clean in the way. A stolen son looked at the man he had not yet allowed to become a father. Luca's hand rested on the open file beside him. The baby photo stamped, "Do not name" sat face up. He had not closed it. Vera understood that too. Sometimes you kept the wound visible, so no one else got to pretend they did not see it. Mila finished copying the data and removed the drives. We need the Octavia archive to decode the full pregnancy code and stop the 24-hour broadcast trigger. The pregnancy code paused after Luca challenged his death record, but it did not deactivate. Vera looked at the paused countdown on the analyzer screen. 23:41:09. Mercy loved clocks. Octavia apparently loved graves. The circle loved both. Levina looked at Vera. You should not go below the mausoleum. No, I have not finished. You were heading somewhere boring. You are pregnant under abnormal conditions, with high cradle exposure, recent bonding trauma, and unknown registry link risk. Correct, which means the archive is about me too. Luca's jaw tightened. He did not speak. Good. Levina's mouth flattened. You need monitoring. Vera pointed to the portable scanner on the table. Bring it. That is not the same thing. Then bring 2. Mila murmured, she has a point. Levina glared at her. Mila lifted both hands. Medically unwise, strategically unavoidable. Everyone in this house has become fluent in bad compromises, Levina said. Sophia said, it happens quickly. Vera looked at Luca. He had gone still at the edge of the bed. Too still. The bond between them had quieted since Chapter 4's final not completion, but it remained alive like a wire buried under snow. It did not pull constantly. It waited. It listened. It reacted when his code stirred or her body felt threatened. Right now, it was listening to the word. Mausoleum. Octavia. Birth. Death. Son. Vera stepped closer to him. Not touching. The distance mattered. Luca. His eyes lifted. Silver black at the edges. Not code. Not fully. Stay before the corridor. He inhaled slowly, then nodded. I am here. Good. He said it like proof. Maybe it was. Nikolai watched the exchange. His face did not change, but his eyes did. Pain recognized in another man's stabilization. Interesting. Vera turned to the room. Terms before anyone descends. Race's mouth curved. I like her. Casimir muttered, You would. Sophia looked at him. He stopped. Vera counted off on her fingers. No restraints unless Luca requests them or loses himself. Nikolai nodded once. Accepted. No one uses dagger one. Accepted, Nikolai said. Luca looked at him sharply. Not gratitude. Not yet. Recognition of correct language. No one calls him son. The room went colder. Nikolai's jaw tightened. Anya's hand curled once at her side. But Nikolai said, accepted. Luca looked down at the baby photograph. Vera continued. No one calls Octavia grandmother in a way that softens what she is. Galina smiled around her cigarette, accepted with enthusiasm. No one touches my abdomen, references the unnamed as heir, key, child of empire, registry stabilizer, or anything else that will make me use the gun. Mila nodded, accepted. Levina added, medically and socially. Excellent. Vera looked at Luca. If the registry pulls, I anchor by voice first. Contact only if I choose. He nodded. Yes. If I say stop. We stop. If you say stop. His eyes held hers. We stop. She turned to Nikolai. If the archive demands paternal verification, no blood is taken from Luca unless he consents. Nikolai's voice was low. Accepted. If the archive demands your blood, you may provide it, but not as a claim. Nikolai absorbed that. Anya looked at Vera with sharp approval. Nikolai said, accepted. Raisa closed the ledger with a decisive thump. Good, now that the women have made the rooms survivable, we may go below. Galina laughed once. Nikolai did not. His gaze remained on Luca. Luca did not look back. Not yet. The Volkov mausoleum stood beyond the east garden, half buried in fresh snow and old worship. It was not large. That made it worse. A modest black stone building with iron doors, wolf carvings at the corners, and a frozen angel above the entrance, holding a crown in both hands. The angel's face had been chipped by weather. Or bullets. Vera preferred the second theory. The path to the mausoleum had been cleared recently. Too recently. Snow lay in neat ridges along the sides, and fresh boot marks cut through the slush. Someone had entered before them, or something had invited them. Nikolai stopped at the first iron gate. Anya stood at his left. Luca stood 3 paces behind him. Vera stood beside Luca, not touching. Roman, Dmitri, Casimir, Raisa, Galina, Zoya, Mila, Levina, Sophia, Alina, and 6 guards formed a semicircle around the entrance. Too many people for a crypt. Not enough for a war. Vera scanned the gate. Old luck. New keypad hidden under the left wolf carving. Pressure plate beneath the snow. Tripwire near the hinge. Chemical dispersal. Nozzle above the lintel. Do not touch anything, she said. Nikolai's hand stopped 1 inch from the gate. He looked at her. She pointed upward. Gas nozzle. Levina immediately stepped back. Type. Unknown, probably memory triggering or muscle lock. Galina spat into the snow. Octavia did like her invisible punishments. Nikolai's face hardened. Can you disarm it? Vera looked at the gate again. Yes. Truth, Luca asked. She turned her head slowly. His mouth almost moved. Good. He deserved the warning glare. Vera crouched near the hinge and removed a thin pick from her boot. Truth, I can delay it from disarming me first. That is not reassuring, Levina said. Then stand farther away. No one argued. Progress. Vera disabled the pressure plate with a wedge, cut the tripwire, and jammed the gas nozzle with wax from a candle Sophia handed her without being asked. Vera looked at the candle. Sophia said, I learned from a cathedral. Useful trauma. Efficiently stored. Vera almost smiled. Almost. She opened the keypad panel. A message appeared before she touched the keys. VOLKOV, Family Mausoleum. Biometric archive status. Active. OV heartbeat detected. Nikolai went very still. Luca's mark pulsed once beneath his coat. Vera felt the bond respond. She did not look at him. Not because she ignored him. Because he needed not to be watched like a fuse. Heartbeat active, Mila said quietly. Casimir's voice was grim. Alive then. Galina took a drag from her cigarette. Alive is a generous word for Octavia. The keypad requested a palm. VOLKOV, Kingline verification required. Nikolai stepped forward. Vera grabbed his wrist before he touched it. Every guard stiffened. Nikolai looked down at her hand. Vera released him. Scan it F. Erst. Mila moved in with a handheld detector and examined the panel. Her mouth tightened. Needle inside palm plate. Poison, Roman asked. Sampling needle, Mila said. Maybe more. Vera looked at Nikolai. Consent to blood draw. He almost smiled. No, not smiled. Recognized the irony. Yes. Vera dismantled the plate enough to expose the needle channel. Replaced the internal vial with one Levina provided, and nodded. Nikolai placed his palm on the scanner. The needle pierced. His jaw did not move. The screen blinked. NIKOLAI VOLKOV, Kingline VRIFID. The iron doors unlocked. Then a second message appeared. Death declaration, challenger required. Luca's breath changed. Vera felt it. Nikolai stepped back immediately, giving Luca room without beckoning. Good. Luca looked at the screen. Then at Vera. She did not nod. Did not tell him to do it. Terms meant he moved himself. Finally, Luca stepped forward. The keypad requested his palm. Vera inspected the plate again. Clean. She still did not trust it. Blood sample, Mila said. It will compare to Nikolai S. Luca looked at Nikolai. Only once. then placed his palm on the plate. The needle pierced. His eyes stayed open. The screen blinked longer this time. Once, twice, then, LUKA, Death Declaration Challenge accepted. Genetic relationship to NV, direct paternal match. Status, living VOLKOV, infant record recovered. The garden went silent. Direct paternal match. Living Volkov infant. The words appeared before anyone could prepare a face for them. Nikolai looked at the screen, as if it had carved through bone. Luka did not. He withdrew his hand and stepped back. His face was unreadable. That was bad. Very bad. Vera spoke before the registry could enter the silence. Luka. His eyes shifted to her. Black at the edges. Not gone. Before the corridor, she said. He inhaled. Rough. Again. The black receded. His voice was low. Direct paternal match. Yes. Living infant. Yes. Recovered. That word is their lie. He looked at her. She held his gaze. You were stolen, not recovered. The mark at his throat dimmed. Good. Nikolai's voice came from beside the gate. I did not know. No one moved. Luka looked at him slowly. Nikolai did not step closer. Did not soften. Did not ask for belief. He only stood there, one hand bleeding from the scanner, and said it again. I did not know. Luka's mouth tightened. I know. The answer hit Nikolai harder than accusation would have. Because it was not forgiveness. Only accuracy. He nodded once. That was all. The mausoleum doors opened inward. Cold air breathed out. The scent was not rot. It was roses, old stone, preservative chemicals, and electricity. Octavia's archive waited below. The first chamber contained legitimate dead. Volkov names carved into black marble. Men and women buried under slabs, family crests, and polished lies. Nikolai did not look at any of them. Luka looked at all of them. Vera noticed. He was studying death like a person checking whether his name had a place reserved. It made her want to shoot the architecture. Anya noticed too. She moved beside Luka, leaving a careful distance. You are not in here. His eyes cut to her. She did not flinch. The record said I was. The record lied. He looked toward the nearest tomb. Records decide where people mourn. Anya's face changed. Yes. The answer was soft. Not too soft. Useful. Luka looked away first. Vera watched Anya with more respect than was convenient. At the rear of the chamber, a carved wolf statue sat against the wall. Its mouth held a crown. Beneath the statue, a stone plaque read, Blood remembers. Vera rolled her eyes. Luka saw. His mouth almost moved. She whispered, dramatic family. I have been affiliated for 20 minutes. Long enough. The wolf statue's eyes lit red. A hidden seam opened behind it. Stairs descended into a chamber below the graves. Of course, Raisa muttered. Men always hide their worst records under ancestors. Galina said, women hide better. The stairs were narrow enough to force single file. Vera went first. Luka objected with his eyes. She ignored him. Then he said, no. She turned. Excuse me. You disarm traps. Fine. but I go close enough to pull you back. That sounds like protection. That sounds like geometry. Sophia, from behind Casimir, made a faint, approving sound. Casimir looked resigned. Vera studied Luca. He was learning too fast. Annoying. 2 steps behind, she said. 1, 2. Fine. He took 2. The Bond seemed amused. She hated that most. They descended. The walls changed from old stone to polished concrete. Cradle renovation. Cold lights lined the floor. At the bottom stood a steel door with no handle. A camera above it turned toward Luca. Then Nikolai. Then Vera. Then Vera's abdomen. Luca's entire body went still. Vera shot the camera. The door clicked anyway. A woman's voice filled the stairwell. Not mercy. Older. Colder. Temper, how very. Anchor-coded. Nikolai closed his eyes once. When he opened them, there was murder in his face. Octavia. The steel door opened. Octavia Volkov had made herself into a lock. She sat in the center of the archive chamber, inside a glass medical enclosure shaped like a throne. Not a bed, not a coffin, a throne. Of course, white hair pinned perfectly, skin thin and pale, tubes entering both arms, electrodes along her temples, a breathing cannula under her nose. A black silk dress arranged around her like she had dressed for court rather than life support. Her eyes were open, sharp, alive. Behind her, the archive rose in tiers. Data towers, old paper ledgers, cold storage drawers, blood sample cabinets, wall screens, and rows of labeled metal boxes. Volkov, Morozov, crown knife, orchard, maternal source, pregnancy code, dagger 1. Vera saw the labels in one sweep and wanted to burn the chamber before reading a single line. The old woman smiled. Nikolai. Nikolai stopped 10 feet from the glass enclosure. Anya remained beside him. Luca stood several paces behind, Vera near his right shoulder. Octavia's gaze skipped over Nikolai almost immediately. It landed on Luca. Her smile widened. There you are. Luca's mark pulsed. Vera felt the bond sharpen. Luca, she said. The name landed before Octavia's next word could. Luca breathed. Octavia's eyes moved to Vera. Little knife. Vera lifted the gun. Try again. Octavia laughed softly, then coughed. The machines around her beeped. Weak body. Strong poison. I was told you had become insolent. I was told you were dead. Both reports were hopeful. Nikolai stepped forward. Every machine in the room adjusted to his movement. Octavia looked at him with mild irritation. You were always too loud when wounded. Nikolai's voice was cold. You stole my son. The room went still. There it was. The word. Son. It struck Luca physically. Vera felt it through the bond. He did not speak. Nikolai noticed. His jaw tightened. Then he corrected. You stole a living infant from a Volkov birth record. Octavia's mouth curved. Better, the assassin has trained you quickly. Anya's voice cut in. No, women have been correcting your house for years. He is only catching up. Octavia's gaze shifted to Anya. Queen blood bride. Anya, Nikolai said. Anya looked at him. Not corrected. Acknowledged. She then looked at Octavia. Anya. Octavia's smile thinned. Good. Names were irritating the old monster. Useful. Octavia looked back to Luca. Dagger 1. Vera spoke instantly. Luca. The two names collided in the chamber. Lights flickered. Luca's hands curled. His eyes blackened at the edges. Octavia's smile returned. Oh, still reactive. Vera stepped closer to Luca. Not touching. Before the corridor. Luca inhaled. The black receded. Octavia watched with clinical interest. You anchor better than expected. I kill better too. Not well enough, Mercy breathes. For now. A faint laugh. Always knives first. You were so easy to shape. The words hit places Vera refused to show. Luca did. His head turned slightly toward her. No. She did not need him defending her from an old woman inside a glass box. The bond disagreed. Vera spoke before he could. Octavia, you have 20 seconds before I start shooting archive cabinets alphabetically. Octavia's eyes brightened. Practical. I like that about you even as a child. 15. Nikolai's voice lowered. Where is the full pregnancy code? Octavia looked at him. Still thinking like a king. Wrong question. Vera lifted her gun toward the cabinet labeled pregnancy code. Octavia sighed. You shoot that, the broadcast resumes. Vera paused. Truth. Octavia smiled. Mostly. Damn. The worst lies always wore one true bone. Mila stepped in with her tablet, scanning the chamber. The archive is integrated with her biometric rhythm. If Octavia dies before we copy the root files, the system may broadcast or wipe. Octavia looked pleased. Yes, one must make oneself useful in old age. Galena spat on the floor. Octavia's gaze moved to her. Galena, still smoking cheap tobacco and pretending betrayal is virtue. Galena smiled without humor. Still breathing through tubes and pretending control is immortality. Octavia's eyelid twitched. Good. Old women knew where to cut each other. Luca's voice came low. My mother. The chamber went silent. Octavia looked at him. What? My mother, he repeated. Name her. Vera's attention sharpened. Nikolai's face changed. He had expected the question to be father. Blood. Claim. Luca asked for mother first. Octavia's mouth curved. Of course, the assassin taught you sentiment. Vera lifted the gun again. Answer. Octavia looked between them, then laughed softly. Look at you all. Kings, brides, doctors, widows, assassins, and stolen children, pretending names change biology. Raisa stepped out from the back of the group. Names change law. Octavia's expression hardened. Widow. Matriarch, Raisa replied. Former if the room is just. Octavia ignored her and looked at Luca. Your maternal source was Irina Morozov. The name moved through the chamber. Morozov. Dormant marker. Volkov Morozov candidate. The line from Book 2's Surviving Embryo. Mila inhaled sharply. Volkov Morozov. Octavia smiled faintly. Yes, you found one of the spare embryos, I believe. Roman's head snapped toward Mila. Mila's face had gone pale. The Volkov Morozov twin candidate. Not twin, Octavia said. Spare branch, Poor terminology from lesser doctors. Luka's voice remained flat. Irina Morozov. Yes. Alive. Octavia looked amused. No. Luka did not move. Vera felt the bond tighten hard. He had asked anyway. Even knowing. Even expecting cruelty. The answer cut. Nikolai spoke, very quietly. Irina died before I was told about the child. Octavia's gaze flicked to him. You were told she left Moscow. Nikolai's face turned white. Anya's eyes closed briefly. Nikolai's voice was deadly. You told me she left. Yes. And the child. Stillborn, it was a tidy lie. Luka looked at Nikolai. Just once. Then back to Octavia. Why? Octavia's eyes sharpened. Because you were too valuable to waste on fatherhood. The chamber chilled. Luka did not flinch. Good. Bad. Vera hated both. Octavia continued. Nikolai was young, volatile, sentimental, beneath all that Volkov discipline. Irina was Morozov, dormant marker, rare regulatory potential. The cradle circle needed a living crown knife heir without house loyalty. A son raised by Nikolai would have been ruined by affection. Nikolai took one step forward. The machines around Octavia beeped faster. Anya caught his wrist. He stopped. Barely. Octavia smiled. Still easy. Anya's voice went cold. Not easy, restrained. Octavia's eyes returned to Luka. You were born alive, loud, strong, annoying. Irina named you before we sedated her. Luka went still. The mark on his chest dimmed, then pulsed. Vera felt the registry doors listening. Luka's voice was rougher. She named me. Octavia's face hardened. She wasted breath. Galina stepped forward. No. Everyone looked at her. Galina's cigarette had burned down untouched between her fingers. She named him Luka, Galina said. I heard it. Luka's eyes moved to her. Galina looked at him, and for once, the smoke in her voice thinned. Irina held you for maybe 30 seconds. Octavia told the doctor to take you. Irina said your name twice. Luka, Luka, like saying it could tie you to the world. The room went utterly still. Luka did not breathe. Vera did not either. Galina continued. They tried to record you as unnamed. I wrote the name in a nursing margin before they erased the page. Octavia's mouth twisted. And then you smuggled the memory like contraband. How noble. No, Galina said, how useful. Luka's hand rose slowly to his chest. Not over the mark. Higher. Over the place a child might have been held. Vera looked away. Only for a second. Some wounds deserved privacy, even in rooms full of enemies. Nikolai's voice came rough. I did not know Irina was pregnant when she left. Octavia laughed softly. She did not leave. Nikolai's face went dead. What did you do? Octavia's smile faded into something flatter. I did what your father would not, what you were not yet strong enough to understand. I preserved Volkov power. You murdered her. No, her body failed after childbirth. Galina's voice cracked like a whip. Because you bled her for Morozov samples for 3 days. Octavia's eyes sharpened. The chamber turned murderous. Nikolai drew his gun. Anya caught his wrist again, both hands this time. Nikolai. His hand shook. Not from weakness, from restraint. Vera watched Luca. He looked at Octavia like she had become a specimen in his own file. No rage yet. That was dangerous. Rage moved. This stillness stored. What happened to her body? Luca asked. Octavia blinked. That question unsettled her. Good. Disposed. Nikolai's gun lifted, despite Anya's grip. Luca spoke before he fired. No. Nikolai froze. Luca did not look at him. Not before the archive. Nikolai's hand lowered by 1 inch. Then another. Anya exhaled. Octavia watched with pleasure. Fascinating. The stolen son gives the father discipline. Luca turned then. Slowly, his eyes found Nikolai's. I am not giving you anything. The answer hit like stone. Nikolai accepted it. Yes. Good. Accurate men everywhere. Exhausting. Vera stepped toward the archive consoles. Pregnancy code, now. Octavia looked at her. Why such urgency? You only learned of the child an hour ago. Vera's gun lifted. Octavia smiled. The unnamed, then. How precious. You give sentiment a tactical haircut and think it becomes control. Vera smiled back. No, I give language a knife and see who bleeds. Raisa made a delighted sound. Casimir muttered, that one is also yours. Sophia ignored him. Mila connected her tablet to a side console, but did not activate it yet. E-archive is encrypted around Octavia's biometric rhythm. Nikolai's Kingline verification. Luca's living status challenge, and Vera's pregnancy code. So all of us, Vera said. Yes. Convenient. Engineered, Mila corrected. Octavia tilted her head. To decode the final file, the system requires what it was designed to prove. Volkov Kingline source, living hidden heir, assassin anchor host, and active maternal law witnesses. Anya's eyes narrowed. Maternal law witnesses. Octavia's smile sharpened. Yes, the part old women insisted on keeping in the protocols. The circle tolerated it because men dismissed it as ceremonial. Race's mouth curved. Men are reliable fools. Octavia's gaze flicked to her. You included yourself in that victory too quickly. The maternal clauses are why the archive cannot be destroyed without the women named in the registry present. They were safety locks, not liberation. Sophia stepped forward. Locks open both ways. Octavia looked at her abdomen. Casimir's eyes went black. Sophia lifted one hand without looking. He stopped. Octavia watched the gesture with clinical interest. The triplet witness, the woman who made an open circle out of a completion mark. Irritating. Accurate, Sophia said. Elena moved beside her. And the twin witness. Mila stood from the console. And the Sokolov mother. Anya stepped forward too. Queen line witness. Vera looked at the 4 women. Then at herself. Assassin anchor host. The unnamed. Octavia's smile faded slightly. There. Good. The room had changed. Not because the kings moved. Because the women did. Octavia had built an archive, requiring them as locks. She had assumed locks obeyed keys. Bad assumption. Vera looked back at Mila. What happens if we open the pregnancy code? Mila read from the console. It will disclose the full source map, including paternal, maternal, registry function, and broadcast structure. Risk. possible registry surge, possible activation attempts, possible broadcast if interrupted. Possible, Vera said. Levin aside, our least favorite word. Luca spoke then. Do it. Vera looked at him. He was watching Octavia, but his words were for her. Not because she wants it. Because the file is already a weapon. We either see its shape or let mercy swing it blind. Good. Too good. Annoying. Vera turned to Nikolai. Kingline source. Nikolai nodded. Yes. To open the file, not claim. Not claim. She looked at Luca. Living hidden heir. His mouth tightened. Luca, he corrected. Good. Yes, she said. Luca. He nodded. Yes. She looked at the women. Witnesses. Anya answered first. Yes. Mila, yes. Elena, yes. Sophia, yes. Vera inhaled once. Assassin anchor host. Luca's eyes moved to her sharply. She hated the term. But sometimes, naming the enemy's category let you stab it better. For this file, she said, only for this file. Mila typed it in. The archive lights dimmed. Octavia's machines accelerated. Her pulse displayed across every screen. The system spoke in a flat mechanical voice. Final archive access requested. OV biometric lock active. VOLKOV, Kingline VERIFID. LUKA, living status VERIFID. Assassin anchor host VERIFID. Maternal witness cluster incomplete. Mila frowned. Incomplete. The screen listed the required witnesses. Queenline witness, Anya Volkov present. Sokolov infant line witness, Mila Arden present. Orlov split line witness, Elena Voss present. Dragonov triple line witness, Sophia Belova present. Assassin anchor unnamed witness, Vera present. Covenant medical witness, missing. Old nurse witness, missing. Levina stepped forward. Covenant medical witness. Zoya swore softly. Galina looked at the screen. Old nurse witness. Then laughed. That would be me. Zoya lifted the black medical satchel. And covenant medical witness is likely one of us. Levina frowned. Why? Zoya opened the satchel and removed an old seal. Cradle medical seal. Broken in half. I was covenant medical staff before I became a traitor. Galina lifted her cigarette. I was old nurse staff before I became worse. The system updated. Covenant medical witness, Zoya Markov pending. Old nurse witness, Galina pending. Zoya placed her thumb on the scanner. Galina did the same after wiping ash on her coat. The system processed. Maternal witness cluster complete. Octavia's eyes narrowed. For the first time, she looked less amused than cornered. Vera saw it. So did Luca. The final screen opened. Pregnancy code, full disclosure. Mila copied automatically. Levina read aloud, because silence would make the words more powerful than they deserved. Objective. Create universal bloodline control key through assassin anchor gestation. After final not bond activation, with crown knife, hidden heir. Vera's hand closed. Luca's jaw clenched. Levina continued. Primary source material. Volkov Kingline derivative through living infant Luca Volkov Morozov, altered by crown knife program. Nikolai's face went scent. Ill. Luca's eyes did too. Vera listened, not because she wanted to, because the file would not get to speak unchallenged. Maternal host preparation. Vera, Assassin Anchor Program, A13. Long-term catalyst conditioning completed. Implantation window initiated before assassination assignment. There it was. Before. Vera swallowed nothing. Showed nothing. Luca turned toward her. She did not look at him. If she did, the room might blur. Levina's voice hardened as she read. Embryonic composite design. Integrates inactive marker fragments from major Bratva bloodlines for registry stabilization. Natural parentage limited to assigned source material. Additional signatures are engineered regulatory markers, not genetic parentage. Mila exhaled. Good, that clarifies. Vera's eyes narrowed. Meaning. Mila spoke carefully. It means the unborn is not biologically descended from every house. The other markers are engineered fragments, regulatory keys. Still horrifying. Yes. Levina continued. Legal father assignment. Contingent upon crown knife succession event. If Luca replaces Volkov King line, assignment routes to Luca. If Nikolai Volkov claims Luca before maternal law challenge closes, assignment may route to Nikolai's crown authority. If Assassin Anchor refuses assignment, registry instability predicted. Vera laughed once. Cold. Good, I refuse assignment. The system flickered. Octavia's eyes sharpened. Vera smiled at the screen. I said I refuse assignment. The screen glitched. Mila stared. It heard you. Excellent. Luca's mouth almost moved. Octavia's face turned colder. Careful. Vera looked at her. No. The word echoed. The file advanced. If host invokes maternal naming right before legal father assignment, pregnancy code enters contested status. Requires Queen's cluster adjudication. Sophia's head lifted. Queen's cluster. Raisa began to smile. Slowly. Dangerously. Octavia looked furious now. Galina laughed so hard she coughed. There it is. Vera looked at Galina. What? The old nurse's eyes glittered. The part men forgot, because they thought queens were decoration. The system displayed 5 names. Anya Volkov, Queen Line. Mila Arden, Infant Line Mother. Elena Voss, Split Line Mother. Sophia Belova, Triple Line Mother Witness. Vera, Assassin Anchor Host / Unnamed. Then below, Queen's Cluster can void legal father assignment, destroy registry, CLAIMS, and release heir records to maternal control. The room stopped. Even Octavia's machines seemed quieter. There it was. Chapter 7. Not kings. Queens. The final answer had been buried inside the monster's own architecture. The women were not only locks. They were authority. Octavia hissed, ceremonial language. Raisa's smile widened. Old men always say that. Sophia looked at Vera. Then Anya. Mila. Elena. The air changed. No romance. No softness. No speech needed. The circle had spent generations using women's bodies as labs, bridges, keys, maps, incubators, traps, and leverage. But somewhere, inside the legal medical rot, old women had left a clause. Queen's cluster. Maternal control. The room now had a door. Vera looked at the screen. What does contested status require? Mila read fast. A declaration from the host. Everyone looked at Vera. She sighed. Of course. Luca's voice came low. Your choice. Yes, she said. I noticed. He did not smile. Good. Not the moment. Vera stepped toward the console. Octavia's pulse spiked on the monitor. You do not understand what you will break. Vera did not look at her. No, but I understand what I will not carry for you. The black slash on her wrist warmed. The unnamed remained silent inside her. No heartbeat she could hear. No movement. Only a pregnancy marker, a file, a code, and a choice forming before feeling could catch up. She placed her palm on the scanner. The system waited. Host declaration required. Vera spoke clearly. I refuse legal father assignment under crown knife succession. The system flashed. Accepted. Octavia snarled. Actual sound. Ugly and satisfying. Vera continued. I refuse classification of the unnamed as universal registry key, empire child, bloodline control asset, or cradle property. Accepted. The room held its breath. I invoke maternal naming right. The screen flashed white. Luca's bond pulsed. Sophia's open circle glowed. Alina's hand moved to her abdomen. Mila's eyes filled and hardened at the same time. Anya lifted her chin. The system displayed. Maternal naming, right, INVOKD. Pregnancy code status, contested. Queen's cluster, required for final adjudication. Vera stepped back. Her knees nearly failed. Luca moved one step. Stopped. May I? He asked. The question held more than balance. Touch. Support. Bond. Choice. Vera looked at him. For once, she did not make the answer sharp. Yes. He offered his hand. She took it. Only that. Palm to palm. The bond settled. Not claimed. Held. Octavia watched them with pure hatred. You think this saves the child. The word chill. D struck the room. Not file. Not key. Child. Even Octavia had slipped. Vera felt Luca's hand tighten by one fraction, then loosen instantly. Learning. Terms. Good. Octavia continued. The Queen's cluster cannot destroy what I built without releasing every record, every pregnancy, every embryo, every stolen heir, every false death, every mother who signed, every father who paid, every woman who sold another for safety. Anya's voice was cold. Good. Octavia looked at her. Anya stepped forward. Release all of it. Mila joined her, every clinic. Alina, every twin file. Sophia, every triplet protocol. Vera, every assassin anchor record. Galina, every old nurse's lie. Zoya, every doctor's signature. Raisa, every lawman buried. Octavia's machines beeped faster. Fury did what age could not. It made her look alive. You will burn the Bratva houses from inside. Nikolai looked at Luca. Then Anya. Then the women. Then they were already rotted. Roman said, burn clean. Dmitri nodded once. Finally. Casimir's mouth almost moved. Efficient. Sophia looked at him. He stopped. Vera almost smiled. Then the archive lights turned red. Octavia's expression changed. Fury vanished. Satisfaction returned. Too fast. Vera's stomach dropped. What did you do? Octavia smiled. You opened contested status. Mila's hands flew over the console. No. What? Vera snapped. Mila's face went pale. The archive is pushing a notification to every cradle cell. Octavia's voice softened. The Queen's cluster is required, so the circle now knows where every queen is. The room went cold. Anya, Mila, Elena, Sophia, Vera, all present, all named, all necessary, all targets. Octavia smiled at Luca. And if Dagger One cannot kill heirs, perhaps the circle can kill queens. The first explosion hit above them. Dust fell from the mausoleum ceiling. Guards shouted over comms. Nikolai barked orders. Roman moved toward Mila. Dmitri toward Elena. Casimir toward Sophia. All three stopped before crowding. Learning under attack. Anya turned to Nikolai. Perimeter. His radio crackled. Alexei's voice shouted through static. Multiple breaches. West wall. East garden. Medical wing attempted breach. They are not going for heirs. Vera looked at Octavia. Octavia smiled. Alexei's voice sharpened. They are going for the women. The chamber shook again. Luca's eyes went black at the edges. Vera squeezed his hand once. Not affection. Anchor. Stay, Luca. He breathed. Once. Twice. His voice came steady. I am here. Octavia whispered, for now. Vera released Luca's hand and raised her gun. No, she said, for war. Anya drew her weapon. Mila grabbed the data drives. Elena chambered around. Sophia lifted her pistol, open circle glowing in her palm. Galina and Zoya stood side by side with old weapons and older rage. Raisa opened the black ledger to the Queen's cluster claws. Octavia's archive screens flashed. Queen's cluster targeted. Final registry war initiated. Vera looked at the women around her. Bride, baby, twins, triplets, heir, pregnancy code. The circle had spent years arranging them in sequence. Now all of them stood in the same room. Wrong order. Wrong outcome. Better. Vera looked at Octavia one last time. You should have kept us apart. Octavia's smile faded. Above them, gunfire erupted through the mausoleum. Chapter 7 had begun before anyone reached the door. The queens of the Bratva were no longer hidden in separate books. They were in the same room, and the cradle circle had just made the final mistake of naming them targets. End of Chapter 6. Pregnant by the Bratva Heir. Chapter 7, Queens of the Bratva. The cradle circle had made one fatal error. It named the women targets while they were standing in the same room. Vera saw the mistake settle over Octavia Volkov's face in real time. The old woman had expected panic, maybe scattering, maybe kings shoving women behind their bodies, breaking formation, creating the exact openings cradle soldiers were trained to exploit. Instead, Anya Volkov raised her gun. Mila Arden pocketed the data drives. Elena Voss moved toward the left archive console. Sophia Belova lifted her marked palm and stepped beside Raisa Dragunov. Galina and Zoya stood shoulder to shoulder with the calm irritation of women who had been waiting decades for one last fight. And Vera, assassin anchor host, pregnancy code carrier, final bond witness, looked at Octavia through the glass enclosure and smiled. Not kindly. Never kindly. You should have kept us apart, she said. Octavia's expression hardened. Above them, the mausoleum shook again. Dust fell from the ceiling. A siren began somewhere in the upper crypt. Over the comms, men shouted positions, breaches, numbers. Alexei's voice cracked through static. West wall breached. East garden breached. Medical wing breach contained. Repeat, they are moving toward the mausoleum and the east wing. Cradle cell count unknown. Nikolai's answer came cold and immediate. Seal. Inner estate. Women and children stay under inner guard. No one leaves alone. Anya looked at him. He corrected instantly. No one is ordered alone. Good. Even under siege, language mattered. Roman stepped toward Mila. She did not look up from the archive console. Do not stand in front of me. He stopped. Beside. Useful. He moved beside. Dmitri looked at Alina. She said, same rule. He moved beside. Casimir had already shifted beside Sophia, not in front. He was learning faster than most because Sophia's glare had become law. Luca stood near Vera, black-silver mark visible through his open coat, final knot bond quiet but alive between them. His eyes were still his. Mostly. Vera watched him from the edge of her vision. If he fell into Dagger One now, the circle would not need an army. They would have one man, built to kill every heir in the house. Luca felt her attention. I am here, he said. Stay there. I am trying. Try violently if needed. His mouth almost moved. Even now. Ridiculous man. The archive screens flashed again. Queen's cluster targeted. Final registry war initiated. Maternal control clause active. Cradle override attempt in progress. Mila's fingers flew over the console. It's trying to lock us out. Octavia smiled from inside her glass enclosure. Of course it is. Vera shot the glass. The bullet cracked the outer layer, but did not penetrate. Octavia did not flinch. Bulletproof. Good, Vera said. I wanted to confirm whether I should waste time. Raisa stepped beside Mila and slapped the black ledger open on the archive table. The Queen's cluster clause requires 5 primary women and 2 legacy witnesses. Mila kept typing, we have them. Then we must invoke before the cradle override completes. How? Raisa scanned the page. Her mouth tightened. By unanimous declaration and blood confirmation. Vera sighed, of course blood. Levina snapped from the comm. No unnecessary blood draws. Zoya looked up at the ceiling. You are not even in the room. I am medically omnipresent. Galina laughed, terrifying phrase. The system chimed. Cradle override, 0500. 5 minutes. Mercy's favorite structure. Octavia's favorite grave. The circle's favorite pressure. Vera looked at the countdown. Then at the women. Anya. Mila. Elena. Sophia. Herself. Bride, baby, twins, triplets, heir. No. Not those titles. Women. That was the point. Declarations first, Vera said. Blood last. No one bleeds before we know what we are saying. Raisa nodded once. Correct. The chamber shook again. Gunfire echoed from above. Nikolai's radio burst alive. "Outer crypt lost," a guard shouted. "There in the mausoleum." Nikolai turned toward the stairs, then looked at Luca. A decision passed between men who were not yet father and son. Not yet anything simple enough for blood. Luca said, "Go." Nikolai's jaw tightened. "You are the registry access point. And they are coming for the women." Luca's voice hardened. "I stay where the target is." Vera looked at him sharply. "Not target," he corrected without hesitation. "Where the people they named are." "Good." Nikolai looked at Vera. She lifted one brow. "Do not ask me to manage your almost son while you fight." Luca's eyes cut to her. "Almost son." "I said almost. Do not become dramatic." Nikolai's expression almost broke. Not into amusement. Into pain. Anya touched his wrist once. "Go hold the stairs." He nodded. Nikolai, Roman, Dmitri, and Casimir moved toward the chamber entrance with half the guards. Not away from the women. Around the archive's outer ring, establishing a perimeter. Not cages. Defense. Acceptable. Above, the first cradle team hit the mausoleum stairs. Gunfire erupted. The archive room trembled. Mila shouted, 4 minutes. Raisa lifted the ledger. Then speak. Anya stepped forward first. The archive scanner lit around her. Octavia's eyes narrowed. Anya placed her palm on the table. "I am Anya Volkov. I refuse classification as Queen Line asset, Bride Path blood, regulatory vessel, or Volkov property." The system flashed. Queen Line witness recognized. Anya continued, voice steady. "I invoke maternal control over every record using my blood, name, body, contract, or unborn line. I void cradle authority." The screen pulsed. Declaration 1 accepted. Mila moved next. She placed her palm beside Anya's. "I am Mila Arden. I refuse classification as infant line mother, Sokolov possession, fertility clinic subject, or cradle custodian." Roman fired twice from the entrance. A body hit stones somewhere beyond the door. Mila did not flinch. "I invoke maternal control over Lev's records, every embryo stolen under Sokolov markers, and every child hidden behind clinic code. I void cradle authority." Declaration 2 accepted. Elena stepped forward. Her face was pale. Her eyes were not. "I am Elena Voss. I refuse classification as split line carrier, twin protocol host, grief response subject, or Orlov leverage." Dimitri's gunfire answered from the hall. Elena's hand rested lightly over her abdomen. "These heartbeats are not evidence for the circle. They are not rival house weapons. I invoke maternal control over every Voss, Orlov, and split-line record built from my blood, my sister's pain, or my children's existence. I void cradle authority." Declaration 3 accepted. The archive lights flickered. Octavia's machines beeped faster. Sophia stepped forward. Casimir shouted from the doorway, "Left flank." Raisa shot a cradle guard who made it past the first pillar, without even looking away from Sophia. Sophia placed her open circle palm on the scanner. The 3 red points in her palm glowed. "I am Sophia Belova. I refuse classification as triple line mother, Dragonov bride, king line stabilizer, Belova bargaining chip, or cradle completion mark." The room seemed to breathe around her. Casimir went still for half a second despite the fight, then returned fire. Sophia's voice did not shake. I invoke maternal control over the 3 heartbeats under my protection. Every beloved woman used before me, every Dragunov protocol tied to my body, and every unborn name the circle carved into a file. I void cradle authority. Declaration 4 accepted. Then the room looked at Vera. The countdown read 02:41. Vera stepped toward the table. Luca moved with her by instinct. She looked at him. He stopped. Good. Terms. She placed her palm on the scanner. The black slash on her wrist warmed beneath the light. The unnamed remained silent within her. No movement. No heartbeat she could hear. Only fact. Only choice. Vera looked at the screen. Then at Octavia. Then at Mercy's absent shadow, inside every machine. I am Vera. The system blinked, waiting for more. She gave it none. That was enough. The archive hesitated. Then, Assassin Anchor host recognized. Vera smiled faintly. Host is your word, not mine. The system flickered. She continued. I refuse classification as Little Knife, A13 Assassin Anchor, Oral Toxin Storage, Catalyst Carrier, Pregnancy Code Vessel, Crown Knife Stabilizer, or Cradle Property. The machines whined. Octavia's eyes sharpened. Vera's voice lowered. I invoke maternal naming right over the unnamed. I refuse legal father assignment. I refuse registry use. I refuse command loop inheritance. I refuse every claim built before I was old enough to know what was being put inside my body. Luca's face went still. Not blank. Wounded. Good. Let him hear it. Let everyone hear it. Vera pressed her palm harder to the scanner. I invoke control over every Assassin Anchor record, every girl trained as a kiss, knife, womb, poison, or key. I void cradle authority. The screen went white, then black, then white again. Declaration 5 accepted. Queen's Cluster Declaration complete. Legacy witnesses required. Galena stepped forward before anyone could speak. She crushed her cigarette under her boot and placed her hand on the scanner. I am Galena, old nurse. Witness to stolen births, false deaths, erased names, and medical lies. I did not stop soon enough. Octavia's mouth curled. Confession does not cleanse you. Galena did not look at her. No, it does not. The answer landed harder than denial would have. Galena continued. I release every record I hid, every margin note I saved, every child I smuggled into memory, every woman whose name I carried when paper failed her. I void cradle authority. Legacy witness 1 accepted. Zoya stepped forward. She placed her old hand beside Galena's. I am Zoya Markov, former Covenant medical staff, traitor doctor, witness to engineered bonds, forced fertility, false diagnoses, and men calling experimental cruelty destiny. Her gaze moved once to Casimir, then Sophia, then Vera. I release every medical seal, every hidden counter-protocol, every antidote, every refusal clause buried in cradle procedure. I void cradle authority. Legacy witness 2 accepted. The archive screamed, not metaphorically. Every server tower in the room emitted a high, metallic shriek, as if the system itself had been cut open. The countdown froze at 0119, then shattered into static. Mila shouted, "We have control." Octavia slammed one thin hand against the inside of the glass enclosure. No. Vera looked at her. Yes. The archive screens rearranged. Names began appearing. Hundreds, then thousands. Women, children, embryos, false deaths, frozen heirs, failed protocols, assassin anchor candidates, bride path contracts, bloodline experiments, medical facilities, bank transfers, council signatures, priests, doctors, judges, fathers, grandmothers, kings, every rot-stained name the circle had hidden. Mila's eyes widened. It's releasing the registry. Alexei's voice came over the comms, breathless. I see it. I see everything. It's dumping to the Volkov cold network. No, Vera said. Mila looked at her. Vera's face hardened. Not only Volkov. Anya nodded instantly. Copy to all women named. Mila's fingers paused, then moved faster. Yes. Octavia's face twisted. You cannot release raw files. You will cause war. Sophia stepped beside Vera. No, you caused it. We are naming it. Alina's voice was cold. Send each woman her own file first. Mila nodded. Encrypted individual packets. Anya said, then send master evidence to every house, every court, every surviving widow registry. Raisa smiled like a blade. I have addresses. Galina laughed. Zoya opened her satchel and dumped old seal books beside Mila. Use these. They authenticate against older systems. Octavia's machines screamed again. Gunfire thundered from the entrance. Nikolai shouted, they're pushing. Luca turned toward the door. Vera grabbed his wrist. Not hard. Enough. Stay, Luca. His eyes were black at the edges. They are close. Yes. I can stop them. Can you stop them as Luca? His jaw clenched. The bond tightened. He breathed once, then nodded. Yes. She released him. Then go. He stared at her for one fraction of a second. Then moved. Not Dagger One. Not a weapon unleashed by command. Luca. The hidden heir by blood. The stolen son by record. The man who had chosen his name. He crossed the archive floor and entered the fight beside Nikolai. For one brutal second, the room watched the resemblance become action. Nikolai fought with cold control. Luca fought with controlled violence, trying very hard not to become code. They moved differently. They moved the same. Father and son. No, not yet. Two men from the same stolen line, holding a door neither could afford to lose. A cradle guard broke through the left side and aimed directly at Sophia. Casimir moved. Too slow. Vera threw a knife. The blade struck the guard's wrist and spoiled the shot. Sophia fired next. The guard went down. Casimir looked at Vera. She said, "You are welcome." He said, "Efficient." Sophia said, "Do not encourage her." Vera almost smiled. Mila shouted, "Registry release at 30%. The archive screens filled with outgoing packets. Anastasiya Violkaovi, file released. Mila Arden, file released. Eliane Voss, file released. Sofia Bielovier, file released. VERA, file released. Irina Moroziovi, file released. GALINA, witness log released. ZOYA-MARKOV. Medical counterseals released. Names kept coming. Women who had no idea they had been files. Children who had been declared dead. Men who had signed things they thought would stay buried. The cradle circle began dying in data. Octavia watched in horror. Not fear of death, fear of exposure. Good. Vera wanted her alive for this. The old matriarch's hand shook against the glass. Stop it. No one did. Mila's face had become almost luminous with focus. 47%. Alex, cradle cells are trying to block. Mila, let them. Every block attempt confirms location. Roman shouted from the entrance, Mila. I know. Do you? I am turning their defense into a target map. Roman went silent, then said with restrained pride, good. Gunfire continued. A cradle soldier reached the second tier of the archive and threw a grenade toward the console. Elena shot him. Dmitri shot the grenade midair before it landed. It exploded against the far wall, shredding a row of empty metal shelves. Vera looked at Elena. Elena said, he was aiming at my data. Dmitri said, the grenade was rude. Vera liked them. Against preference, the archive shook. A fire suppression system activated, spraying cold vapor across the ceiling. Octavia smiled suddenly. Vera saw. What? Mila looked up. Her face changed. The suppression system is not water. Zoya sniffed once, then swore. Memory gas. Vera's skin went cold. Of course. Octavia had one more invisible punishment. Vapor rolled down from the ceiling. Luca was in the doorway. If the gas hit him, Mercy's triggers might return. If it hit Vera, mirror room. If it hit Sophia, wedding room. Elena, casino. Mila, clinic. Anya, bloodline queen. All of them. The gas was not meant to kill. It was meant to return women to the rooms they had escaped. Vera raised her gun. Too many vents. Mila shouted, 60%. Levin's voice over comms. Masks now. No time. Vera looked at the scanner table. At the blood confirmation slots. At the old candle wax still on Sophia's sleeve. At the cracked glass around Octavia. At the archives, central air intake beneath the enclosure. She smiled. Octavia saw it and went still. Vera grabbed the pregnancy code page from her jacket and shoved it into Galena's hand. Hold this. Galena looked at her. Why? Because if I die, I want someone unpleasant carrying my paperwork. Fair. Vera ran toward Octavia's enclosure. Luca saw. Vera. Stay, Luca. He stopped. Barely. The bond pulled hard, furious at the distance, and the threat. Vera ignored it. She reached the glass enclosure, slapped a charge against the lower air intake, and armed it. Octavia's eyes widened. You will kill me. No, Vera crouched. I am going to make you breathe your own room. She rolled behind the nearest console and detonated the charge. The explosion racked the bottom of the enclosure and reversed the air pressure. Gas that had been flooding the room sucked toward Octavia's medical throne instead. The old woman screamed. For the first time, Octavia Volkov screamed. The sound was not fear. It was fury at becoming subject to her own design. The gas poured into the glass enclosure. Octavia clawed at the chair restraints. Her machines convulsed. Nikolai turned from the entrance, face white. Not pity. Shock. Luka stood beside him, breathing hard. Vera rose from behind the console, ears ringing. The gas in the room thinned. Not gone. Enough. Zoya and Levina's team arrived with masks seconds later, distributing them fast. Sophia took one. Elena. Mila. Anya. Vera refused at first. Luka appeared in front of her and held one out. Not forcing. Offering. Use it. She looked at him. His eyes were steady. Luka. She took the mask. Good asking. I learn under threat. Apparently. He almost smiled. Then another cradle wave hit the door. Luka turned. This time, Vera did not hold him back. Go. He went. The archive release reached 78%. Octavia coughed inside the cracked enclosure, gas curling around her white hair. Her voice came broken through the intercom. You think exposure ends the circle? Anya stepped close to the glass. No. Mila, it finds it. Elena, it names it. Sophia, it breaks its contracts. Vera, then we kill what remains. Octavia looked at them with poison in her eyes. All of you were made by it. Anya's answer was quiet. And yet here we are, unmaking it. The system flashed. Registry release, 90%. Cradle counterattacks intensified. Files tried to corrupt. Mila rooted around them. Alexei mirrored to old Widalaw networks. Reza authenticated with seals older than the cradle circle itself. Galina dumped witness notes into the public packet. Zoya added medical antidote protocols. Levina added patient rights locks and nullification codes. Vera watched women turn the circle's architecture into a weapon against itself. Not metaphor, not inspiration. Work. Furious, precise, ugly work. The kind that actually destroyed empires. At the entrance, Nikolai took a bullet in the shoulder and did not fall. Anya saw. Her face changed. She did not run to him. She shot the man who fired. Then shouted, Nikolai, if you die before this upload completes, I will make Widalaw personally unpleasant. Nikolai, bleeding, said, understood. Luka looked at him for half a second. Something passed between them. Not son, not father. Battle recognition. Bloodline recognition. Maybe the first brick of something that would not be built in this chapter. Then Luka's eyes went black. Vera felt it before she saw. Mercy. The registry backlash had found him. He staggered. His gun lowered. A cradle operative lunged toward him with a shock device. Nikolai moved. Too slow. Vera crossed the room faster than thought. Luka. His head snapped toward her. Black eyes. Dagger one at the surface. Directive. No. The shock device hit Luka's side. He seized. Vera shot the operative in the knee, then the hand. Luka dropped to one knee. The mark on his chest blazed black. Vera grabbed his face with both hands. Contact. The final knot bond flared. Pain lanced through her wrist, her ribs, her abdomen. The unnamed marker pulsed inside her blood. She nearly dropped. Did not. Luka. His eyes were black. Dagger one active. No. Primary directive. Your name is Luka Volkov-Morzov. The room went still for 1 second. Even Nikolai heard. Even Octavia, coughing behind glass, heard. Morozov. His mother's name. His real source. Not only Volkov. Not only Crown. Irina Morozov's son. The black in Luka's eyes cracked. Vera held him. Your mother named you Luka before they stole you. Galina heard it. Octavia hated it. The file tried to erase it. I am saying it now. His breath shook. Vera. Yes. The mark dimmed. Again. Damn him. She swallowed. Luka Volkov Morozov. The black vanished. His hands rose and covered hers for 1 second. Not trapping. Not claiming. Holding his own name between them. Then he released. Here, he said. Good. He was here. Behind them, the archive reached. 99%. Octavia screamed, stop. Mila slammed the final command. Registry release complete. Cradle authority voided. Maternal control transfer active. Queen's cluster recognized. The archive went dark. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then every cradle operative in the doorway began receiving alerts. Their radios screamed. Phones buzzed. Command channels collapsed. Payment accounts froze. Safehouse coordinates leaked. False identities burned. Clinic locks opened remotely. Witness packets launched. Women across countries received their own files. Dead children became living records. Living women became legal claimants. Hidden embryos became recoverable evidence. Assassin anchor candidates received locations, antidotes, names. Bride contracts voided. Heir registries split from cradle ownership and transferred into maternal. Control networks backed by every old law men had dismissed as ceremonial. The cradle circle did not explode. It lost the thing that made it powerful. Secrecy. A cradle commander shouted into his radio, hold position. No one listened. Some men ran. Some surrendered. Some tried to shoot the servers and discovered the data was no longer there. At the archive entrance, Nikolai's forces pushed hard. Roman's men took the left flank. Dmitri S. cleared the stairs. Casimir's Dragunov guards closed the rear. Luka fought beside them as Luka, not Dagger One. And in the center of the archive, the women held the console. Not one man reached it. Not one file returned to cradle hands. Octavia's enclosure cracked further. Her machines began failing. Levina moved toward her automatically. Vera caught her arm. The doctor looked at her. Medical oath, Levina said. Evidence first, Vera answered. Levina's jaw tightened. Then she nodded once. Mila, preserve her vitals enough for testimony. Octavia laughed weakly through blood and gas. You think I will testify? Vera looked at Luka. He looked at Nikolai. Nikolai looked at Anya. Anya looked at the women. Then Vera smiled. No, she said, your archive already did. Octavia's face twisted. The old matriarch had built herself into a lock. The queens had opened it. Now she was only an old woman in a glass box, surrounded by records that no longer obeyed her. That was better than death. For now, the last cradle soldier fell at the entrance. Silence rolled through the archive in layers. Gun smoke, cold vapor, broken machines, blood on stone, data gone, not destroyed, released. Mila sank into the nearest chair. Roman reached for her, stopped, then asked, "May I?" She looked at him, then nodded. He placed one hand on her shoulder. Alina leaned against Dmitri for exactly 3 seconds, then straightened as if annoyed by gravity. Sophia sat on an archive crate, while Casimir stood beside her, like a very damaged guard dog trying to look casual. Anya crossed to Nikolai and pressed one hand over his bleeding shoulder. He looked at her. "No words," she said later. He nodded. Luka stood beside Vera in the center of the room. Too close, not touching, both breathing like they had survived another room and hated that there would be more. The final knot bond was quiet. Not absent, quiet. The black slash on Vera's wrist no longer burned. The unnamed inside her body remained a fact she had not yet learned how to feel. But the pregnancy code had changed. Mila's tablet beeped softly. She looked down. "What?" Vera asked. Mila read. "Pregnancy code, status updated." Vera's body went still. Luka turned toward Mila. Mila lifted the tablet so Vera could see. Pregnancy code, contested / maternal control. Legal father assignment, void. Registry function, disabled. Unnamed status, protected under Queen's cluster. Vera stared at the screen. Legal father assignment void. Registry function disabled. The unnamed protected. Not owned. Not solved. Not safe forever. But no longer a control key. Luka's breath left him. Vera heard it. She did not look at him yet. If she did, something in her might move too soon. Instead, she looked at Mila. "Can we trust it?" Mila answered honestly. "Not fully." Levina added, "But it is the best status we have had." Galina muttered, "Print it before someone makes it worse." Mila did. The small printer spat out the status page. Vera took it. Read it once. Folded it. Placed it beside the pregnancy code page inside her jacket. 2 pages now. One the circle wrote. One the Queen's forced. "Better." Luka's voice came low beside her. "Vera." She looked at him. "What?" "May I ask something?" "Risky." His mouth almost moved. "Good. What do you need?" The question struck. Again. The right one. The hardest one. What did she need? Not what the unnamed needed. Not what the registry required. Not what Luka wanted. Not what Nikolai feared. What she needed. The room waited, but not hungrily. The women around her had asked versions of the question, with their posture all morning. Vera looked down at her wrist, then at the wrecked archive, then at Octavia behind glass, then at Luka. "I need a door that opens because I choose it," she said. Luka nodded once. "Then we leave. Not stay. Not discuss. Not claim. Leave." Good answer. Very good. Dangerous. She almost reached for his hand. Did not. Not yet. Then Octavia coughed out a laugh. Everyone turned. The old woman's voice came through broken speakers, thin but vicious. "You think release frees them? Every woman will read what was done. Every house will fracture. Every heir will question blood. Every mother will learn which child was taken, which child was made, which child survived because another died." She smiled through blood. "You did not end the circle. You made the whole world into one. No one spoke. For 1 second, Octavia's poison had room. Then Anya answered. No. Octavia looked at her. Anya stepped forward. The circle was secrecy. This is afterm. Mila stood. Aftermath can be treated. Alina said, aftermath can testify. Sophia said, aftermath can refuse. Vera looked at Octavia. Aftermath can hunt. Galena smiled. And old nurses can finally sleep. Zoya snorted, do not overpromise. Raisa closed the black ledger. The Queen's cluster will convene publicly. Octavia's eyes widened. Publicly, the word landed harder than any bullet. Raisa continued. Every released record will be reviewed by women named in the registry or their chosen advocates. Every cradle marriage clause is void. Every embryo, child, and pregnancy record transfers to maternal control. Every house that objects will do so against its own signatures. Nikolai stepped beside Anya. Volkov recognizes. Roman, Sokolov recognizes. Dmitri, Orlov recognizes. Casimir, Dragunov recognizes. Luka looked at Vera, then at Octavia. His voice came quiet. Luka, Volkov-Morozov recognizes. The room stilled. He had spoken the full name himself. Vera felt the bond warm. Not command. Not need. Recognition. Nikolai's face changed. Not because the name included Volkov. Because it included Morozov. Because Luka had chosen both truth and boundary. Nikolai bowed his head once. Not to a son. To a person. Good. Vera looked at Luka. He looked back. For one fragile second, the war did not vanish, but it stood farther away. Then Alexei's voice came through the comms. All major cradle cells are compromised. We have location pings, financial trails, internal betrayals. Some are burning records. Too late. Copies already out. Mila exhaled. Good. Alexei continued, voice rougher. We are also receiving replies. From whom? Anya asked. Women. The archive went silent. Alexei's voice softened. Hundreds, more coming. Some asking if the files are real. Some asking where their children are. Some sending names we do not have. Some sending cradle locations. Galena closed her eyes. Zoya's hand found hers. Old nurses. Old guilt. New work. Raisa lifted her chin. Then answer them. Alexei said, what do I say? The room looked at the women. Anya looked at Mila. Mila looked at Alina. Alina looked at Sophia. Sophia looked at Vera. Vera looked at Luka. Then back at the comm. Say the registry is no longer cradle property, Vera said. Anya added, say no woman is required to answer publicly. Mila, say medical help is available without claim. Alina, say testimony belongs to the person who survived it. Sophia, say children are not evidence before they are people. Galena, say old nurses remember more than they wrote down. Zoya, say doctors who signed will be named. Raisa, say the Queen's cluster has convened. Vera looked at Octavia. And say the circle is open. Alex was silent for 1 second. Then sending. The final war did not end with one explosion. It ended with messages. Files. Names. Doors opening. Locks failing. Women reading what had been hidden and deciding what would happen next. It was less cinematic than men preferred. More effective. They brought Octavia out alive. Barely. Levina insisted. Vera did not argue. A living Octavia was useful. A dead Octavia would become a myth, and myths were harder to interrogate. Nikolai did not look at her as she was wheeled past. Luca did. Octavia's eyes opened when she sensed him. "You will still become what you were made for," she whispered. Luca walked beside her stretcher for 3 steps, then leaned close enough for only her, Vera, and Nikolai to hear. "No," he said, "I already did." Octavia's eyes sharpened. Luca continued, "I was made to open the registry." His gaze moved to the destroyed archive, the released files, the women standing over the servers. "I opened it for them." Octavia's face twisted. Better than death. Much better. She was taken away. Nikolai stood nearby, bleeding through his shoulder bandage, watching Luca with a grief he had no right to spend yet. Luca knew it. Vera knew it. Anya knew it. Everyone with sense left it alone. For now, Luca turned to Nikolai. "Your shoulder needs treatment." Nikolai almost smiled. "Almost. So does everything about you." Luca's mouth moved. Not a smile. Near. Accurate. The word hung between them. Not father. Not son. Not yet. A beginning made of accuracy. Vera looked away. That was private. Or should be. Then Luca's hand brushed hers. Accident. Maybe. Both froze. The final knot bond pulsed. Vera looked down. Their fingers were not intertwined, only touching at the knuckle. Small contact, chosen by neither, sustained by both for 1 extra second. Then Luca pulled back first. Terms. Good. Infuriating. Vera looked at him. "You are becoming disciplined. I have a severe teacher. Do not become sentimental." Too late. She narrowed her eyes. He looked back steadily. Not teasing. Not joking. Just there. She hated that the truth did not frighten him enough to hide it. She hated more that it did not frighten her enough to step away. So she chose the practical answer. Medical wing. His mouth almost moved. Yes. They walked out of the archive together. Not touching. Not apart. Behind them, the queens of the Bratva gathered around the released registry. Not brides. Not carriers. Not assets. Not witnesses only. Authority. The circle had built a dynasty through contracts, clinics, bloodline theft, false deaths, and engineered bonds. The women took the records. Then they took the future. By nightfall, the Volkov estate had become something stranger than a fortress. It became a receiving station. Encrypted messages arrived every minute. A woman in Prague who had lost twins after a Covenant doctor changed her dosage. A widow in St. Petersburg whose son had been declared dead without a body. A former assassin anchor candidate in Athens who still carried toxin scars under her tongue. A nurse in Riga who had hidden 3 embryos in a portable blood cooler and needed extraction. A priest's niece with a marriage ledger. A clinic cleaner with burial photographs. A girl who had been called A09 and wanted to know whether names could be chosen twice. Vera read that one 3 times, then gave it to Galina. The old nurse read it. Her mouth tightened. What should we answer? Vera asked. Galina looked at her for a long moment. Tell her yes. So Vera did. Yes, names can be chosen twice. It was not enough. It was something. The Queen's Cluster held its first council in the Volkov estate's old ballroom, because the war room was too small, and the chapel still smelled like gunfire. Anya sat at the head, only because everyone else refused to sit there first. Mila arranged medical categories. Alina sorted testimony protection. Sophia drafted language to void bridepath claims. Raisa handled legal authentication. Zoya listed doctors who would be offered one chance to confess before being named. Galina handled lost children. Vera handled assassin anchor files because no one else understood the coded cruelty well enough. Luca sat near the wall, officially not participating unless registry access was required. Unofficially, every time the system hit a locked door, he stood, touched the terminal, said his name, and opened it. Each time, Vera stood nearby, not touching unless needed, sometimes needed, not always. Progress. Nikolai watched from the far side of the room, learning the shape of his lost son in fragments. Not interrupting, not claiming. Anya kept him honest with one look when necessary. Roman, Dmitri, Casimir, and Nikolai coordinated external strikes from an adjacent room. But every major decision involving records, women, children, embryos, pregnancies, or names came back to the ballroom. Men with crowns, women with files. A better arrangement than the circle had intended. At midnight, Mila confirmed the pregnancy code remained under maternal control. At 1:10 a.m., Levina confirmed Vera's vitals were stable. At 1:22 a.m., Vera told Levina that stable was a rude word for a woman who had been medically ambushed. Levina replied that alive was even ruder, but still preferable. At 1:40 a.m., Luca laughed quietly at something Galina said, and then looked startled by the sound. Vera pretended not to notice. At 2:03 a.m., the unnames file updated. No one touched it until Vera gave permission. That alone made the room feel different. Mila opened it beside Vera. Only 2 lines had changed. Unnamed status, protected. Naming, pending maternal choice. Vera stared at the second line, longer than necessary. Luca sat beside her at the table. Not too close. Close enough. Pending, he said. Good word. Yes. It leaves room. His gaze shifted to her. Yes. The bond warmed. Quiet. Patient. The most dangerous version yet. Vera closed the file. Not tonight. Okay. There it was again. Okay. No argument. No pressure. No hidden disappointment, weaponized into silence. Only okay. She almost reached for his hand. Did not. Progress was not the same as surrender. He seemed to understand. That was the problem. Near dawn, the first major cradle house fell. Not by gunfire. By testimony. A Whittelaw packet reached Berlin. A bank trustee panicked. A clinic director tried to flee and was stopped by his own nurses, who had received their files 30 minutes earlier. The second house fell in Warsaw. The third in Vienna. By sunrise, Cradle's old financial network had begun eating itself. Men who had trusted secrecy started accusing one another. Doctors began trading confessions for protection. Handlers vanished. Some were caught. Mercy was not. Vera expected that. Mercy would not die in Chapter 7. Mercy would wait for the epilogue's shadow, or another book's nightmare, or the last moment when everyone believed the room was finally clean. That was fine. Vera had patience. Assassins were trained for it. Women were better. At first light, the Queen's Cluster issued its first public order. Not a request, an order. All cradle-linked custody claims, bride path contract, fertility transfer documents, fetal registry claims, hidden heir assignments, and bloodline control clauses are void pending review by the named women or their chosen advocates. The Bratva houses reacted badly. Then worse. Then they read the attached signatures. Volkov, Sokolov, Orlov, Dragunov, Widala, Queen Line, medical counterseal, old nurse witness, released registry evidence. The ones still inclined to object discovered their own signatures inside cradle files. Objections became quieter. Useful. By afternoon, the war had changed shape. The circle was no longer an invisible empire. It was a hunted network. The queens had not destroyed every cell. Not yet, but they had destroyed the idea that Cradle owned the map. That was the real victory. Vera stood on the balcony outside the ballroom as the city moved below, exhausted and unaware that half its hidden rulers had been exposed before breakfast. Luca found her there. Of course. He stopped at the open doorway. May I? She looked over her shoulder. Balcony is large. That is not what I asked. No, it was not. She looked back at the city. Yes. He came to stand beside her, leaving one careful space between them. The final knot bond settled. No flare. No panic. No command. Only presence. He rested his hands on the stone railing. His knuckles were bruised. So were hers. Appropriate. For a long while, neither spoke. Then Luca said, "They are calling it the Queen's Cluster. It is the name in the file." No, they are saying it differently now. Vera understood. Cradle had used the phrase as a mechanism. The women had turned it into authority. Names could be chosen twice. She thought of A09. Yes, she said, they are. He looked out over Moscow. Octavia is alive. For testimony, Mercy escaped. For later, his mouth almost moved. You say that like a chapter heading. Everything has started sounding like one. He looked at her then. And us. Vera's pulse changed. Slightly. Enough for the bond to notice. Annoying. What about us? The final knot bond is complete. Yes. On terms. Yes. The pregnancy code is under maternal control. Yes. The unnamed is protected. For now, he agreed. She appreciated that he did not pretend certainty. He continued, voice quieter. And I am still here. The sentence held too much. Alive. Luca. Volkov Morzov. Hidden heir. Stolen son. Not dagger one. Not yet son. Not weapon. Here. Vera looked at him. The morning light caught the silver in his eye and made it almost human. No, that was wrong. He had always been human. The circle had simply resented the fact. I see that, she said. His mouth curved faintly. Do you? Yes. And she almost looked away. Did not. And I am still here too. His expression changed. Not triumph. Not relief. Something quieter. More dangerous. Good, he said. Vera lifted one brow. That is all. For now. She almost smiled. Almost. Then she did. Small. Brief. Unwise. His eyes dropped to her mouth. Only once. Then returned to her eyes. Good. Terms. Learning. Wanting without taking. The final knot bond warmed. Vera let it. For one breath. Two. Then she looked back at the city. Do not kiss me. I was not moving. You were thinking. Loudly. Visibly. His mouth curved. I will wait until you ask clearly. The answer should not have hit. It did. She kept her face calm. Good. Yes. Stop saying yes like that. Like what? Like you are not nearly dead enough to be this inconvenient. This time he laughed. Quiet. Real. Alive. Vera looked at him despite herself. The sound did not erase what had been done. It did not make the pregnancy simple. It did not make the unnamed easy. It did not make Nikolai a father or Luca, a son or Vera, a woman ready to become anything she had not chosen with both hands. It did not end mercy. It did not heal childhood. It did not make the final knot bond safe. But it existed. In a world where the circle had tried to turn every sound into data, Luca's laugh belonged to no file. Vera decided that was acceptable. For now, inside the ballroom, Anya called her name. Vera, we need the assassin anchor file codes. Vera looked at Luca. Work. Yes. Do not follow me like a tragic shadow. I have my own work. Good. He paused. Vera. What? Thank you for opening the registry. She looked at him for one long second, then gave the cleanest answer. Thank the queens. His eyes held hers. I am. Damn him. Correct again. She walked back inside before the balcony became dangerous. Luca followed after a measured delay. Not too close. Not too far. A man learning distance. A woman learning room. Behind them, Moscow woke under gray light. Inside the Volkov estate, the queens of the Bratva took control of the records, the names, the pregnancies, the heirs, and the war. The cradle circle had built an empire through hidden rooms. The women opened every door. End of chapter 7. Pregnant by the Bratva Heir. Epilogue, the new dynasty. 3 months after the registry opened, the old Bratva kings gathered in a ballroom that no longer belonged to them. Technically, the room was still inside the Volkov estate. Technically, Nikolai Volkov still owned the estate, the gates, the guards, the old portraits, the private chapel, the underground medical wing, the East Archive, the West Armory, and the black marble table where generations of men had signed away lives that were not theirs. Technically, Roman Sokolov, Dmitry Orlov, and Kazimir Dragunov still held their crowns. Technically, the men still ruled. But everyone in the ballroom knew better. The new dynasty sat at the center table. Not the kings, the women. Anya Volkov sat first, queen-line witness. No crown on her head, because she had learned early that crowns were mostly Handel's men used to drag women into rooms. Beside her sat Mila Arden, infant-line mother, medical rights architect, and the only person in the estate who could make Roman Sokolov stop speaking with one lifted brow. Alina Voss sat next, calm and pale, one hand resting over the curve of her twin pregnancy, while Dmitry Orlov stood behind her with the expression of a man who had accepted that hovering was permitted only by silent treaty. Sofia Belova sat with one palm open on the table, the broken cradle circle and 3 red points now ringed in black Widolaw ink. Her triplets remained protected under the queen's cluster, and Kazimir Dragunov remained alive mainly because Sofia had developed a talent for ordering him back into chairs before he bled on history. At the final seat sat Vera. No title, no family crest, no bridal silk, no assassin uniform, black jacket, hair pinned with 2 hidden blades, gun at her hip, the black slash on her wrist visible because she had stopped hiding it after the 3rd council meeting. Before her lay 3 documents. The first was the original pregnancy code page. The second was the Queen's cluster ruling that voided it. The third was a blank naming certificate. Vera disliked the third one most. Paper that waited was worse than paper that accused. Waiting paper had expectations. Across the room, Luka Volkov-Morozov leaned against the side wall instead of sitting near the kings. That had been his choice. He was not yet comfortable at family tables. He was worse at thrones, better with walls. Vera understood. Walls were honest. They either held or trapped. Tables pretended. Luka wore black, as usual. The cracked knife-through-crown mark was hidden beneath his shirt, but Vera could feel it through the final knot bond when he breathed too sharply, when someone said Octavia's name, when a newly released file contained a child declared dead without a body. The mark had stopped pulsing like a weapon. Now it reacted like scar tissue. Better, not healed. Better. His eyes moved to Vera. She did not look away quickly enough. His mouth curved. Barely. Dangerous man. Vera looked back at the documents. The bond warmed once. Quiet. Annoying. Alive. At the far end of the ballroom, the old kings stood together like a row of controlled disasters. Nikolai Volkov in black, shoulder-heeled, but posture still tense, whenever Luka's full name was spoken. Roman Sokolov, arms folded, face hard, attention divided between security feeds and Mila's, every breath. Dmitry Orlov, elegant and lethal, pretending he had not arranged 3 exits within 2 steps of Alina's chair. Kazimir Dragunov, cane in hand, expression severe, standing exactly where Sofia had permitted him to stand. They kept their crowns. That had been the compromise. A public one, a useful one. The houses needed continuity. Soldiers needed names. Enemies needed symbols to fear. Foreign cells needed to know the Bratva had not fractured into prey. So the men kept crowns. The women kept the records. Everyone serious understood which mattered more. Raisa Dragunov stood behind the queen's cluster table with the black ledger open in her hands. Galina sat near the window, smoking a cigarette she had been forbidden to light in 12 separate rooms. Zoya and Levina stood over the medical review table, arguing quietly over whether one corrupt doctor deserved prison before trial or prison after confession. Marta circulated with tea, food, and the aura of a woman who could overthrow governments through pantry logistics. Alex controlled the screens from the rear station. On those screens, the Cradle Circle's empire lay split open. Names, routes, clinics, contracts, testimony portals, recovered embryos, safehouse coordinates, financial trails, Widala appeals, assassin anchor candidate extractions, maternal rights filings, death record challenges. The old map of bloodline control had become the new map of rescue. Not clean, not complete, but moving. The circle was not gone. Networks that old did not die in one chapter, but it was no longer invisible. That was the difference between monster and prey. Anya lifted the gavel. She did not strike it. She only looked at the room. The room Q. Yoyated. Useful woman. Final item, she said. Dynasty governance. A male elder near the second row shifted. Vera recognized him. Anton Mikhailovich. Old money, older cowardice. Had signed 2 bride path witness documents and was currently pretending he had been confused by terminology. Anya saw him move. Speak, she said. Anton looked mildly startled. That permission had come before he could interrupt. I only mean, he said carefully, that the houses have always recognized male succession through crown, blood, and marriage. Sophia's mouth curved. Bad sign for Anton. Anya rested her hands on the table. Yes. Anton seemed encouraged. Mistake. He continued. The Queen's cluster was invoked under emergency conditions. But permanent control of bloodline records, marriage validity, heir recognition, and embryo custody, these are foundational matters. They cannot remain outside king authority. Mila leaned toward Alina and murmured. He said the quiet part in a tie. Alina's mouth moved slightly. Roman looked proud of Mila for exactly half a second before correcting his face. Anya looked at Anton. Why? He blinked. Because that is the structure. Vera almost smiled. Men loved structure until women asked who built it. Anya nodded. The old structure allowed the Cradle Circle to steal children, forge marriages, fake deaths, drug women, implant embryos, erase mothers, train assassins, and build a registry under the noses of every king in this room. The ballroom went very still. Nikolai did not move. Neither did Roman. Dmitri, Casimir, good men today. Silent men, learning men. Anya continued. So your argument is that because the structure failed completely, we should restore it. Anton's mouth opened. Closed. Good. Anya lifted one page. The Queen's cluster ruling is now ratified by Volkov, Sokolov, Orlov, Dragunov, Widalaw, medical counterseal, and released registry majority consent. Permanent control of the bloodline records, marriage validity reviews, maternal naming rights, heir status challenges, embryo custody, fertility clinic audits, assassin anchor reparations, and all cradle-linked legal reversals remains with the Queen's cluster and the named women. Anton's face tightened. This will weaken the crowns. Vera looked at Luca. Luka looked at Nikolai. Nikolai looked at Anya. Then Nikolai Volkov stepped forward. My crown stands. Roman followed. Sokolov stands. Dmitri. Orlov stands. Casimir. Dragunov stands. Nikolai's gaze stayed on Anton. The crowns are not weakened because women control the records. They are revealed as weak if they require control of women to stand. The room did not breathe. Then Raisa smiled. Slowly, Anton sat down. Excellent. Anya struck the gavel once. Ratified. The sound moved through the ballroom like a door, closing behind the old world. Not locked. Closed. They would still have to guard it. But closed. For now. The council lasted 9 hours. Vera hated 7 of them. The remaining 2 were tolerable, because she got to watch powerful men learn new administrative pain. A Sokolov lieutenant discovered that embryo custody cases now required maternal authorization, not house approval. A Dragunov cousin learned that bride path contracts had been voided retroactively, unless the woman named in the document chose to revalidate them freely, without family debt pressure. A Volkov financial trustee learned that frozen heir assets was no longer a usable accounting category, and Mila had flagged the phrase for prosecution. An Orlov lawyer attempted to argue that some cradle contracts were historically complex. Alina asked him whether he meant criminal. He corrected himself. Quickly. Good lawyer. Trainable. By midday, the Queen's cluster had issued 32 rulings. By evening, 87 women had received legal control over their own files. 23 false death records had been reopened. 5 hidden children had been located alive. 3 assassin anchor candidates had requested extraction. 1 former cradle doctor had surrendered with a list of embryo vaults and a written confession. Mercy remained missing. That sat in Vera like a blade under skin. She did not expect Mercy to surrender. Mercy did not believe in endings, only relocation. Luka appeared beside Vera as the council recessed. He had learned to approach without startling her, not because he moved loudly. He could not, but he announced himself in other ways. A pause at her left instead of behind. A breath, a light touch on the table, not her body. A choice offered to the room before entering it. Today, he placed a small white apple on the table beside her documents. Vera stared at it. What is that? Fruit. I know the category. Galina found them. Vera looked across the ballroom. Galina was pretending not to watch. Badly. Old women had no shame. Vera looked back at the apple. Symbolic. Yes. Dangerous. Yes. Sentimental. Probably. She lifted one brow. Luka's mouth curved faintly. The orchard does not get to keep them. The answer landed. Not loudly. Not heavily. Deeply. The orchard had been the first place he remembered before the corridor. Apple trees. Black ground. Children without names. Galina's apple. Octavia counting bloodlines. Luka being alive before he was Dagger One. Vera touched the apple with one finger. Cold. Real. Not a file. Not a code. Not a trap. At least probably not. She picked it up and inspected it. If this is poisoned, I will be offended by the lack of originality. Luca's mouth almost moved. I checked. Did you? With Galina. That reduces comfort. With Levina. Better. With Nadia. Vera looked at him. You found Nadia again. She sent a crate of apples and explosives. Balanced woman. Yes. Vera set the apple beside the blank naming certificate. The white fruit looked obscene beside the paper. A live thing. Waiting thing. Luca saw where her gaze moved. The bond quieted. Not absent. Respectful. He did not ask. Good. She spoke anyway. The unnamed markers are stable. I read the report. Of course you did. You allowed access. Do not become smug about permission. I will try humility. You will fail. His mouth curved. Likely. The unnamed. 3 months ago, Vera had hated even the possibility of the word child. Some days she still did. Some days the pregnancy felt like evidence. Some days like invasion. Some days like a quiet presence waiting beneath the noise of war. Some days like all three. Levina had said that was allowed. Alina had said contradictory feelings were not a crime. Sophia had said not knowing was still a form of truth. Mila had said medical timelines could be monitored without emotional deadlines. Anya had said naming could wait. Galina had said babies did not care what empires wanted, which had somehow helped more than every gentle sentence. Vera had not named the pregnancy yet. Not publicly, not privately, not even in her own head. The unnamed remained the unnamed. Protected, pending, hers to decide. Luca had not asked to touch her abdomen. Not once. He had not called himself father. Not once. The biological source data remained complicated, ugly, and heavily engineered. The child carried Volkov-Morozov's source material through Luca's altered line, activated by the final knot bond, modified by Cradle's composite markers, and protected now under Vera's maternal naming right. The legal father assignment was void. The registry function disabled. The Cradle claim destroyed. What remained was not simple enough for old words. So Luca waited. Not passively. Waiting with Luca looked like standing guard over medical choice, testifying against Octavia, opening registry doors when asked, helping extract assassin anchor candidates, learning how to sit at the edge of family rooms without either fleeing or conquering them. He had become very good at waiting. That made him dangerous in a new way. Vera touched the apple again. You are hovering near the certificate. I am standing beside a table. You have suspicious geometry. I learned from you. Unfortunate. A silence passed. Not empty. Not sharp. Luca looked at the certificate. Then at Vera. May I ask? She knew the question before he spoke it. That was the problem with bonds built through names. Some things arrived before language. You may ask, she said. Do you want me present when you name the unnamed, if you choose to name them? Good question. Careful question. Not asking to name. Not asking when. Asking whether to be present. Vera disliked how much that mattered. I do not know yet. He nodded. Okay. That word again. Still useful. Still dangerous. She studied him. Does that hurt? Yes. Honest. Good. He continued. It is still your answer. The bond warmed. Vera looked away first. Bad habit. Or safe habit. Hard to tell. Across the ballroom, Nikolai watched Luca with a restraint that still looked painful. Their relationship had moved with the speed of a wounded animal approaching an open hand. Slowly, suspiciously, sometimes not at all. Luca had permitted two things. First, Nikolai could testify publicly that Octavia falsified the death record of a living Volkov-Morozov infant. Second, Nikolai could refer to him in legal documents as Luka Volkov-Morozov. Death record challenged, living status verified. No son. Not yet. No heir. Not yet. No inheritance. No crown. Not yet. Maybe never. Nikolai had accepted every boundary. That had been almost harder for Luca than argument. Men like Nikolai were easier to fight than to watch learning. Anya had told Vera that privately. Vera had almost liked her more for it. Luca followed Vera's gaze to Nikolai. His expression tightened. Still difficult, Vera asked. Yes. Want to leave? No. Want to shoot something? Yes. Acceptable later. His mouth moved. Small. Vera continued. What do you want now? The question hung. Luca did not answer quickly. Good. Fast answers were usually old P. Programming wearing confidence. Finally, he said, I want to stand in a room with him without wondering whether wanting anything makes me weak. Vera's throat tightened. Inconvenient. Progress would be allowing weak to exist without turning it into a trial. His eyes moved to hers. Is that advice? Hypothesis. Tested. Poorly. His mouth curved. Then Nikolai approached. Slowly. Visible. No guards. No claim. Anya stayed across the room, watching but not intervening. Nikolai stopped at a careful distance. Luca. Luca's spine tightened. Not into dagger one. Into old defense. His mark remained quiet. Good. Nikolai, Luca said. Not father. Not king. Name. First name. Nikolai accepted it like a gift he did not deserve to hold too tightly. I am going to the mausoleum archive after the recess. Luca's eyes sharpened. Why? Octavia named 3 more infant transfers before she stopped speaking. Vera's expression hardened. She stopped speaking. Nikolai's mouth tightened. She is refusing unless offered immunity. Vera laughed. Cold. No. No, Nikolai agreed. Good. Then why go? Luca asked. To open Irina Morozov's sealed box. The air changed. Vera felt Luca go still beside her. Irina. His mother. The woman who named him before she died. The woman Octavia bled for samples. The woman whose body had been disposed of, but whose box apparently remained. Luca's hand curled once. Why tell me? Nikolai's face gave nothing away. His voice did. Barely. Because if I open it without asking, I repeat her. Octavia. Not grandmother. Her. Good distinction. Luca looked at him for a long moment. Then at Vera. She said nothing. His choice. After a while, Luca asked, What is in it? I do not know. Could be another trap. Yes. Could be nothing. Yes. Could be hers. Nikolai's throat moved. Yes. Luca looked toward the windows. The winter light had turned gold over the estate gardens. He said, I will come. Nikolai nodded once. Not relief. Not publicly. But something in him steadied. Terms? Nikolai asked. Vera almost smiled. Almost. Luca looked back. No father language, no touching, no speaking for her, no turning grief into claim. Nikolai nodded. Accepted. Vera added, no opening sealed medical material without Levina or Zoya. Both men looked at her. She lifted a brow. I enjoy being alive and uninfected. Nikolai nodded, accepted. Luca said, you are coming. Vera looked at him. Did I say that? No. Then why ask? Because I want you there. There. Too direct. Too quiet. Too hard to misread. Vera's first instinct was to make it sharp. She did not. Some instincts were old cages. Instead, she said, I choose to come. Luca's face changed. Not dramatically. Enough. Thank you. Vera picked up the apple and tossed it to him. He caught it. Of course. Eat something first, she said. He looked at the apple. Then at her. Yes. Good. Nikolai watched the exchange with an expression Vera could not parse. Anya could. From across the room, she looked at Nikolai and shook her head once. He said nothing. Wise man. Irina Morozov's sealed box was small. That felt unfair. A life should not fit inside a black metal rectangle. The box sat in Octavia's lower mausoleum archive, recovered from a cabinet labeled dormant maternal sources. Vera had wanted to shoot the cabinet name. Levina had said the box might be pressure sensitive. Vera had shot a different cabinet later for emotional clarity. No one important objected. Now the box rested on a clean table in the Volkov estate's secondary archive. Present were Luca, Vera, Nikolai, Anya, Galina, Zoya, Levina, and Raisa. Luca had requested Galina. That mattered. Galina pretended it did not. Badly. Nikolai stood on one side of the table. Luca on the other. Vera beside Luca, close enough that the final knot bond stayed quiet, far enough that he stood alone. Terms. The box required 2 verifications. Nikolai's blood. Luca's blood. Both consented. Levina handled the samples personally and muttered insults at the old lock design until it clicked open. Inside lay 5 items. A strip of blue infant blanket, a photograph of a young woman with dark hair and serious eyes, a silver ring, a folded letter, and a hospital bracelet. Luca did not touch anything. Neither did Nikolai. The room became painfully still. Galina reached into the box first, not because she had the right, because Luca looked at her. She lifted the hospital bracelet. The plastic had yellowed with age. The printed text was faded but readable. Infant male, Morozov Volkov. Birth status, live. Temporary name, Luca. Luca's breath stopped. Temporary name. Luca. Not Dagger One. Not unnamed. Not do not name. Luca. His mother had put him into the world with a name before Octavia had stamped it out. Galina's voice was rough. I told you she named you. Luca's hand closed around the edge of the table. Vera wanted to touch him. She did not. Not yet. He read the bracelet once, twice, then looked at the folded letter. Anya gently lifted it. May I? Luca nodded. Anya opened it carefully. The paper was brittle. The handwriting slanted, dark, urgent. Anya read aloud, only after Luca gave another nod. Nikolai. The name struck Nikolai visibly. He closed his eyes. Only for 1 second. Anya continued. If this reaches you, then your house has lied to you. I was not sent away. I did not leave. I did not hide the child from you. Nikolai gripped the back of the chair. Vera saw Anya's hand hover. Not touching. Waiting. Good. Your grandmother says the child belongs to history. I say he belongs first to himself. If you ever find him, do not make him another crown. Do not make him proof. Do not make him pay for what was done before he could cry. Vera looked at Luca. He had gone very still. His eyes were open, fixed on the letter. Anya's voice softened, but did not break. I named him Luca because it means light. And because when he screamed, every machine in the room failed to make him quiet. Galina laughed once. It broke, then became a cough. Zoya wiped one eye and pretended she had dust in it. Anya continued. If I live, I will tell you this myself. If I die, remember that he was alive. Remember that I held him. Remember that for 30 seconds before they took him, he was not a file. Vera's throat tightened. She hated that. The unnamed shifted inside her body. Not physically, not yet, but in her mind, the word child moved closer. Dangerous, slow, real. Anya read the final lines. Do not let them bury him under Volkov. Do not let them erase Morozov. If he chooses either name, let it be because it helps him stand. If he chooses neither, let him stand anyway. Irina. The room held the letter. No one spoke. Nikolai's face had gone white. Luca looked at the table, at the bracelet, at the blanket, at the photograph, at proof that before Dagger 1, before the corridor, before the orchard, before the circle, someone had held him and wanted him free. He reached for the bracelet. His hand shook. Only once, then steadied. He picked it up. The final knot bond between him and Vera went painfully quiet. Not gone. Reverent. Maybe that was not a bond word. Maybe it was only a human one. Luca looked at Nikolai. You loved her. Nikolai's voice was rough. Yes. Luca's jaw tightened. Did she know? I thought she did. Nikolai swallowed. I was young enough to think wanting someone was the same as protecting her. The answer hurt because it was honest. Luca looked at the letter. She knew enough to write you. Yes. Too late. Yes. Luca nodded. No forgiveness. No accusation. Fact. Nikolai accepted it. Then Luca looked at the photograph. May I keep these? Nikolai's face changed. They are yours. Were they not in your archive? Yes. Then I am asking. Nikolai bowed his head once. Yes, you may keep them. Good answer. Luca placed the bracelet back in the box carefully. Then he picked up the silver ring. It was simple, too small for a man. Irina S. Inside was engraved one word: light. Luka closed his fist around it. Vera watched his face. Something inside him settled. Not healed, never that easily, but rooted. A man could stand differently once he knew where the first lie began. Nikolai spoke. Luka. Luka looked up. Nikolai's voice was low. I will not ask you to call me father. Good. The answer came fast. Too fast. Nikolai nodded once. But if one day you ask what I would have done had I known, I am not ready for that answer. Nikolai stopped, then nodded again. When you are. Luka looked at him for a long moment, then said, if. Nikolai accepted that too. If. Vera almost respected him. Annoying. Anya folded Irina's letter and placed it in a protective sleeve. No one rushed Luka. No one touched him. No one filled the room with grief he had not invited. That was how Vera knew the new dynasty might survive. Not because it had better men, because it had better rules. The naming certificate stayed blank for another month. Then another. The unnamed grew. Slowly at first, then normally, once Levina and Mila confirmed the cradle acceleration had been suppressed by the Queen's cluster ruling, and the registry control shut down. Normal was an offensive word. Vera used it cautiously. The pregnancy remained medically complex, politically sensitive, and emotionally inconvenient. But it was no longer a timer, no longer a broadcast key, no longer legal leverage, no longer attached to father assignment, no longer Cradle S. That mattered. Vera still had bad days. Days when her body felt like a crime scene. Days when she could not stand the medical wing. Days when Luka's concern made her want to vanish through a wall. Days when she read assassin anchor extraction reports until dawn because stopping meant feeling. Luka had bad days too. Days when Mercy's triggers surfaced in half-remembered phrases. Days when Nikolai's presence made him quiet for hours. Days when he woke from orch, Ard dreams with his hands locked around imaginary restraints. Days when he stood in the nursery archive and stared at every recovered child's file until Vera had to say his name 3 times to bring him back. They did not heal beautifully. They healed like people trained for violence. Badly, suspiciously, in fragments, with arguments, with distance, with one apple left outside a door, with Vera sitting in the same room while Luka read Irina's letter again, with Luka standing outside medical suites and leaving whenever Vera said leave, with Vera asking him to stay more often than expected, with terms, always terms. The first kiss that was not poison happened in the old East Garden. Vera initiated it. Of course, she would have shot him if he tried first. He knew that, respected it, possibly found it appealing. Unfortunate man. It happened after the Queen's cluster's 3rd public ruling, when another assassin anchor candidate had been extracted alive from a cradle safe house in Prague. The girl had chosen the name Myra, not the name Cradle had given her, not the name her handler used. Myra. Vera had sent the message herself. Yes, names can be chosen twice. Then she walked outside because the ballroom had become too full of breathing. Luka found her under the bare apple tree Galina had insisted on planting in the East Garden. Moscow winter had not decided whether to kill it yet. The tree looked like a bundle of sticks. Vera approved. It had realistic expectations. Luca stopped beside her. "May I stand here?" "Large garden." "That is not what I asked." She looked at him. "Yes." He stood beside her, not touching. For several minutes, they watched the ugly little tree. Then Vera said, "I want to kiss you." Luca went very still. "Excellent. Dangerous. You are sure?" "No." He turned his head. She continued, "I am choosing it anyway." His eyes darkened. "Not black. Not code. Want. Controlled. Waiting." "What are the terms?" he asked. Her throat tightened. "Correct man. Only a kiss. No bond pushing. No hands unless I place them. Stop means stop. If either of us flashes back, we stop. If I decide I hate it, we never discuss it in poetry." His mouth almost moved. "Accepted. You may add terms." His expression changed. Then he said, "No poison." Vera stared at him, then laughed. A real laugh. Sharp, short, startling to both of them. Luca smiled. Not almost. Smiled. "Dangerous man." "No poison," she said. "Good." She stepped in first. His hands stayed at his sides. She noticed. "Good." She placed one hand against his chest, over the cracked mark beneath his shirt. The final knot bond warmed. Quiet. Waiting. Then she kissed him. Not like a contract. Not like a weapon. Not like a woman, proving she had become softer than what hurt her. She kissed him carefully, with her body still suspicious, and her mind fully present. Luca did not take. He received. That difference nearly broke her. His mouth was warm. Alive. No poison. No death. No flatline. No mercy. No command loop. Only breath, restraint, and the impossible fact that the second kiss belonged to them because the first one had not. Vera pulled back first. Luca did not follow. "Good. Very good." His eyes opened slowly. The bond warmed. Still quiet. Still theirs. Vera swallowed. Acceptable. His mouth curved. High praise. "Do not ruin it." "I would not dare." "You would." "Maybe." She almost smiled again. The unnamed shifted. This time physically. A small movement beneath her ribs. Vera froze. Luca saw instantly. Pain. No. Truth. She looked down. Her hand moved without permission. Then stopped. She looked at Luca. His face went still. Not hopeful. Not hungry. Waiting. Always waiting. She took his hand, placed it over the place where the movement had been. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then the unnamed moved again. Small. Certain. Luca stopped breathing. Vera almost told him not to become dramatic. She did not. Some moments were allowed to be inefficient. His hand stayed exactly where she had placed it. No pressure. No spread fingers. No claim. Just contact granted and held by her choice. His voice came rough. "Vera, I know. I do not have words. Good, they would probably annoy me." His mouth trembled once. not smile, not grief. Both. She looked at his hand over hers, at the ugly apple tree, at the estate beyond, at the world that had not become safe, but had become less owned. I still do not know what I feel every day, she said. Okay. I may change my mind about words. Okay. I may name the child alone. Okay. I may ask you to be there. His throat moved. Okay. I may be difficult. His mouth curved faintly. Vera. What? That is established. She almost laughed again. Then the unnamed moved beneath their hands. Luca closed his eyes. Only for a second. When he opened them, the silver ring in his iris caught the winter light. He looked less like a weapon now. Not less dangerous. Less stolen. That mattered. Vera did not name the child that day. But late, she took the blank certificate from her desk and placed it beside Irina's letter. Not to fill it. Not yet. To let waiting paper sit near proof that names could survive erasure. That was enough. For then, the final Queen's Cluster Assembly took place 6 months after the registry opened. Not final forever. Final for the war period. The cradle circle had been broken into cells. Some captured, some dead, some in hiding. Mercy remained active for 5 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days. Then Vera found her. Not alone. Never alone again, unless by choice. Luca went with her. So did Galina. So did 3 extracted assassin anchor women who had requested to witness. Mercy did not die quickly. She did not get a dramatic speech either. Vera denied her that. Mercy was taken alive, stripped of aliases, injected with no poison, harmed only as necessary, and placed in a room with glass walls, lawyers, doctors, witnesses, and every file she had signed. That was worse. Mercy had trained girls to become knives. Now the knives testified. Vera did not forgive her. She did not need to. Mercy became evidence. That was cleaner. Octavia died before trial. Not peacefully. Not dramatically. Her last demand was that Nikolai come alone. He did not. Anya went with him. So did Luca. So did Vera. Octavia looked at Luca and tried one last time. Dagger 1. Luca answered without Vera's help. My name is Luca Volkov-Morzov. Octavia died angry. Excellent. Irina Morozov's remains were never recovered. But Galina found the old nursing margin with Luca's name. Raisa authenticated it. Nikolai had a memorial stone placed in the East Garden, not the family mausoleum. The stone bore no Volkov crest. Only Irina Morozov. She named him. Luca stood before it for a long time. Nikolai stood several paces behind. Vera stood beside Luca. At the end, Luca said, "You may stand closer." Nikolai did. Not too close. Enough. Some dynasties began with crowns. This one began with distance respected. At the final assembly, the ballroom doors stayed open. Women came from every house. Some in silk, some in black, some with babies, some with files, some with scars, some with no interest in being seen, and every right to be heard. The new registry was no longer called a registry. It was called the Names Archive. Anya had proposed it. Vera had objected to how gentle it sounded. Mila had countered that gentleness could be tactical if backed by guns. Alina had said names mattered. Sophia had said archive was better than cage. Galina had said if they argued another hour, she would name it herself and everyone would hate it. So name's archive remained. The rules were carved into black stone at the entrance. Not metaphorically, actually carved. Raisa insisted. Vera approved. Stone was harder to edit. The rules read, no woman's body is a house asset. No child is evidence before personhood. No marriage binds without freely spoken consent. No embryo, pregnancy, birth record, death record, or bloodline file may be held from the person named or the chosen guardian. No crown outranks maternal naming right. No registry survives without the queens. The men had wanted to add something about king protection. The women had allowed it on a separate wall. Smaller. Sophia enjoyed that. At the assembly, the 4 kings renewed their crowns publicly. Nikolai first, Roman, Dmitri, Casimir, each stood before his house, accepted command, and then signed the queen's cluster limitation into permanent law. The crowns remained. Limited, bound, witnessed, then each queen signed after. Not beside, after, final authority. Anya signed for Volkov, Mila for Sokolov infant line and fertility records, Elena for Orlov Voss split line records, Sophia for Dragunov Belova triple line and Widolaw pregnancy rights. Vera signed last, not for a house, for assassin anchor survivors and the unnamed. The pen felt heavier than her gun. She signed, Vera, only that. No surname, no code, no title. The ink dried quickly. Good. She hated waiting for ink. Luca stood behind her. Not too close. Close enough. Their child moved under her ribs. Not the unnamed anymore. Not publicly named yet. But no longer only a blank. Vera had chosen a private name 3 nights earlier. She had not put it on paper. She had whispered it once in the dark, while Luca slept in the chair across the room, because she had asked him to stay, but not in the bed. He had heard. Of course he had. He had opened his eyes, said nothing, only placed one hand over his heart, where the cracked crown knife mark lay quiet. A witness, not a claim. That was enough. For then, at the assembly, Anya stood. The room quieted. The old Bratva was built on blood, debt, silence, and crowns, she said. No one argued. Wise. The cradle circle used our laws, because our laws allowed women to be written into contracts before they were heard in rooms. Also no argument. Even wiser. Anya looked across the ballroom. At the kings. At the widow. WS. At the mothers. At the recovered children. At the women holding files with their own names for the first time. That structure ends today. She placed her hand on the name's archive charter. The new dynasty keeps crowns where crowns are useful. It gives records to the named. It gives children back to personhood. It gives marriages back to consent. It gives mothers naming right. It gives women control over every document written from their bodies. She looked toward Vera. Vera lifted one brow. Do not become poetic. Anya almost smiled. The old Bratva was built by kings. Sophia's mouth curved. Mila looked down to hide a smile. Elena did not bother hiding hers. Anya finished. The new dynasty belongs to the women who survived them. The room stood. Not all at once. First the women, then the widows, then the doctors, then the recovered girls from the assassin anchor program, then the nurses, then finally the kings. Good order. Vera approved. Luca stood beside her. She did not look at him. His hand brushed hers. A question. She answered by linking one finger with his. Only one. Enough. The bond warmed. The child moved. The room applauded, not like a court, but like a locked door finally giving way. That night, Vera went to the East Garden alone. For 12 minutes. Then Luca arrived, because alone had become flexible, and he had become very good at counting. He stopped at the garden gate. May I? Vera sat under the apple tree, which had survived winter and was now producing leaves with rude confidence. Large garden. That is still not what I ask. She looked at him. Yes. He entered. He carried 2 apples. Galina again. Nadia, the explosive woman. She sends congratulations. That sounds threatening. She also sent a detonator. Thoughtful. He sat beside her on the stone bench, leaving a careful space. Vera took 1 apple. This time, she bit into it without asking if it was poisoned. Luca noticed. He said nothing. Good. They watched the estate lights glow across the garden. From the ballroom came faint music. Not wedding music. Not ceremony. Something older. Women's laughter cut through it now and then. Actual laughter. Not polite. Not performative. Survivor laughter. Sharp at the edges. Vera liked it. She rested one hand over the heavy curve of her abdomen. The child moved. Again. Stronger now. Impatient. Luca looked at her hand. Then away. Always asking without asking. Vera sighed. Come here. His eyes moved to hers. You are sure? I am tired of that question. No, you are not. Correct. Infuriating. Ask differently, she said. He considered. Do you choose my hand there? Damn him. Yes. He placed his hand over hers. The child moved beneath both palms. Luca went quiet in that way that was almost pain. Vera watched his face. The hidden heir. Nikolai's lost son. Irina's named child. The man made to kill heirs, now standing guard over one without owning them. He swallowed. What name? He asked. Vera went still. He looked at her immediately. You do not have to answer. I know. I heard you that night. I know. I did not repeat it. I noticed. He waited. Good. Always waiting. Vera looked at the apple tree, then the house, then her own hand under his. I have not decided the public name. Okay, but the private one stays. His voice lowered. Yes. She looked at him. Do you want to hear it while awake? His eyes changed. Yes. Simple. Honest. No claim. She leaned closer. Not to kiss. To speak. The name belonged in breath before paper. Leora, she said. Luca closed his eyes. The word settled between them. Light. Not because the child was redemption. Not because babies fixed darkness. Not because Vera had become soft enough to forgive the room that made her. Because Irina had named Luca for light before the circle tried to bury him under code. Because names could be chosen twice. Because the child inside Vera would not be named as weapon, key, map, or empire. Because sometimes a woman chose a name as an act of war. Luca opened his eyes. Leora, he repeated, quietly, like a vow he knew better than to make too loud. Vera watched him. If you tell anyone before I sign the public certificate, I will remove something important. His mouth curved. I believe you. Good. He looked at their joined hands over her abdomen. May I ask one more thing? Risky pattern. Yes. Ask. When you sign the certificate, do you want my name there? The question did not say father, did not say Volkov, did not say claim. It offered space. Dangerous. Useful. Vera looked down. The legal father assignment had been voided. She could leave the line blank. She could sign alone. She could add Luca later. She could never add anyone. The Queen's cluster had made sure of it. The choice belonged to her. But belonging did not mean choosing isolation by reflex. That was the harder lesson. She looked at Luca. I do not want your name there, because the circle used your B. Theology. His face stayed steady. Good. I do not want it there, because Volkov wants succession. No. I do not want it there, because you expect it. I don't. I know. The child moved again. Vera inhaled slowly. I might want it there, because you have stood where I asked you to stand. Luca's throat moved. And because you know the difference between staying and claiming. His hand trembled once over hers. Only once. And she looked at him sharply. Do not get greedy. His mouth curved. Trying. She exhaled. Slow. Hard. Honest. And because when she asks where her name came from, I may want you there to tell her about the orchard and the woman who named you first. Luca went utterly still. Not as weapon, as man struck by something too gentle to defend against. Vera almost looked away. Did not. He deserved the witness. So did she. If, she said. His voice was rough. If. Maybe. Maybe. Terms later. Always. Good. She leaned in and kissed him. No poison. No contract. No command. No urgency. He let her set the shape. She let him answer. The bond warmed under the apple tree. Not as cage, not as command loop, not as survival mechanism, but as a line both of them held by choice. When she pulled back, he stayed exactly where he was. Breathing. Waiting. Alive. Vera rested her forehead against his for one brief second, then pulled away before the moment became too soft to survive. Luca's mouth curved. She pointed at him. Do not. I said nothing. You thought. Loudly. Visibly. His smile remained. She allowed it. For once. From the ballroom, the music grew louder. Somewhere inside, Galina laughed like smoke catching fire. Sophia was probably threatening Casimir into a chair. Mila was probably correcting Roman's protective instincts. Alina was probably frightening an Orlov cousin into signing a testimony waiver. Anya was probably running the new dynasty, while Nikolai pretended the kings still had a vote. The estate gates stood open, only to those invited. The records belonged to the named. The marriages belonged to the willing. The children belonged first to themselves. The women controlled the bloodline future. The men kept their crowns. Limited, witnessed, useful. Vera looked toward the ballroom lights. Do you think it holds? Luca followed her gaze. No. She looked at him. He continued, not by itself. Good answer. He reached for her hand, stopped, and waited. She gave him 2 fingers. He held them carefully. It holds because they will hold it, he said. And because when men try to take pieces back, women like you will notice. Women like me. His eyes moved to hers. Difficult, armed, precise, unimpressed by crowns. Flattery has become strange in this house. Is it working? Unfortunately. His smile deepened. The child moved. The apple tree shifted in a mild night wind. Beyond the walls, the remaining cradle cells ran, hid, bargained, betrayed, and died piece by piece. Inside the walls, the Queen's cluster wrote law. Not perfect law. Not gentle law. Better law. That was enough. For now. Vera leaned back against the bench and looked at the lit windows where the new dynasty was being built in ink. Testimony, medical seals, old widow clauses, chosen names, and women's signatures. The old Bratva had been built by kings. The new dynasty belonged to the brides. The mothers, the witnesses, the assassins, the girls who chose names twice, and the children who would never again be born as files. Vera touched the blank certificate inside her coat. Not blank much longer. Then she looked at Luca. Come on. Where? Inside. His brow lifted. The ballroom. Yes. You hate the ballroom. Yes. Why go back? Vera stood carefully. Luca stood with her, offering his arm without assuming she would take it. She did, because she chose to. Because, she said, apparently we are part of the dynasty. Luca's mouth curved. New dynasty. Do not make it sound poetic. It is a little poetic. I have a gun. I remember. They walked toward the lights together. Not healed. Not simple. Not owned. Not safe. Free enough to choose the next room. And this time, when Vera opened the door, it opened from her side. End of Book 5. End of Marked by the Bratva series.